You're listening to the Golden Griffin Press channel. Everything here is created by real authors, narrators, and voice actors. Show your love and support to them by interacting with the video. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories. We hope you enjoy this production.
Tori Tecken presents The Bloodstones, Book 1 of Legends of the Bruhai, by Tori Tecken, narrated by Andrew D. Meredith. Print copyright 2023, production copyright 2024. Original music composition by Barrett Finken.
For Andrew and Tricia Meredith, friends, storytellers, and mentors. Acknowledgements. The overwhelming sense of gratitude I feel towards the people listed here is profound. Through the past decade, this world has grown from a few notes on lined paper in between college assignments into a real, physical book. I would never be writing this page if it were not for the village of people who supported me, encouraged me, and have given feedback on this story and its predecessors. This is going to be a long list, but it's an important one, so buckle up. My professors, Lars Johnson, Angie Johnson, and Robert Hanna, were some of the first people to see the early scribbles of world building in Dralar. Their passionate guidance and support set the stage for this story to exist. Thank you all so much for believing in a college kid with an untamable love of fantasy. To Stephen Erickson, whose writing and worlds lit a fire and changed my vision of what was possible in fantasy storytelling. My dear friend Ember was an invaluable critique partner in the early stages of this book. You can all thank her for Zario's POV chapters, which became some of my absolute favorites to write. A big thank you to Jim Wilborn for patiently talking to me through outlines and some of the early structure of the story. We couldn't turn me into a planner or an outliner. You gave it your absolute best and most supportive effort. And to Pete Wagar, who made sure my glossary wasn't a rubbish heap. To my fellow Ginger and author K.E. Andrews, thank you so much for helping me format this book. Your stories are always presented so beautifully, and I'm grateful that you took the time to help me make mine beautiful too. My good friend and champion of indie authors, Petrick Leo, thank you so much for using your platform to help me with the cover reveal for Bloodstones. To my proofreader, Dom, for being the eagle eyes on the continuity and grammatical correctness of this book. Thank goodness for editors. You can all thank Dom that Kasai and Gehrin found a street corner on which to stop and eat, instead of eating the street corner. My beta team, Andrew Maddox, aka Wizard, Kayla, Nuclear Katie, Ty, you guys are amazing. Writing is such a vulnerable craft, and sending it out even to a small group of people you know and trust can be a scary thing. Thank you for your support, your encouragement, and your honesty. To the incredible Alpha team of Crystal Matar, John Morrow, Thiago Abdallah, all three of you are such a gift. Your friendship and enthusiasm for this story humbles me, truly. John, your willingness to jump in and find time for my story when I needed another early reader will always be appreciated. If readers end up with Gehrin as a favorite character, that is largely thanks to Thiago, who helped me iron out his character when I was so incredibly stuck at the beginning. And Crystal, you saw the heart of this story so quickly and embraced it wholeheartedly, and I can't thank you enough for that. Here's a stern glower from Canarian, just for you. Also, the boys say hi. To my wild and wonderful children, thank you for loving your mama even when I'm lost in another world and writing stories. The three of you are the most important story I'll ever be a part of. And finally, to the innermost circle, the people without whom this author would still be anxiously doubting herself and her ability to write this book. Andrew Meredith, a dear friend and mentor who introduced me to the indie community, has remained a tireless cheerleader through the highs and lows of this book. I could not have written this book without your encouragement picking me back up to my feet every time I wanted to give up. To my chosen sister and creative other half, Sarah Ferrari, the cover on this book speaks volumes about the artist that you are, and I am so grateful to have been able to watch you build that talent. Thank you for listening to all the rants, the tears, and the excited ramblings. This finished book represents so much of the creative journey we've been on for the last 20 years together. God really delivered when I prayed for a best friend. To the love of my life, Ben Tecken. There aren't any words I could write here to fully express my gratitude and my love for you. You've been through it all, every day, walking next to me and being my anchor. You meet every creative pursuit of mine with gentle support and love, and I am so honored to be your wife. And last but not least, to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, thank you for blessing me with this love of writing and all of the people that I named above. Soli Deo Gloria.
These wild lands cradle the ash of our fathers and the bones of our sons. Ecolomen, the Poet. Part 1. Chapter 1. 21st year of King Kenarian's reign. Any man who sheds the king's blood is great evil, and must be cleansed. His name must be struck from the lips of the living, and his blood returned to the earth to the last of his children. Kateshi Law. Small against the pressing tide of larger bodies behind him, Gehrin murmured words of condemnation along with the incensed crowd as they prepared to witness the death of a nameless man. "Akka! His name is not worthy!" Angry voices rumbled around Gehrin. He knew his father's anger like a dark storm cloud and the quick anger of his brothers. This was a new kind of anger that could face a man who had killed a prince with his own hands, a man so tainted by evil that his name could never again pass the lips of those who had known him. The crowd had been waiting for this day. Gehrin winced as someone pushed against him and stepped on his foot. He grabbed hold of his oldest brother's sleeve to keep from falling. He didn't want to lose his place at the front of the crowd. The man standing on the bloodstones was bound and gagged, but he did not struggle. Naked except for the loincloth bound loosely around his hips, his skin was even darker beneath the layer of dirt and bruises. A trickle of fresh blood escaped over his swollen lips, past the gag and over his chin. Gehrin watched as it clustered into a drip, splattering against the man's foot. Despite his hunched shoulders, the man's chest and arms were strong, a witness to years of wielding spear and shield. His black hair was matted and stringy, unbound and falling to the middle of his back. He was Akka, nameless. Gehrin let his gaze drift from the Akka to the four powerful men standing guard at his side. Once Garatelhai, like them, this man would never have the honor of that title in the afterlife. Garatelhai were the king's oathsworn, his most trusted warriors. Gehrin's brother, Zario, said they were more like gods than men, each of them strong enough to fight 10 enemies at once. The warriors, standing silent over the battered body of the Akka, wore polished iron armor. The scales glittered like hundreds of tiny fans beneath the light of Akatar's rays. The armor pieces were trimmed with blue and red colors, the gold emblem of the wolf and fox on their shoulders. They carried spears, with the hafts painted black, the blades honed to a deadly edge. Priests standing in a half-circle behind the stones beat their drums as the high priest of Shirai stepped forward to address the crowd, his bald head shining with sweat. Gehrin thought the head and arms protruding from his 2 large gray robes made him look like a turtle. The priest pursed his lips and stared out at the crowd, lifting his hands until they quieted. Then his voice boomed out over the gathered people, too loud for such a small man.
Hasuya Jan, once Garatelhai, has committed the gravest of all sins and brought death to the king's house. Today his blood will be spilled over the stones in payment for his heinous deeds. His life forfeit along with the lives of his wife, his son, and his daughter. Because his name is unworthy, we name him Akka. Cursed is the man who speaks his name. His name is not worthy.
The intensity of the crowd's voices rose like a buzzing of a disturbed beehive.
His name is not worthy,
muttered Gehrin, the words tumbling from his lips.
Father would not want me to be here.
He tugged at his brother's sleeve again, but Zario was calling out with the rest of the crowd, oblivious to the smaller boy next to him. The drums beat louder. The Garatelhai pushed the nameless man onto his knees. Gehrin watched as the man reached forward, resting his hands against the stones, fingers gripping the rounded edges with white knuckles, as if they could give him strength for what was to come. The dark runes carved into the bloodstones were deep. The man's left hand covered the upward swish of one of them. Bru. Gehrin had carefully drawn that same rune with his brush and paper hundreds of times. On the bloodstones, the rune for bonded blood had been carved to absolve a criminal's family of his sin, but for the revered Gehrin warrior, the price of his crime was the blood of his family, and they would join him in paying the debt. Gehrin wondered if they were already dead. It didn't matter. The man's bloodline was tainted, and it must return to the earth root and stem to be cleansed. It was known. The greater the man, the greater his sin. Gehrin's heart pushed up into his throat, but he could not look away. He had never seen a man executed, but he was no stranger to death. The Akka lifted his head, his wild hair parting to expose his face. He did not acknowledge the crowd, but as he waited for the spears that hovered above him, his eyes rose and found Gehrin. For a moment, the condemned man and the boy stared at each other. When the spear blades pierced through the man's body, deep through his shoulders, chest, and back, Gehrin's breath left his body in a great rush. Moving as one, 5 bloodied blade points ripped holes through flesh as easily as cloth. The traitor jerked and vomited blood, shuddering. He sank, supporting himself on shaking arms for 3, 4 drumbeats before collapsing to the stones. As the warriors withdrew their spears, his blood pulsed from the open wounds, filling the deep crevices of the runes beneath him. Gehrin watched the way the blood ran so easily from the mutilated body, at once fascinated and repulsed by the sight. He'd never seen so much blood. Killing a man, even a Gehrin, was so effortless. His stomach twisted. The eyes that had stared into his own a moment before were sightless, staring out into whatever void was the final resting place for a man with no honor. A tremor found its way into his fingertips, and something pulled at his chest inside. Her eyes had looked like that, like great wide empty cups all poured out. Gehrin dug his fingernails into the palm of his hand as hard as he could. The memory of his mother was bitter. His brother Gehrin gagged and then vomited on the ground near his feet. Zario flinched and looked away from the dead man. Around the traitor's body, the Gehrin warriors turned their backs on their once brother and faced away from him in a half circle. They would remain that way until nightfall, guarding the city from his spirit.
"He is Akka! His name is not worthy!"
cried the priests, rattling strings of bones to scare the spirits away.
"Akka! His name is not worthy! Akka! His name is not worthy!"
cried the crowd, louder and more confident now that the man's death had passed. But this time Gehrin's lips did not move. His feet were rooted to something far beneath the smooth stones, as if he were being drawn into the earth with the traitor's blood. Hasuya Jean, his name is not worthy. The runes ran red. Gehrin felt something rush through him from the tips of his toes to the roots of his hair, something wild and terrifying that turned his blood cold. It fled as quickly as it had come, withdrawing back down his legs and feet and into the ground beneath him. Something ached through his bones, something deep and ancient, and he trembled at its touch. He drew in a shuddering breath, staring at the body on the stones. Throughout the crowd ran the low hum of voices, muttering curses on the dead man and prayers to Shirai to guard them from his evil. One woman gripped the amulet around her wrist and closed her eyes, swaying as she muttered. But their feet moved, bodies shifting and pressing forward as Gehrin struggled to lift his own feet from the ground. A hand dropped onto his shoulder. "Gehrin!" Zario pulled at him and Gehrin. "Let's go." Gehrin did not move. "Gehrin!" His brother's voice was harsher. "We need to get back before Father finds out we left. Hurry!" Zario's fingers closed more tightly around Gehrin's shoulder. The twist in Gehrin's belly deepened. Drawing his feet from the ground was like pulling them out of quicksand. Slowly he turned to follow his brothers out of the crowd. Near the bloodstones, a wooden X was being erected where the dead man would hang for several days as a final punishment for his crime. Boys from the city would come during the night and stab him with sticks and knives, adding their own blows in the hopes that the vengeful spirit would flee and never return. The spirit of a traitor was a black stain on the city. The man's empty eyes plagued Gehrin, looming in his vision as if the traitor's spirit were fixed on him, ready to drag him to the world beyond. Gehrin stumbled behind Zario, and his older brother turned, ready to scold, but instead he frowned as Gehrin looked up at him and pulled Gehrin's arm over toward the outside wall of the city. Pressed against the stones, Gehrin sank into the firm support against his back. Zario leaned down and peered into his face. "I told you not to come." I wanted to," Gehrin mumbled, blinking hard and focusing on the tips of his sandals. Scratches scuffed the tips, wearing away the leather. Scratches on my sandals. It was comforting, luring his mind away from the immediate memory of blood and death. Gehrin jabbed Gehrin in the side with one of his fingers. Father's going to kill us if we bring him back like this. Zario shook his head. He won't find out if you don't squeal on us. Gehrin ignored the rest, unblinking, as he stared at his sandals and continued his breaths. Nin, Ru, Yan, leave, he sighed. I want to go home. Zario's face softened a little. Are you going to be all right? Uh-huh. With a quick ruffle of Gehrin's hair, Zario led them away from the Bloodstones, back up the path toward the city. Gehrin looked over his shoulder where the Garatelhai stood in a half-circle. The crowd blocked his view of the body, but the man's eyes were still clear in his mind as if they were in front of him. He knew it was a sin to repeat the dead man's name now, but Gehrin spoke it quietly in his mind. Hasuya Jean, Aka, nameless, traitor. Leaving the words in the dust behind him, Gehrin shuffled his feet faster to keep up with his brother's longer strides. Zario was a head taller than Gehrin, his shoulders broad. Their father expected him to be a warrior. Already he held his spear with the balanced hand of a man born to its weight. But for all Zario's strength, Gehrin didn't think his brother would have been able to kill the man on the stones. Zario was not a killer. Not yet. Could his father have done it? Gehrin! He shuffled faster, pulling himself back to the dusty road beneath his feet. The roads into the king's city of Keld were busy with their usual wagons, carts, horsemen, and people, trickling in and out of the city like veins pumping blood from a heart. Gehrin dodged a wagon laden with branches rising high above the back of the lanky black mule that pulled it. Zario never released his wrist, and Gehrin felt as if his arm would be pulled out of its joint as his brother dragged him through the streets toward the estate district. Single-story buildings dominated most of the wide city street, though a few in the common districts had homes stacked on top of each other like crates of fruit, housing 2 or 3 generations. The shops and homes along the main thoroughfares were all the same. Plaster and wood beams covered by black slate roofs that curved in and up into central points. The edges of the roofs hung a little way out over the street, providing small strips of shade to passers-by. It was a bit of a distance to retrace their steps back through the several smaller districts into their own. By the time they reached the wide path that led toward the sprawling estates of the noble families, counselors, and wealthier merchants, Gehrin was feeling a burn in his side. Slatted walls and gateways lined the road to either side of the boys. Zario led them to the side gate in the wall that ran around the Halleck's estate, and eased it open as quietly as he could, poking his head in and then signaling to Gehrin and Gehrin that they were safe from prying eyes that might betray them to their father. Counselor Halleck's home was humble compared to many of the other estates, but it was maintained with pride. The smooth stone path through the gates led through several wooden archways and over a small footbridge that spanned a pond filled with golden fish. The boys ran around the main house toward the training courtyard. The wide porches of the house were empty, except for 1 or 2 servants going about their daily work. They paid no attention to the boys, who were often running here and there through the estate. Counselor Halleck's was nowhere in sight. The 3 brothers found their way to the training courtyard, where they collapsed on the sandy ground, their secret adventure complete. The death they'd witnessed was still fresh in their minds as they looked at one another, the urgency of their return fading into the dark memory of a dying man. I didn't know there was that much blood in a person, said Gehrin, still holding his stomach as if the queasiness hadn't quite left him. He pulled himself up to sit on an overturned bucket. Do you think he's really dead? He's dead, replied Zario confidently. There were 5 spears, and Garatelhai are as strong as 10 men. But he was Garatelhai too, so he's harder to kill. Zario shook his head. You heard the priest? Shirai's blood does not protect a traitor with no name. A man with no name is weak. Zario stood up and stripped to the waist, pulling a wooden sparring spear from the rack nearby. Gehrin watched as his older brother drew back a leanly muscled arm and hurled the wooden shaft toward the bales 40 paces away. The point buried itself in the dirty straw. Zario straightened again, shoulders back and boyish chest puffed out. He turned back to his brothers. I will become Garatelhai one day, and I will kill all traitors to the king. Gehrin scoffed from his bucket throne. There is no other oath sworn to the king who would dare. There has not been a traitor like him as long as father has lived. How do you know? Father said so this morning, replied Gehrin, proud of himself. Master Lowy says you are not good at listening. Zario darkened, retrieving his wooden spear. "And you left your breakfast on the stones at the sight of blood," he retorted. He flipped the spear around in his hand and pointed it toward the youngest. "Even Gehrin didn't do that." While his brothers bickered at each other, Gehrin reached down and picked up a small pebble from the ground and ran it through his fingers, the smoothness soothing his skin and his mind. The faint sour of bile still lingered at the back of his throat, and he swallowed. It was strange that a person could be reduced to blood and bones and skin, their spirit captured in some other realm. It was so simple. One heartbeat between life and death. Was he afraid? I would have been afraid. Mother was afraid. Gehrin closed his hand around the small stone. His brother's argument had escalated, as it often did. Within moments, Gehrin had risen and picked up his own wooden spear, and the two of them were swinging at each other. By some stroke of luck, Gehrin managed to duck under a blow that would have set his ears ringing, and he brought the wooden shaft of his weapon against Zario's shin. The oldest howled in pain and grabbed for his leg. A moment later, and he was in hot pursuit after Gehrin, who had fled the courtyard, realizing that the tides had turned against him. Gehrin smiled a little at his brother's roughhousing. As their voices faded around the side of the house, Gehrin stood and walked over to Zario's abandoned spear. He curled his fingers around the shaft, lifting it from the sand. It was still too heavy for him, even though he had begun training with it on his 7th birthday. Nearly 4 years later, he was stronger, but the weight of the weapon still pulled against the muscles in his arms, and he leaned back into his heels, adjusting to the balance. The shouts of his brothers grew close again, and Gehrin suddenly found himself knocked off his feet. Pain flashed through Gehrin's face as his chin hit the ground, Gehrin's full weight knocking the wind from his lungs. The abrasive grit of the sand scraped his skin raw. Zario dragged Gehrin up from the ground, locking the younger's head in the crook of his arm. "Got you, Ket?" Gehrin gasped. "Don't let father hear you say that," he said through gritted teeth as he fought to free his neck from his brother's grasp. Gehrin pushed himself up. His nose and jaw throbbed, and he had a scrape across his elbow. Dizzy, he stumbled as he rose to his feet. He turned around, and his brothers let go of each other. Gehrin's eyes grew wide. "Your face." "Let's take him to Irit." Reaching up to his face, Gehrin brought his fingers away, slick with blood. He stared at it, the crimson stain mixing with the dust on his hands. Zario shoved a rag against Gehrin's face, and he and Gehrin grabbed hold of Gehrin's arms and hurried him toward the house. They half lifted him up the stone stairs and kicked off their sandals before walking inside. Gehrin's head had stopped spinning, but the pain in his face was bringing stinging tears that ran down his cheeks. There was an interior courtyard, beyond the entrance dominated by the twisted trunk of a saba tree, the 7 branches reaching up above the slate roof. The tree's leaves were yellowed by the sun and shaded the little garden and bench beneath them. Counselor Halleck's study was to the left, and the boys tried to hurry past. As they reached the door, it slid open, and a man nearly ran into them. The lower half of his face was masked, and he wore a short spear on his back. A small horizontal scar arched over his left eyebrow. Gehrin blinked at the rune on the man's light armor. Telhai. "Forgive my sons," came their father's deep voice from within the room. The masked man did not respond, simply regarded the 3 boys with dark eyes. His cloak curled around him as he left. Zario began to pull Gehrin forward again, but was stopped in his tracks by a gruff command. "Come!" Gehrin's brothers exchanged fearful glances over his head, but didn't dare disobey. They turned into the study. Inside, Gehrin caught a glimpse of his father sitting on the cushion behind his writing table. Counselor Ilba Hallex was a broad-shouldered man who many people would expect to be a warrior rather than a counselor. His dark hair was streaked with gray, pulled behind his head with a leather band. His strong jawline was always set hard, as if he were angry. Now he finished marking something on the paper in front of him before turning a stern gaze on his 3 sons. He gestured with his hand, and the boys tumbled into the room and stood in front of him, far enough away not to get sweat or dirt on the cushions. The counselor said nothing, and even though the boys wanted to fidget, they did not dare. Gehrin stood as still as a statue, despite the blood running down his chin and neck. His eyes were burning, and a dull ache throbbed through his head as he pressed the rag tighter against his chin. His father's eyes stayed on him longer than his brothers, and finally the man rose from his seat, somehow filling every corner of the room despite standing behind a table. "Zario?" The oldest dipped his head respectfully. "Yes, father." "You took your brothers outside the walls earlier today," Counselor Hallex said calmly. "Where did you go?" Zario's face grew a shade paler. It was evil to lie. "Father, we saw the execution." Counselor Hallex nodded. He reached down and picked up a wooden cup full of water. Dipping his quill into the ink bowl, he held it above the water and let 5 black drops fall. Stepping around the table, he held out the cup to Zario. The oldest boy looked nervously between the cup and his father and took it in his hands. He sipped from the cup and grimaced slightly. Counselor Hallex moved to Gehrin and offered the cup again. Gehrin drank and coughed. Gehrin heard the soft rustle of his father's robe as the counselor moved again. The wooden cup appeared in front of Gehrin. The water inside was murky black. His father said nothing. Gehrin knew it was expected of him to take the cup and drink, but the throbbing in his head and the sharp pain from his nose and jaw were blurring his mind. His lips trembled. He did not want to drink it. "Father, I cannot." Counselor Hallex withdrew the cup. "You refuse to drink the water?" he asked. "Akatar burns brightly today. Surely water will quench your thirst." Gehrin breathed deeply, forcing himself to stay lucid as the pain began to loosen his knees. "The water is tainted." "Ah, so it is." Counselor Hallex placed the cup back on the table. "Zario, Gehrin, why did you drink the water if it was tainted?" His oldest sons glanced between each other awkwardly. Zario offered a small bow. "Forgive me, father. I deserved the punishment for deceiving you." "I offered water. Is that a punishment?" Zario floundered. "No, father, but—" "A man must use wisdom to differentiate between sustenance and poison. Water and blood are no different in this. Today you watched a man die, a man whose name is not worthy, a man who spilled the pure blood of the king's son." Silence filled the room. Counselor Hallex's voice grew quiet. "By doing this, you drank poison with your eyes and opened your blood to evil. You are sons of my house and servants of the king. Would you offer the king tainted water to drink?" "No, father!" exclaimed Gehrin. "Then you did wrong to taint yourself with the sight of evil blood. You did not ask my permission, and I would not have given it. A traitor must leave the earth nameless, forgotten. Yet now you will remember him." Zario and Gehrin dropped to their knees, and Gehrin followed slowly, supporting himself with one arm on the floor. Zario touched his forehead to the ground. "Forgive us, father." Counselor Hallex returned to his cushion behind the table. "Take your brother to his room and fetch the mohar to tend him." Gehrin's vision swam, and his brothers gripped his arms again. He was pulled up from the floor and saw his father watching him as he was led out of the room. His feet shuffled and his shoes slid along the newly waxed floor. He tried to lift his head. The Saba tree in the inner courtyard seemed to be wreathed in a blurry glow, and he blinked, trying to understand the strange way the world was spinning. He passed out before he reached the door of his bedroom. Something fluttered across Gehrin's face as he slept. His mother's hands brushed aside his hair, passing over his temple. Her gentle gray eyes smiled along with the soft curve of her lips. He blinked and the room appeared in front of him as if he were being pulled through a veil. He looked up, but the face above him was not his mother's. Yrrit, the counselor's mohar, scowled down at him. Her leathery skin was carved through with wrinkles that sagged around her eyes. Amulets looped around her neck and wrists, runes spidering across every bit of their surfaces. Gehrin reached up to feel his tender nose and chin. There was no pain, but a strange numbness made his cheeks feel as if they were made of air, as if his fingertips might pass right through the skin. A grainy paste came away on his fingers. Yrrit slapped his hands away from his face, and her scowl deepened. Gehrin lay still. The old woman picked up a mortar and pestle that had been sitting in her lap, and began grinding what looked like a black powder. When she was satisfied with it, she dipped her fingers in and then began drawing runes on Gehrin's arms and chest. He frowned, but didn't dare ask. The ways of the mohar were their own, as his father had said more than once. As the black powder smeared into his skin, he realized what it was. He and his brothers had often used darkened cinders from the fire pits as tools for practicing letters on the stones outside the house. He watched silently as Yrrit drew the last rune on the back of his hand. Ami. Mother. The chill shuddered through him and pulled his hand away from Yrrit's grasp. She threw up her hands and tisked at him darkly. Don't be a fool, boy, she rasped. You have been marked already, long before my runes touched your skin. She picked up her mortar and pestle. and stiffly rose, hobbling over to leave. Gehrin turned his face toward the wall and squeezed his eyes shut, ignoring the way it renewed the ache behind his forehead. Yrrit had always eyed him with distaste, as if he were a spoiled fruit. The woman's ancient healing skills were far beyond most of the Mohars in the city of Keld, and possibly all of Katesh. Rumors even said she had once ministered to the king himself when she was younger. Gehrin's father respected her, but Gehrin had always been uneasy beneath the old crone's gaze. It was as if she could see through him, under his skin and into the viscera beneath, like the dead animals she dissected in her hut. He shuddered, pushing the thought away. It was some time before he was able to fall asleep. Sometime late in the night, Gehrin awoke to the cries of a small child. Pulling himself out of his bed, he padded through the darkened corridor around the inner courtyard, the wood floor cool against his feet. Reaching the final room on the right, he tapped his knuckles against the wood frame, sliding the door aside when he heard a soft voice answer from within. His father's second wife, Theory, paced inside. In her arms was Gehrin's half-sister, Irie, squirming, red-faced, and squalling her defiance at the thought of sleep. The tiny girl's face was glistening with tears as mucus dripped from her nose. Theory shushed her, bouncing slightly as she walked. When Irie saw Gehrin standing at the door, her squalling paused. "Ganin," she said, holding out one chubby fist in his direction. Gehrin smiled, but it quickly turned into a grimace as it pulled at his sore chin. He reached out and Theory gratefully deposited the little girl in her brother's arms. Irie leaned away from him at first, her huge brown eyes scrutinizing the difference in his familiar face. He gently pushed her hand away when she reached up to touch the wound, and she soon busied herself with the amulet around his neck. Theory lowered herself to the cushion on the floor, tucking her legs gracefully beneath her and smoothing her long black hair away from her eyes. "Thank you, Gehrin. I've never seen a child who could survive with so little sleep," she laughed. "I don't know where she finds the strength." Irie beamed up at Gehrin, babbling at him in a language all her own. She tugged at his iron amulet, pulling it into her mouth and leaving a sticky trail on his collarbone. Gehrin had been the youngest for nearly 10 years before Irie had arrived, and he loved her from the moment Theory had settled the newborn in his awkward arms. Her second birthday was still months away, but already she was toddling around the house, keeping everyone on the lookout so they wouldn't trip over her. Theory spent most of her day chasing after the little girl and keeping her away from places in the estate that were still unsafe for a babe. "Does it still hurt?" Theory asked, motioning to his face. "A little." Gehrin pulled at the amulet cord and chuckled when Irie's face scrunched up into a scowl. He let go. "Your father said you watched the execution," Theory said, fixing him with a discerning glance. "I am sorry that you saw it." The man's dark eyes flickered at the edge of Gehrin's mind. "His name is not worthy." The screams of the crowd had beat against him as he died. His blood poured back into the earth in great streams like water, and Gehrin had felt something, whether from the runes, the earth, or his own imagination, he did not know. It had left him with a nauseous pit in his stomach, the way he felt when he had not eaten. "Why did he kill the prince?" Gehrin asked. Theory took a shallow breath, her eyes returning to her own child nestled in Gehrin's arms. "His heart was tainted with evil, like all men who take innocent life." Gehrin didn't think that was much of an answer. "What if someone told him to do it?" "Then your father and the king will find them, and they will meet a similar fate," replied Theory. She pursed her lips together, a frown marring her fine features. "It is dangerous to try and understand the mind of a man like that, Gehrin." Irie squirmed in her brother's arms, tired of being ignored. She wiggled until he set her down on the floor, and then she toddled toward her mother, snuggling into Theory's breast with a yawn. Theory's arms encircled the babe, her frown softening. "You're a good son, Gehrin. One day you and your brothers will honor your father and the memory of your mother in service to the king, and I will be glad to see it. But now you should rest. Your eyes are as dark as your chin." Back in his room, Gehrin lowered himself back down to the small wooden headrest and pulled the blanket over his chest, gripping the edges. He knew that he had disappointed his father. Someday he would serve the king as his father did. Someday he would wield a spear in battle, or speak in the king's hall and wear the gold chains and winged black hoja hat of the counselors. He would be a loyal servant. He would be a good son. Gehrin's body pulled him back toward sleep. He did not want to close his eyes, afraid that the Akka would be waiting for him in his dreams. Chapter 2. Sharai and his oath-sworn walked the stars and came to a place where the earth was barren. and into this place Shirai poured oceans and rivers. He planted the forests and carved the mountains up from the rock. And into this world he scattered the seeds of the firstborn. Gaja Tori, the memory chant. Gehrin squinted down the street. The sun, ancient Akatar's bright prison, burned hotter than the day before, and the heat was stifling. He wiped away beads of sweat from his upper lip gingerly, taking care not to disturb his tender nose and chin. He had slept too long, only rising from his bed when Gehrin had threatened to splash a bowl of water in his face and leave for Master Loe's without him. The stern scholar liked Gehrin, but even that small mercy had its limits. The wounded face would not save Gehrin from the consequences of arriving late. The scholar's home was behind the main thoroughfare of the merchants' district. It was a strange place for an esteemed keeper of knowledge, but Master Loe liked to have, as he called it, an ear pressed to the wall of the world. The merchants and their shops were a hub of commerce, and news from every corner of Katesh and beyond, into the neighboring lands of Dam, Ruk, and Malak. The shops were already bustling by the time the three boys arrived in the district. Okija, the cloth merchant, was draping a deep blue fabric over a wooden rack. The silk was delicately embroidered with white doves, no doubt soon to be in the possession of a noble wife or daughter. On the other side of Okija's open shop were stacks of carefully folded, woven cloths in earthy colors worn by more common folk. Taking a short side street away from Master Loe's house, the boys dodged through the foot traffic on their way to a smaller district lined with the houses of merchants and lesser lords. Gehrin saw the familiar gate framed by Feth runes appear on the right side of the street, the courtyard wall showing patched cracks beneath the edge tiles. In front of the gate, a girl waited patiently for them to arrive. The green trim on her light yellow jacket crossed neatly at the base of her neck and wrapped around under her right arm, the satin smooth and unwrinkled despite being a bit threadbare. A single black braid draped over one shoulder, bound with a matching yellow silk ribbon. She held a small cloth bundle in one hand, leaning on a walking staff with the other. When she caught sight of the three boys, she smiled and waved the cloth bundle in the air. As soon as they came closer, she pointed to Gehrin. "You have a smudge of dirt on your cheek," she said, wrinkling her nose. He awkwardly scrubbed it away on the back of his sleeve. Then she turned her scrutinizing gaze towards Gehrin, her eyes widening slightly when she saw the dark black and purple bruises around the gash on his chin. "What happened to your face?" she asked, peering closely at it. Gehrin shrugged. "I fell." "You look like you fell down a cliff," she replied. Dario broke into the conversation. "We'll be late if you keep staring at his face, Kasai. Let's go." As Zario and Gehrin set off ahead of them, Gehrin waited for Kasai to adjust her walking stick beneath her right arm. She limped off after his brothers, her lurching gait so familiar to Gehrin that he didn't pay it any mind. He adjusted his own pace to walk beside her and offered to carry her bundle. She refused, as she did every day. The silk merchant was carefully draping new fabrics over the wicker racks inside his shop, the vibrant silks protected from the worst of the dust outside by the walls. Gehrin slowed as a dark blue silk with a pattern of silver wolves embroidered into it caught his eye. He was not old enough to wear such finery yet, but he imagined a sari like one of his father's made from the beautiful fabric. As they returned to the eastern half of the merchant district, near Master Loe's house, they found Zario and Gehrin paused in front of one of the shops. Sweet smells wafted deliciously through the air. Zario caught sight of Kasai and Gehrin and waved a small pouch of coins in the air. "Let's get Uban on our way home," he said. Gehrin and Kasai caught up with them, staring into the open doors of the shop, which revealed all manner of mouth-watering packages. Uban was Zario and Gehrin's favorite. Soft squares of lime or lemon that melted away on the tongue. Gehrin's favorite was kiji, little cakes flavored with mint and jasmine leaves. His father had often brought them home for Gehrin's mother, and her eyes had always sparkled as she opened the package, sneaking a bite of the soft cake before breaking off a small piece for each of her sons. Hige, the owner of the shop, appeared from the back room and smiled when he saw the children ogling over the sweets. "Greetings. Shall I wrap some uban for you this fine morning, Lord Zario? Or perhaps some kiji?" He offered a wink at Gehrin. His northern Malekian accent gave his words a rough edge. "Lady Kasai, would you like a mint kruka?" Zario bowed slightly. "Many thanks, but not until after lessons." "Ah, yes. Best not to have sticky fingers around Master Loe's books," replied Hige. "But I will hold a package for you. Come back at the end of the day." Gehrin did not want to wait for the sweets. The delicious smells were making him salivate as he ogled the small packages on the shelves. He hurried after Kasai and his brothers with no small amount of regret. Leaving behind the sweet smells of Hige's shop, the children turned down a small lane paved with dark slate. The front doors of Master Loi's home were open, and inside all the partition walls had also been opened and slid to the side to make room for the small crowd of children who would soon fill the space. Master Loi's house was one of the few on the street that had 2 floors, the wooden staircase at the back leading up into the scholar's private study and bedroom. None of the students were allowed upstairs. Gehrin took off his shoes and stepped onto the smooth wooden floor. The rune Gehrin was painted on the doorway. The bold lines of the rune meant strong land. Gehrin traced it with his eyes before stepping past it and into the room. Gehrin and Zario began unstacking the seat cushions from the side of the room and laying them out. Within a few seconds, Gehrin had smacked Zario in the back with one, and Zario was turning to him with a threat on his lips. With a smile, Gehrin went to help him. "Master Loi will hear you," he reminded his brothers quietly. Zario lowered his clenched fist, and Gehrin laid down the cushions sheepishly. After the cushions, the boys set out small writing desks in front of each student's place. Gehrin leaned close to Gehrin after glancing toward the stairs. "Do you think he'll make us practice runes today?" Gehrin offered a low hum of affirmation. Gehrin sighed and set the next quill down on the writing desk with a little more force. The middle brother had never been suited for sitting long hours at Master Loi's lessons. Kasai lowered herself onto one of the cushions, setting her walking stick to the side and laying out parchment and ink on the small desk. Gehrin sat in front of her. Slowly other students arrived and began to trickle in, taking their places around the room. Gehrin sat next to Kasai and watched them. Most of them were sons and daughters of lesser counselors and nobles, a few merchants. Gehrin and his brothers were the only children of a high counselor, except one, Itaki Ujo, the son of the merchant high counselor Bari Ujo. Itaki swept into the room in a blue silk sari, the long tunic nearly reaching his knees, embroidered with gold falcons and silver flowers, in a statement of his father's vast wealth. His white slippers peeked out from beneath the silver hem of his trousers, and he walked across the room to an open desk. He had 3 brushes made from soft white goat hair, laid carefully to the side of his parchment, each one a different size. Gehrin had always been impressed that no matter how long they practiced runes on the lesson day, Itaki somehow managed to keep his sari and hands completely clean. Not a single ink drop made its way outside his parchment. Gehrin's hands were always splattered with black ink after drawing runes, often accompanied by a streak across his face from brushing his hair away from his eyes. There was a tug on Gehrin's sleeve. Kasai leaned close to him, her breath tickling his ear. "I'm surprised that Itaki's brushes aren't made of gold, too," she said. "No wonder his runes are always perfect." "Your runes are always perfect, too, Kasai," replied Gehrin. It was true. Kasai's family was the poorest of all the students, but she was one of Master Loi's favorites. Her runes were always beautiful, sweeping black lines of ink that danced across the parchment. "You're wearing a Feth amulet again today," Gehrin observed, watching the small iron bauble dangle from Kasai's wrist. She waved it in the air between them. "Mother's convinced a crow will fly across my path today. She's been searching for dark messengers in her tea leaves the past 2 days, and today one of the leaves had a small dark spot." Kasai grinned and shrugged. "The first runes are the most powerful, and I am her only child. If Feth was meant to guard a house against dark messengers, why not a human?" Gehrin smiled back. Kasai's mother was well known to be a devout believer in all signs, both good and evil, and was often attempting to imitate the foresight of the Mohars. She held a near godlike reverence for Master Loi, and asked Kasai to repeat her lessons every evening. Gehrin had only met her once, but it had left a lasting impression as he had watched the woman's overeager solicitation for Master Loi's opinion of something she had discovered in her morning tea leaves. Master Loi had often spoken of the tea leaves and bone readings that were commonplace among Katesha's healers. He maintained that understanding the runes and the power that they bestowed on worthy scholars of their truths was a much more rewarding study. Gehrin knew that if she were allowed into these lessons, Yrrit might disagree. The old Mohar's leather pouch of finger bones had never left her belt, but he had never seen her studying tea leaves. The stairs creaked, and Master Loi's slippered feet came into view. His robes were the scholar white. A red belt with long tassels reaching nearly to the floor wrapped around his thin waist. His wispy hair swept loosely to the top of his head, the same style as Councillor Halix's, but his forehead had lost much of its covering as he aged, and the thin gray strands arrived at a sharp point in the center. His beard was much whiter, neatly trimmed and ending at the center of his chest. He wore one bronze medallion around his neck, far less adornment than most of the country's famed scholars, who often preferred gaudy embellishments of gold and jewels. Master Lowy maintained the simpler attire of a man who traveled widely and often, pausing for brief periods in between to teach the youth of Keld. In the center of Lowy's medallion was a deep carving of Hari, the rune of wisdom. He leaned on a dark wood staff as he descended the stairs. Master Lowy surveyed his gathered students with a discerning eye, taking in the state of each of them. Not a thread of their clothing escaped his notice. Gehrin saw his brother Gehrin fidget slightly in front of him, pulling hastily at his tunic. "Gehrin Halix." Reluctant, Gehrin stood up from his desk and bowed. "Yes, master." The old scholar's white eyebrows furrowed in scrutiny. "If you were concerned about your state of dress, perhaps you might have fixed it prior to my entering the room." Gehrin's cheeks flushed hotly. "Yes, Master Lowy." At the wave of the scholar's hand, he sat back down on his cushion. Zario poked him in the side, and Gehrin gave him a glare. Master Lowy leaned forward, supported by his staff. The old man's light frame was swathed in his light linen tunic and robes, giving him the appearance of frailty, but every student knew that a smack in the legs by his staff would bring a harsh bruise. The scholar tapped his staff against the floor. "Let us begin our day with the first runes. We name them the runes of prosperity," Gehrin recited with the others. "Ata, Hijo, Terra, Hari, Hiba, Mu." "And of protection, Hili, Veth, Gera, Kef, Kri, Tol." Master Lowy tapped his staff again. "Doubtless you have all heard of the execution that took place on the Bloodstones yesterday. I have been told that some of you were in attendance. The sons of Councillor Halix, I believe." Hushed whispers drifted around the room, and Gehrin felt the eyes of the other students on him. While his brothers shifted uncomfortably in their seats, Gehrin met the scholar's gaze. If Master Lowy intended to scold him, it was deserved. Beside him, Kasai touched his knee. Gehrin knew he would owe her an explanation later. She would want to know everything. Master Lowy fixed the second brother with his whiskered gaze. "Tell us, Gehrin, who was the man executed?" "A betrayer. His name is not worthy." "Ah, yes, a name is a terrible thing to lose, and you have given a fitting answer. Who were his executions, Zario?" Straightening his shoulders, Zario's voice was proud and clear. "The Geratelhai, master, the greatest servants of the king." Master Lowy frowned. "The greatest servants? How is one servant greater than another?" Zario wilted slightly. "They are the most powerful warriors who protect the king from evil." Walking to one end of the room, Master Lowy left the students to ponder as he retrieved a small stool for himself. Placing it carefully in front of the children, he sat, arranging his robes around him. His staff leaned comfortably against his left shoulder. "Kasai, are the Geratelhai greater than the king's other servants?" She hesitated. "They are the strongest, master, but all who serve the king with a loyal heart are great servants in his eyes. We must all use the gifts we have to serve the best that we can." A small smile appeared beneath Master Lowy's mustache. "As expected of you, Kasai, a kind thought for those who have had no tales of glory told about them. Gehrin Halix." Gehrin looked up from where he had been writing notes on his paper. "Master?" "The nameless man betrayed his king and spilled innocent blood. Do you believe his sentence was just?" A hushed tension fell over the room. It was a question filled with the threats of blasphemy. To question the king's judgment was unthinkable, especially against the terrible offender. Gehrin set down his quill and ignored the stares of the students around him. He took a breath, pushing away the fluttering in his stomach. He had listened to Master Lowy's lessons, and he was prepared to answer. "Master, the greatest sin is to give in to evil.
This man did not spill blood to defend, but shed it in innocence and betrayal. There can be nothing good in a man whose heart is dark. The bloodstones will cleanse his blood in the earth, because he cannot cleanse his own." Gehrin remembered the man's eyes. "He is Akka. His name is not worthy." The old scholar was nodding his approval. "To shed innocent blood and betray a master or a friend stains the earth until the stones themselves call for vengeance. It is a forsaking of loyalty and truth for deceit and evil. King Gehrin is the father of Katesh, and our loyalty is the greatest gift we can offer to him. A king is the beating heart of his nation. The betrayal of one of his oath-sworn warriors is a knife in that beating heart." A heavy silence followed the master's words, weighted with the great evil that loomed in all their memories. A prince murdered in the safety of the palace walls less than a year before the death of the Akka who killed them. There was an awkward shuffle somewhere to Gehrin's right. On the other side of the room, Itaki's brush swept over his parchment, leaving a long stroke of black on the unsullied white. A girl named Goa spoke up behind Gehrin. "Master Lowy, who will the new king be? There's no prince now." Master Lowy folded his arms, his wide sleeves coming together to hide his hands from view. "We have studied the law. What is written about the succession of kings?" Itaki's brush clicked against the wood of his desk. "If the king cannot produce an heir from his own body, then his successor will be chosen from among the children of his counselors. The next king must be chosen from among the people." "The counselors speak for the people in the hall of the king, but they are not the people," replied Kasai. "It isn't as if the new prince can't be chosen from the street corners." Her hands were tightly clasped in her lap, and Gehrin saw her absent-mindedly cleaning one of her fingernails, the way she always did when she was thinking. Master Lowy reached for a set of small wooden tiles and placed them in his lap. He set one on the stool next to him. There was a strange feeling in the room, as if the act of speaking about the new prince profaned the memory of the first. Gehrin's own father was one of the king's most trusted counselors, and it was no secret that Zario could be chosen. Several pairs of eyes around the room found Zario as well, no doubt coming to the same thought. Gehrin tried to imagine his brother sitting on the throne, the great spear of Katesh clasped in his boyish hands. "Itaki's father is a high counselor," someone said quietly. "It could be him." The son of Beri Ujo continued his brush strokes, his face empty. Gehrin wondered if the idea of being king would please him. Surely his father would be pleased. Any of their fathers would be pleased to have a son on the throne. "Only the king knows who he will choose," Zario said, his shoulders square. "My father will be loyal to the king, no matter what he decides." "Loyalty is easy enough to give when you have much to gain," replied Itaki, finally lifting his gaze from the parchment. "A king who is only a wolf will lose when he cannot match the fox's cunning." The two boys glowered at each other, and Gehrin marked the difference between them. Zario was fierce, hot fire, barely contained, the flames dancing dangerously close to the edge of a blacksmith's forge. Itaki Ujo was cold, dark ice at the edges of the ocean, a promise of winter's deadly bite. "Only if the fox is as cunning as he believes himself to be." Kasai smiled in Itaki's direction. He ignored her, but his jaw tightened. Gehrin poked her in the side. "Balance." Master Lowy's voice brought silence back to the room. Zario and Itaki settled back to their desks, angry gaze torn apart from each other. All eyes shifted back to the old man on the stool, who had stacked the wooden tiles one atop the next, until it stood over a handspan tall. Gehrin relaxed a little now that Itaki and his brother were no longer glaring death at each other. Master Lowy placed one final tile on top of the stack. "The king has trusted counselors. We must seek justice, but also mercy. Balance. We have runes to protect and to prosper. The Maleki people offer their enemies a closed fist and their friends an open hand. Balance. A kingdom cannot survive without balance, for in it there is stability. At the foundations of the kingdom lies one man, within whom lies the greatest balance of all. He must not be solely wolf or fox, but both at once. Why?" Master Lowy watched them all beneath his whiskery white eyebrows. No one answered.
Kasai, perhaps you would like to tell us. Sitting up a little straighter, Kasai seemed to be completely unfazed by the tension in the room.
Yes, master. The wolf is fierce and bold, and the fox is cunning and crafty. The king must be both, for they temper each other.
A warlord and a king. On his shoulders rests the stability of our people. Master Lowy reached down the stack next to him and placed his thumb and forefinger on the sides of the bottom tile. But that balance can be disrupted. Without the strength and wisdom of the king, Katesh is weak. He pulled the tile, and the tower crumbled, the tiles clattering across the floor. The throne is a great and heavy burden, and it takes great strength to rule. Many men believe they are capable of its weight, he said, glancing toward Itaki and then at Zario, but only a few have proven themselves equal to the task. Gehrin reached down and picked up a tile that had landed near his cushion. The carved rune on its face caught against the pad of his thumb. It seemed like the whole world was perched on the edge of a cliff, waiting for the king's choice. The crown prince's death hovered over the city like a dark cloud, and a new one must be chosen. Gehrin didn't want Zario to be a crown prince. He didn't want his brother to leave their house and become the son of the king. He could feel his father's stern disapproval in his mind. If the king chose Zario, it would be an honor. His brother would sit on the great throne in the palace and rule all of Katesh. The throne is a great and heavy burden. It must be heavy if someone was willing to kill a prince. The rest of the lesson passed without further incident, and Gehrin threw his full attention into his brush when Master Lowy set them to practicing runes. The old scholar was vigilant, roaming the room quiet as a cat, as his students filled their parchment with small black symbols. More than one student felt the rap of his hollow switch against their knuckles for a wayward curve or wobbly line. Gehrin finished the final stroke of Terra and laid his brush aside, his hand tightening in a cramp. Gehrin had received his second scolding from Master Lowy for the excess of ink wasted on his hands, a sharp rap of the stick against his fingers. The wet bristles of the brush were slippery, black ink seeping out into the small tray of water Gehrin crouched over outside. He brought his own and Kasai's, taking great care to rinse them over and over until the cloudy water changed to clear. Kasai's brush was ancient, made from a bone handle instead of wood. A tiny Hari rune was carved in the side to bring its owner wisdom. He wondered if that was why she knew the answers to so many of Master Lowy's questions. "Hurry up." The boy behind him prodded Gehrin's leg with the toe of his shoe. Gehrin stood up and bobbed his head in a brief apology, shuffling back around the side of the house. Kasai met him at the door, both of their bundles in her hand, walking staff tucked under her armpit. Zario pushed past them and dropped 2 coins in Gehrin's hand. "Gehrin and I are going to get Uban. Get something for yourself and Kasai on the way home." Gehrin jostled him, and the 2 older boys took off running down the street. They would spend the next 2 hours training with the Telhai Spearmaster. Gehrin would join them for the last hour. When he was 12, he would spend 2 hours a day training as well. He did not wish to lose another hour of his day building calluses on his palms, but it was expected of him to learn. As Kasai was about to step down into the street, Itaki moved in front of her smoothly, his brushes tucked away in a leather satchel at his belt. Kasai nearly tumbled as she turned to stop her forward momentum, her weak leg buckling slightly. Itaki's cold, fox-like eyes flickered over the walking staff. "You were right. The fox must be careful he does not overestimate his cunning." Gehrin's own surprise matched the expression on Kasai's face. She opened her mouth to answer, but Itaki waved his hand to stop her from speaking, the fox eyes scrutinizing her, narrowing. "The most dangerous game of all is played by the flea behind the wolf's ear, imagining itself powerful because it sucks at powerful blood." He glanced at Gehrin, then back at Kasai. "Be careful, little flea." He spoke with the same venom Gehrin had seen other nobles use in conversation with his father. His father was right. The nobles were not wolves or foxes, but snakes, hidden in the brush to strike at unwary hands that wandered too close. Itaki turned to leave, but Gehrin reached out and caught the blue silk sleeve of his sari, stopping the older boy in his tracks. "You will remove your hand," Itaki said. Gehrin straightened his shoulders and squeezed his eyebrows together, the way Zario did when he was angry. "You will not speak to her in that way." "I will speak in whatever way I please. That is the privilege of my birth." Itaki pulled his arm free.
She would do well to remember her place, as I remember mine. She is under my father's protection, and she is a student of Master Lowy, replied Gehrin, anger coiling in the pit of his stomach and through his arms. And she is my friend. Ataki brushed his sleeve. Your father is generous with his patronage. I wonder what profit it will bring him. The tension in Gehrin's hands curled his fists, but a soft touch from Kasai on his arm stopped him as Ataki walked away. The walking staff tapped against the stone path as Kasai entered the street, heading in opposite direction to the rude Ujo boy. Gehrin hurried to catch up with her. The moment of tension faded from his limbs, leaving behind a strange tingling of unspent energy. He glanced at Kasai from the corner of his eye. Her eyes glimmered. Fishing the 2 coins out of a fold in his belt, Gehrin held them up. Hige was saving sweets for us, he said. Kasai nodded, lifting her chin as they headed toward the delicious-smelling shop at the end of the street. As soon as they came within sight, the big man inside smiled, his eyes twinkling. Master Gehrin, Lady Kasai. Cradling in his huge hands, Hige held a small package tied with blue string. Waiting for his young customers, Gehrin accepted the package from Hige and opened it to find 3 small kiji cakes and 4 squares of uban nestled inside. The sweet smell wrapped him in familiar comfort, and Gehrin reached for his coins. None of that, young master. That's a gift. Gehrin smiled. Many thanks, Master Hige. The man scoffed, pleased. I am no such thing, and I am pleased to do what little I can in memory of your honored mother. You both enjoy your sweets now. The 2 children left the shop and found a quiet street corner where they could eat beneath the tiled eaves of a shop. On the street, a man hurried past toward the noble district, pulling a small wheeled cart, its load of wood tied down tightly with rope. Gehrin opened the paper package and tucked the string away in his belt. Later, he would use it to play with Irie and the kittens that lived in the corner of the stable. He dug a square of the sticky uban out and handed it to Kasai, who took a nibble and sucked her cheeks together at the tartness. The tangy yellow scent wafted between them. Gehrin inhaled a deep whiff of the kiji before biting into the soft, chewy rice cake. Mint and jasmine swirled together on his tongue, familiar and comforting. Kasai licked her fingers. Ataki would not be a good king. Gehrin reached for a second cake, considering. No, I don't think so, he agreed. The king was father to all, from the highest counselor to the lowest child in the gutter. Ataki would not want to be that kind of king. Kasai reached into the package in Gehrin's hand and pulled out another uban square, the yellow sweet clinging to her fingers as she lifted it to her lips. What if the king chooses you? A pause, and Gehrin slowly stopped chewing. I will not be chosen. Zaryo is the eldest, and Gehrin only a year younger. The thought of the king choosing him almost made him laugh. Zaryo is going to be a warrior. Kasai nodded. Yes, but a king is more than a warrior. If you were a king, I think you would be a good one. You are strong and kind. She laughed. And I could be a counselor. You draw an empty bucket, Gehrin said, smiling despite himself. It was true. Kasai's imaginings were just that, empty, and he was glad. He didn't want to sit on a throne in the palace. Kasai looked down the street, her eyes locked on something far away, as if she were still imagining the older version of herself, dressed in a counselor's robe. The silver tassels hung about her waist. But her dreaming did not keep her tongue still for long. She pulled the last uban from the paper. I can't believe you watched the execution. What was it like? Was your father terribly angry? Gehrin's hand froze. The traitor's dark eyes fixed him to the ground, and something pulled at Gehrin's feet from beneath. He shivered involuntarily. I don't want to speak of it today. Hiding her disappointment behind a carefree grin, Kasai flipped her braid over her shoulder. Yes, I suppose it would draw an evil spirit, but you must promise to tell me soon. Tomorrow. I will. Kasai rose, using her walking staff and the wall behind her to lever her weight upright. She fixed Gehrin with a pointed stare. Promise? Humoring her, Gehrin lifted 2 fingers to his forehead and then touched hers. I swear it. Tomorrow? Satisfied with the promise sealed with Gehrin's life at stake, Kasai set off down the road with a wave, her 5th amulet swinging around her neck. Gehrin watched until she disappeared into the long alleyway that ran past her house. She was a strange force of nature in herself, as if Shirai had formed a tiny whirlwind over the sea and fashioned it into a girl. Despite their differences, Kasai had never questioned Gehrin's quiet observance of the world. She had simply inserted herself into his life and took on the mantle of friend, without demanding anything of him, except the same loyalty in return. A fierce protector of the simple and beautiful things in the world, she had opened Gehrin's eyes to many things that before had gone unnoticed. Colors were brighter around Kasai, as if her presence sparked in them a greater vibrance. No one could hide even the smallest wound from her searching gaze. He had once seen her stop to bind the knee of a young street urchin, who had fallen in his haste to escape the wheels of a merchant's wagon. The bright glow of Akatar had dimmed a little by the time Gehrin stood up, the package empty in his hand. He tucked it into his belt and walked down the street away from the market district. His sandals made soft indents in the dirt. A woman veiled in red passed him, and he carefully stepped out of her way. The tiny bells strapped around her ankles and wrists chimed musically as she walked. Gehrin noted the red-inked claw tattoos over her delicate hands. Witches of Ordrath were not uncommon in the city. He had seen them before, and they always fascinated him. He saw her black-lined eyes lower to look at him as she stepped past, beautiful even through the light veil. No doubt she was on her way to a noble house to bring pleasure or read bones. Gehrin wondered if Yrith had been veiled and beautiful like that once, when she was younger. He continued down the street, but he passed by the road that led to his home district, drawn back closer to the city gates. When the darkness grew heavier, they would close, opening again at the day's first light. The city gates were massive things made of wood and iron, as tall as 5 men standing on each other's shoulders. The iron bands running the width of the doors were spiked on the outside with great iron teeth. No army would be able to breach them. Gehrin walked past the watchman, who paid him no mind, and stopped just outside the gate. He crouched down, squatting on his heels and leaning on his elbows on his knees. He had gone as far as he dared. 100 paces or more away from him, and the wooden X still bore its gruesome burden. The man's body was a strange shade of gray, littered with bruises. The deep red that had poured from the spear wounds the day before had darkened to a blackish stain. The man's head hung down, his chin touching his chest and veiled by stringy black hair. Tiny black flies buzzed incessantly around the body, intoxicated by the smell and taste of death. Gehrin pulled his tunic up to cover his nose, but he could not look away. Annoyed with himself for returning, and yet inexplicably fascinated by the grotesque view. Hugging his arms to his chest, Gehrin shivered as the first echoes of the night's coming chill reached his small body. Akka. He spoke the word in his mind. Then a darker one. Hasuya. A name that was no more. The earth had taken it back with the man's blood. A name that was forbidden to pass the lips of any man, woman, or child who had known him. Had this man once dreamed of becoming a Garatelhai? Had he thrown his spear into a bale of hay? Had his father been proud of him? To kill the son of his king, what dark evil had taken hold of him? Had he known that by the blood staining his hands he had condemned his wife and children to death as well? Their bodies were no doubt buried in some unmarked grave beyond the city walls, exiled for eternity. No one would visit them and place an offering of remembrance on the stone the way Gehrin often did for his mother. He should not have come here. Another shiver, and Gehrin reached forward and drew a rune in the soft ground. Ili, to guard the heart against evil. The first rune was powerful. Surely it would protect him. Gehrin pushed himself up on stiff legs and turned away from the dead man. He did not slow his steps again until he had reached his father's house. Shadows curled around the path like writhing snakes, and the deep blackness of the world closed in on Gehrin as he was driven forward. His feet moved without command, and he held out his hands like a blind man groping in eternal darkness. Whispers surrounded him, but he could make out no words. He heard the flapping of wings behind him, and when he turned to look, he saw nothing but the shadows. On the path ahead of him, dark streams of water trickled across the smooth stone, and he knelt, thirsty. His fingers touched the water, but when he drew it close, they were stained red. Horrified, he stared down at the water that was not water. The stain spread across his hands. Gehrin stood up and searched the darkness but saw no one. He opened his mouth to speak, but his tongue felt strange. He touched it and felt only empty space. A scream tore from him, and he backed away from the rivers of blood at his feet. He choked and coughed, and the blood splattered his hands. Turning to run, he froze in terror. The wooden X stood close enough to touch, and on it the dead man hung, his body marred by the bruises and wounds from rocks and spears. Blood poured from him down onto the stones beneath, running back to the path Gehrin had just left. Gehrin could not breathe. His lungs refused the air. A raven flew across his vision, an ink splotch in the darker night. "His name is not worthy," it crowed. Gehrin's lips moved in response, even though no sound came from his empty mouth. "His name is not worthy." The dead man's eyes opened. The ropes binding him to the wooden beam fell away like ash. Gehrin couldn't breathe, and the shadows swirled around him, filling his nose and mouth as the man reached for his throat. Gehrin surged awake, trying to drag as much air into his constricted lungs as he could. The room was black, and someone's hand covered his face. He tried to push it away, opening his mouth to call for help. He thrashed, his arms knocking a bowl off the table beside his bed. It clattered to the floor as a wad of cloth was shoved in between Gehrin's teeth, and strong hands pinned his arms to his chest. Something rough was pulled over his head, and he was lifted from the bed and slung over a broad shoulder. Gehrin struggled to free his arms and kicked, crying out around the gag. He heard a grunt of the man carrying him, and then something hard connected with his face. The pain welled up fresh and sharp, and Gehrin was sick to his stomach. Still, he struggled even as the soft breeze touched his exposed legs, and he realized they were outside the house. He lurched backwards as he dropped from the man's shoulder. Rough wood beneath him prickled against his skin. Rope was looped around his hands and feet and pulled tight. Something closed above him, and the little light filtering through the sack disappeared. Once more, Gehrin found himself in utter darkness. Chapter 3. And to the firstborn were given runes of protection and prosperity, a gift of Shirai to keep the balance of the world true. The firstborn and the weaving of the world. The ropes had begun to chafe against Gehrin's wrists hours ago. He curled into himself as much as the small space would allow. The box was still as dark as it had been when he'd been shut inside, and no daylight filtered through the tiny cracks. He could hear the clatter of hooves, and the box shook slightly, sometimes lurching to one side or the other. He had heard nothing from his captors. The last voice he had heard was Theory's bidding him good night as he fell asleep. He tried to imagine the sound, soft and soothing, familiar. The string he'd saved for Irie was still nestled in his pocket. His father must have enemies, although Gehrin could hardly imagine anyone daring to kidnap one of his sons. His father was a favored advisor to the king of Katesh, and would be a powerful adversary for anyone who was foolish enough to cross him. Slavery did not make sense to Gehrin either. Who would steal a noble's son from his bed to be a slave? Gehrin had considered the possibility that he was not the only member of his family to be in this situation, but he quickly banished the thought. Surely he would have heard a struggle if someone had tried to take Zario. His brother was much stronger than he was and slept with a wooden spear by his side. He was almost a man, and he would not have gone so easily into the night. The sharp bite of shame filled Gehrin. He should have fought harder to free himself instead of bringing dishonor to his father's house. Trapped in a wooden box, bound hand and foot like a thief, what would his family say when they awoke to find him missing from his bed? No doubt his father would question everyone in the household. Theory would cry for him. That much he knew, and the thought gave him a small amount of comfort. Perhaps even Gehrin would cry. Irie would look for him in his room, her dark eyes wide and confused. Zario would not cry, because he was almost a man. And in the darkness of the little box, bumping along some unknown road, Gehrin had never felt more like a small boy. Tears squeezed out of his eyes and dripped down his cheeks. He impatiently tried to sweep them away, but his bound hands bumped against his still tender face, and he winced. He choked back a sob, the fear and slow torture of the lurching movements, driving him further away from his determination to stay strong. Shame retreated in the face of self-pity. Gehrin whimpered softly, nursing his bruised face in his hands as best he could. He even longed for the gruff familiarity of Irit's ministrations. As the hours passed, he began to drift in and out of the tiny space his world had been reduced to. He reached up and tried stroking his own hair. It was a poor substitute for the memory of his mother's gentle caress. But if he squeezed his eyes tightly shut, he could imagine her long hair combed into silky waves, her smile tinted with the deep red color she always tapped against her lips from the little clay pot on her table. He remembered how soft her hands were. He remembered watching her die. He slammed his bound fists against the side of the box. His muscles seized and his chest closed beneath the grip of some invisible terror. He hit the wooden walls of his prison again and again, shrieking past the gag in his mouth and the horrid, thick dryness of his tongue. The dirty cloth tasted like sweat and dust, and the stale flavor had crept down the back of his throat. As he cried out, he choked in disgust on his own spit and phlegm. The sound of the hoofbeats clopped on. The box lurched, and light filtered through the cracks, then faded, and Gehrin cried. He slammed against the wood until blood ran down his wrists from both the chafing ropes and the slivers embedded in his hands. He raged until exhaustion wore him down to a limp defeat, sinking back against the boards beneath his head. He heard the soft snort of a horse. He shivered, the last reserves of his terror pulling at his body. Was he going to die? The dead man's eyes bored into the back of his memory like spears. The man's wife and children were dead for his treachery. Gehrin shook his head wildly. His father was one of the king's most loyal counselors. He could not even imagine a world where his father was executed for treason, and yet he wondered if the Akka's children had believed the same. Perhaps they had been carted away in the dead of night, ripped from their warm beds and locked inside wooden boxes just like he was. Death seemed to be chasing him, but he could make no sense of it. Try as he might, it was too vast for his young mind to understand. The priest had said his mother had been lifted to the stars. Master Lowy talked about death as though it were a passage between one life and another, a dark channel into some higher realm. To Gehrin, it was only a disappearance. His teeth had worn grooves in the wad of cloth, and the last tears dried into caked trails on his cheeks. He was spent, and the aches and bruises that made up most of his body began to protest in earnest. Gehrin uncurled one finger from his fists and reached out to the wall of his box, drawing a square with a dot in the center. Veth. 2 diagonal lines with a dot below. Kree. A long line with 2 others crossing its center, a dot below. Kef. He continued drawing each rune against the dim wooden board. Gera. Tol. His fingers paused, and he tried to swallow past the horrible desert that was his throat. He had gone back to see the Akka's dead body. He had looked upon evil not once but twice. He remembered the tainted water in his father's cup, and in the fresh memory of his father's lesson, he had walked back to the city gate and opened himself to be tainted. Gehrin pressed his finger against the wood. Healy. How foolish he had been to ward himself against evil, as if it would protect him from the darkness he invited into himself. He imagined Master Lowy's disappointed frown. Runes are powerful. They are not meant for trivial use. Misusing them invites evil as easily as using them in good faith repels it. Gehrin's body lurched along with the movement of the wagon now, as if he were becoming one with his tiny prison. Time had slowed to something indistinguishable, weighed down by his guilt. He reached out his finger to the wall again. If he did not understand the lesson, he must repeat it until it was written in his mind. Master Lowy would have given him paper and quill and instructed him to list the runes until he dreamed them. Runes of protection. Feth, Kree, Kef, Gera, Tol, Ili. Runes of prosperity. Ata, Hijo, Terra, Iba, Hari, Mul. Feth, Kree, Kef, Gera, Tol, Ili, Ata, Hijo, Terra, Iba, Hari, Mul, Veth, Kree, Kef, Gera, Tol, Ili. When sleep claimed him, Gehrin's dreams were filled with runes. When he woke again, he set his fingers to the wood, drawing the first line of Feth. At some point in the endless night of the box, Gehrin finally lost the tight control of his bladder. His legs were sticky with dried urine. He buried his face beneath his hands the moment the lurching movement stopped and the lid above him was lifted. The light blinded him as large hands closed around his arms and lifted him from the box. A sack was pulled over his head once again, giving his eyes welcome relief. He nestled into the shoulder of whoever was carrying him, but that small comfort was quickly denied him as he was passed down to someone else. He heard a sniff and a sharp intake of breath, a woman's voice, brisk and sharp.
"Aisht, the smell of these boys. Take him to the third cell."
Gehrin was dropped to his feet and half dragged across the cold stone floor. His body could not uncurl itself from the position he had held for so long, and his knees and hips groaned under the forgotten effort of supporting his body. He gasped as fiery needles raced up and down his legs. He stumbled as the ground disappeared beneath his foot and he was hauled backwards. He quickly realized he was going down steps. Gehrin was unable to tentatively feel his way forward, and his body reacted with a faint surge of adrenaline as he was hurried down the broad stairs. Their footsteps echoed faintly as they reached the bottom and were once again on flat stone. The hand on Gehrin's shoulder hauled him sharply to the left, and there was a brief pause, the scrape of a key, and then a door somewhere near Gehrin's feet creaked as it opened. He was shoved forward, his hands guided to a wooden stick. He felt around and realized that another wooden stick was placed below it, a ladder. On shaking limbs, Gehrin descended, and 8 steps later, his foot struck the ground. The sound of wood scraping, and then the door closed above him. He reached out, but his fingers only found empty air. The ladder was gone. Inside the dark sack, Gehrin could hear nothing but the sound of his breathing, quick and shallow, from the exertion of moving his stiff body. He stood quietly, waiting. He didn't know what for. The world above him was silent. There were clearly no answers to be found here. Not yet. He pulled the sack over his head and dropped it to the floor. Down below his feet was a scattering of fresh straw. He spread out his toes over the stalks, relishing the feel of something other than rough wood. Beneath the straw was dark gray stone, which ran in every direction. Large stone blocks formed 4 walls around him. The only light allowed into the cell was from the iron grate in the door that had closed above him in the ceiling. Another prison, but this one was large enough for him to move in. Gehrin moved to the farthest wall and sank down against the cool blocks. He pulled at the gag. It was knotted tightly at the back of his head, but he was determined. He bit back a yelp as his fingertips sent sharp lances of pain through his hands. The ends of his fingers were raw and scraped, evidence of the hours he had spent tracing runes in the wood. He shook his head, clearing his mind of the runes for the moment. He was finally able to see, and he was determined to use that to his advantage. Taking stock of the condition of his body, he discovered that, except for his fingertips and the bruises still covering his face from his previous injury, he was unharmed. When he was finally able to work the gag free, he was more concerned with the state of his parched throat and swollen tongue. There was no source of water in the cell. An empty bucket sat in one corner, but he gathered that it was most likely there for human waste, which brought him back to the unpleasant state of his breeches. He reached for the laces at the front, which was more difficult with his hands still bound. After a brief struggle and falling sideways into the straw, Gehrin managed to work his legs free and kick the offensive item of clothing away from him. He lay in the straw, panting with the effort, left in his loincloth and long tunic, which at least covered half of his legs. He tried to wet his lips with his spit, but there was very little. His mind wandered to the barrel of rainwater in the corner of his father's courtyard, and how he and his brothers would drink so greedily that water spilled down over their tunics. Were they searching for him? He had no understanding of the time that had passed between his capture and his arrival in the new cell. Perhaps a day, perhaps 2. It seemed only a few heartbeats since he had sat down under the eaves to eat kiji cakes, and yet it could also have been an age ago. Gehrin frowned down at his hands. Kasai had made him promise. Would he ever be able to tell her about what he'd seen that day on the Bloodstones? It was the origin of the evil that had befallen him since. It must be. Huddling against the wall, Gehrin pulled his mind away from the unclean memories that plagued him and focused on the stone blocks that made up his cell. Without anything else to occupy his time, he began to count them. Nin, Ru, Yan, Leaf, Yul, Haya. 6 stone blocks high. He counted again. Nin, Ru, Yan, Leaf, Yul, Haya, Saba, Kajin. 8 blocks wide. It was not a small cell. It was almost half the size of his own room. Gehrin frowned, a soft sound reaching his ears. It was a tapping noise from somewhere beyond the trapdoor. It was so quiet it might have been a drip of water. The tapping noise stopped. He held his breath, waiting. Tap, tap, tap. Gehrin managed to lift himself off the floor and walked over to stand beneath the iron grate of the trapdoor. The tapping stopped again after a few heartbeats, and then resumed. It was not above him. "Is someone there?" He cast his voice into the space above his cell, as loudly as he dared, unwilling to call down the wrath of whoever might be guarding him. The tapping stopped. Gehrin waited, but it did not start again. He called out once more, but there was still no answer. A strange emptiness filled him. For a moment he had almost believed himself not alone. He returned to his place along the far wall, gathering the straw into a little pile and curling up like a mouse in a nest, tucking his bound hands beneath his head. He bit his lip against the sting as the cords rubbed against his raw wrists, and tears burned the edges of his eyes. But there was so little water left in his body, none would fall. He stared across the cell at the wall. Slowly the light from the trapdoor dimmed, and Gehrin watched the still darkness. The sound of creaking hinges woke Gehrin so suddenly that he scrambled to the corner, scattering his bed of straw in every direction. Chest heaving, he watched as the ladder descended into the cell, thunking against the stone. He waited for some monster to appear to drag him out into the bloodstones or back into the wooden box. A small sandaled foot stepped tentatively down to the first rung of the ladder, followed by another. Gehrin sat frozen in shock as the boy's head appeared at the top of the body that lowered into his cell. He gaped, mouth open, as the other child turned to face him. A boy. A boy like him? He choked back a sob, unsure how to react. The boy's face melted into an expression of grave concern. Stepping forward slowly, he held out his hand and set down a small bucket that sloshed when it reached the floor. "I brought water for you," the boy said softly. He dipped a small ladle into the bucket and held it toward Gehrin. Terrified, Gehrin stared at the clear liquid, then back at the boy. Seeming to understand his distress, the boy lifted the dipper to his own lips and sipped. Once again he held it out to Gehrin. The fear began to crumble as Gehrin's weak and parched body sensed the closeness of relief. He wanted to grab the dipper out of the boy's hand, to drink like a ravenous beast. He reached out slowly, fingers brushing over the other boy's as he took the ladle. The water touched his lips, and he nearly cried. The rush of cool liquid over his lips, tongue, and throat had never tasted so sweet, so full of life and magic as that drink did. When he finished what was in the ladle, the boy immediately offered him another, and he drank his fill again. He would have asked for more, but the boy put the ladle back into the bucket. "Slowly," he said, with a generous smile. "I will return with more soon." Gehrin found his voice somewhere in the sated desert of his mouth. "Are you a prisoner too?" he asked, his voice cracking beneath its unfamiliar use. The boy stood, lifting the bucket. "I am Jai. I will come back with water again." As he turned to go back to the ladder, Gehrin leaned forward and grasped hold of the edge of the boy's long tunic, desperation driving his weak body. "Please," he whispered, "don't leave." With a smooth motion, the boy turned and knelt, placing a hand on Gehrin's shoulder. "I will return." He held 2 fingers to his forehead, and then to Gehrin's. "I swear it." Releasing the tunic, Gehrin leaned onto the cold floor as the boy ascended the ladder, clutching the promise to himself. He had failed to keep a promise, but he was weak and evil. The boy had brought him water and life. He was good. Jai. The door slammed shut. Jai kept his promise, and before long he descended the ladder again with a bucket and the ladle, and this time he also carried a small bundle that Gehrin could smell as soon as the other boy stepped onto the floor. The bundle was opened to reveal a small leg of meat, 3 luscious grapes, and a piece of bread. It was a humble meal, but to Gehrin's eyes, not even the king of Gatesh could have enjoyed a better feast. He waited for Jai to hand him the food, and then ate slowly, his jaw stiff and aching. He was also slowed by his bound hands. He drank from the ladle of water several times, and with sustenance, the foreign vessel he had inhabited began to feel like a body of his own again. Jai watched him quietly, sitting cross-legged on the floor, with the water and food. Gehrin's mind was sharpened past the dull blur it had been since the ill-omened night, and he looked at the boy across from him more closely. Jai was no older than Gehrin himself, and he held his thin frame straight and proud. His dark eyes were set above prominent cheekbones. His black hair hung down to his shoulders, slightly wavy but combed. The boy was not a prisoner. Or perhaps, if he was, he had been released from his cell and given better treatment. 1,000 questions raced through Gehrin's mind, but he forced himself to choose one. His voice trailed off, and he took a breath to pluck his courage back from the corner where it was attempting to retreat. Am I going to die? You are not here to die. Gehrin struggled with his next words. Is my father a traitor? Jai picked up the empty food cloth and water bucket. We are all sons of Gatesh, and Shirai is our father. Confused, Gehrin opened his mouth again, but Jai shook his head. No more questions. I have to leave you, but I will return. And then he was gone. And Gehrin was sitting alone in the stone cell with only one true answer. He was not going to die. No one meant to kill him, at least not yet. But what then was the reason for his imprisonment? Was his family alive? Would he ever see Akatar's burning light again? The questions would drive him mad, and so he put them away into a room at the back of his mind. Imagine closing them in wooden boxes and storing them away in dark corners. Sometime later he heard a faint scream. The sound startled him back into his corner. He cowered as the sound of running boots thudded above his cell. Then all was quiet. Curiosity pulled Gehrin toward the trap door, but it was not strong enough to break through the fear that rooted him to the floor. The sounds he heard were too muffled to understand, but he knew something was wrong. He hoped that Jai was not the source of them. What if the other boy never returned? When all was silent again, Gehrin decided not to retreat to his straw pile. The weakness in his body pulled his mind toward a defeated despair. The water and food were not enough. He needed to move, to run. He tried running from one end of his cell to the other, but it was too short a distance to truly stretch his legs. He relieved himself in the empty bucket in the corner, wrinkling his nose at the stale smell of the breeches still wadded up next to it. He disliked the endless quiet, the nothingness of waiting. His brothers had often tried to teach him to enjoy doing nothing. It might have been a lesson worth learning. But there were others that might occupy his time. Moving to the center of the room, he drew in his breath, letting it fill his chest and lungs. He sank into one of the forms his training master had begun to teach him a few months before. Knees slightly bent, his core level with his hips. His hands were not free to follow the forms he had been taught, but he still attempted to punch forward with his fists balled within the confines of the rope. He moved through the forms, focusing on pushing strength through the core and out into his arms and hands. Once he tried punching against the stone wall, but the rock easily defeated his fists, and he shook his bruising knuckles. The trapdoor opened. Expecting to see Jai, Gehrin turned around with a word of greeting on his lips, which died as soon as he saw a tall man wearing light armor and a black cloth masking his face. Fear gripped Gehrin. He lunged backwards as the man stepped forward, reaching for his arms. He battled his fear, sucking in a deep breath and thrusting it through to his fists, punching into the man's chest. The hit barely slowed the man at all, who snatched Gehrin up over his shoulder and carried him up the ladder. In the compromised position of staring at the man's armored back, Gehrin was once again forced to accept defeat. But this time, he was not blind inside the cloth sack, and he swiveled his head from side to side, trying to make sense of the world turned upside down. A stone hallway appeared at the top of his cell. Other trapdoors lined the floor on both sides. Gehrin heard a shout from one of them, a stream of words he could not understand, but he grasped the anger in them. At the far end of the hallway, Gehrin's captor turned left and entered a wide room, closing the door and setting Gehrin down on the floor. Once again, Gehrin found himself in a slightly larger prison. There were no doors other than the one blocked by the armored guard. The walls were all stone, and there were no windows. What surprised him was the stone bath pool in the floor. Next to it was a tall woman who appeared to be near Yirit's age. Her mouth was downturned in a scowl, and she whisked toward Gehrin, knife in hand. He hadn't expected to be executed by an old woman, but Gehrin supposed old women could kill another person as well as anyone else. He backed up a step, but it wasn't fast enough to save himself. His hands were yanked upward, and she began sawing through the ropes binding his wrists. Gehrin blinked. The cords fell away, and the cool air met his raw skin with a painful bite. The woman pulled at his tunic, attempting to lift it over his head. Gehrin shrank back, locking his arms at his side. He'd only ever bathed with his brothers since his mother had died, and the thought of this strange old woman removing his clothes was an affront to his modesty. She clucked at him, irritated, and bent to look him in the eyes.
Noble Borner, no, you're going to take off those clothes and get into that water and scrub yourself until you squeak. You hear?
Nobleborn. Gehrin was confused. Did she know he was the son of a counselor?
Do you know who I am?
He managed to say. She glowered at him from wrinkle-lined eyes.
You are nothing you are not told to be.
I am Gehrin Hallex. My father—
The slap resounded through the room, and the force of it staggered Gehrin. He clasped his hands to his face, doubly bruised and staring at the old woman as old and new pain coursed through him.
You are no one.
She pressed a small pot of soap into his hand and shoved him toward the pool.
Wash.
Under her watchful eye, Gehrin removed his tunic and loincloth, trembling more from shame than the cool air. The old woman pointed at the water, and he stepped down into the shallow pool. It was warm. Small channels ran across the floor of the room between the pool and the walls, disappearing beneath the stone blocks. Gehrin eased his sore body into the water, grateful for the warmth and the small amount of privacy, away from the old woman's prying gaze. He found a rag folded at the side of the pool. With shaking hands, he opened the lid of the small soap pot and dipped his fingers into the grainy paste inside. It smelled of lemon and herbs, and the smell brought the memory of Hige's uban squares, with a bittersweet tang. He could almost taste them, as the smell invaded his mouth and nose. He scrubbed his body with the soap, noticing how the water emptying into the pool from the small floor channels was hot. The warm water was even more comforting than the food Jai had brought for him, and he could feel his stiff muscles relaxing. He turned his back to the old woman and the guard, washing himself with as much discretion as he could muster. Even as a prisoner, he was still the son of Ilba Hallex, and he would not shame his father by forgetting his family's pride, despite the old woman's ignorance. As the layers of sweat, urine, and dirt were scraped away beneath the rough soap, Gehrin began to breathe calmly, his shoulders relaxing into the water. The familiar comfort of the bath brought him bittersweet memories of home. His brothers tumbling around the courtyard, scrabbling at each other like a pair of wildcats. Kasai's endless but comforting chatter. His father's strength and wisdom. He clung to these memories, gentle as they brushed against his awareness, like paint strokes. He gripped them tightly in his mind, tears stinging the back of his eyes.
Boy!
The woman's sharp voice sliced through his memories, an unwelcome knife. Turning, he saw her gesture toward a pile of clothing near the wall.
Take one tunic and one pair of trousers, put them on.
Gehrin's skin crawled with a sudden chill as he stepped free of the pool's embrace, trying to hide his nakedness with his hands as he crossed the room. He reached for a tunic from the pile by the wall. A stack of trousers sat next to them. He pulled the tunic over his head and tugged the pants up to his thin hips. The cloth nearly fell back around his ankles, and he hurriedly tied the laces to tighten the waist. The cloth was made of rougher linen, far humbler spun than what Gehrin was used to. Even his tattered and stinking tunic from home was still softer than what he wore. But the old woman had thrown it aside, and for the first time Gehrin saw a pile of clothing beneath it, all dirty, ripped rags, brown, gray, and some that might have once been a color he would have recognized. But the world had faded them to an indistinguishable hue. He was not alone. When the guard took him back to his cell, Gehrin climbed down the ladder quietly. He didn't want to fight again until he was sure he could win. He stepped onto the stone with his bare toes, and he realized that the horrible smell was gone. His waste bucket was empty. His soiled pants were nowhere to be seen. A small wooden table had appeared against one wall, with a water jug and dipper and more food. In the corner where Gehrin had slept, Jai sat back on his heels, a dripping brush in his hands. Next to him, a bucket of soapy water. The floor around him was spotless, the stone scrubbed clean, just as Gehrin was. Jai smiled.
Better?
Gehrin tugged at his hair, loose and damp against his shoulders. He had never been a prisoner before, but the stories he had heard were nothing like this. He glanced down at the soapy bucket of water beside Jai's knees.
I don't understand,
whispered Gehrin.
What are you doing?
Jai stood up slowly, drying his hands at the front of his clothes.
I was brought to serve, like you. Soon you will understand.
Gehrin shook his head.
I'm not a servant. I'm the son of Counselor Hallex. My father will be angry if I do not return home.
Facing the ladder, Jai placed his hand on the wood.
No, you are no one.
He climbed up slowly, taking his bucket with him. Even after the door closed, Gehrin stood, silent and lost.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 4. The ancient texts acknowledge the presence of a great power drawn from the earth as if it were as natural as eating and drinking. But there are gaps in the history, long centuries of silence, until at last we reach the days at hand, where magic is bound to nothing more than superstition and the prophecies of old women. Master Lowy. Lowy had never been fond of adornments. The bleak, ancient simplicity of Black Veil's forgotten fortress suited him, perhaps more than any other place he had ever been, its stone walls guarding the ancestors of Katesh, long before the gold-tiled palaces of Keld had appeared. Many of Katesh's more superstitious citizenry thought it was haunted by the spirits of warriors long dead, a place where evil could snatch any unwary passers-by, but it was exactly the promise of power and strength that Lowy was counting on. The old man drew his staff across the ground in a sweeping arc. The runes were speaking to him. He could hear the whispers from the ground beneath his feet, and the earth's strange music running in rivers through the stone and the rock. 2 small dashes with the staff in the arc's center. The bones of the world were listening, waiting for him to find the truth. He'd spent his earlier years in lustful pursuit of the power that had lain freely at the hands of the firstborn. He had learned every line and curve of the runes, so intimately they were written in his dreams. He had devoted a life to uncovering their secrets and the hidden knowledge buried with the slow decay of time. In the frailty of his age, they were less like lovers and more like old friends. The vigorous desire to consume the secrets of the ancient runes had dimmed to a stalwart purpose, to rebuild the Oathsworn as they had once been. A new order, one of his own making, fashioned by hands that had served their king without evil. Loyalty demanded a high price for some, and Lowy had paid it with a clear conscience. To the eyes of his people, he was lore master, a teacher of young minds, keeper of ancient knowledge. To his king, he was much more. He was not alone in the courtyard. The man striding toward him was younger than he was, but still old enough that the hair gathered behind his head was a deep gray. He still wore the armor and sigil of the Gehrin, though he was past the days of battle. His stern brow was marred by a long scar that ran from his hairline to his chin. His grizzled beard was cropped short against his face, uneven. An iron Terra amulet hung from his wrist. "Welcome, Temujin, my friend." Lowy greeted him warmly. "It has been too many years." The old spearmaster bowed. "Too many years? One long, restless night, perhaps." "The night is forever restless. It is the way of the world and old men," replied Master Lowy with a smile. "What news of the Gehrin? I fear the treachery of one of their own could prove poisonous to the rest." "They are loyal," Temujin replied. "Many curse the spirit of the Akka, but a Gehrin turning against the king has dealt a far worse blow to the people. Their trust has been shaken. There are murmurs that others may prove disloyal. I have advised our king to keep only his most trusted warriors near him." There was much he did not say, and Lowy knew that the unshakable battle lord had his own doubts. None of them had expected such a betrayal, least of all from a Gehrin who had proved himself such a faithful servant. His blood stained the stones outside of Keld, scorned by his brothers and his king. A gentle wind blew leaves across the courtyard's expanse toward the whipping posts. The rest of the space was bare, soon to become a place of rebirth for the boys huddled in their stone cells below. One of them had already been marked by the harsh bite of the prison master's switch. A street boy, dragged from the gutters of Mizak, dirty and feral. But Lowy had his reasons for choosing him, as he had for choosing them all. Only time could prove the sacrifice worthy. Temujin folded his arms. "Is the boy here?" The boy. Lowy leaned on his staff. He could feel the same animosity in Temujin as he had felt from the king. He had gambled his life against the request, and the king's fury had burned deep. But the weight of Lowy's long years of loyalty had tipped the scale. "He'll be reforged with the others." Temujin spat in the dirt. "You cannot reforge evil. He will taint the others." "That remains to be seen." The scholar reached out and put a hand on Temujin's shoulder. "You have known me through all the seasons of your life. You have trusted me on fields of battle and in the hall of the king. I know of no man more loyal than you. I ask much of you now, my friend. To trust me in this final war we must fight. There is no one better able to forge these weapons than you. Will you trust me once again? The fiercest battle men must fight is the one inside themselves. And Lowy saw that battle in Temujin's eyes as the old Geratel studied the courtyard. The death of the prince was still seared into both of them like a brand, for it had been their failure to foresee the imminent danger that had cost the king his most priceless treasure. Without a child, his throne would sit empty, prey for the ravenous wolves who circled it from the shadows. Without a child, the kingdom of Katesh would be thrown into chaos and bloodshed. Temujin returned Lowy's gaze, hard as iron. If he proves evil, I will kill him with my own hands. You will have no reason to stain your hands with his blood. Promised Lowy. It was a gamble, true. A gamble that could cost Lowy his own life, if time proved him wrong. But living as long as he had, Lowy was confident that he could take measure of the boy and see the man he would become. The spearmaster regarded him for a moment, held in a momentary grip of indecision. We are one blood in this, he finally said. I will forge these Bruhai for the king. Your loyalty will be remembered, replied Lowy. You will begin tomorrow at Akatar's first light. The runes will guide us, as they once guided the ancestors. Have faith. The Geratel left Lowy and returned to his rooms, and the old scholar knew that Temujin would not waver again. The reign of King Canarian had tested them all, forged them into something strong, bendable. A weapon that did not ease when it was bent would break too easily. It was natural to question your path. Even the strongest men bore that weakness. A small shadow crossed the courtyard and stood with his head bowed a few feet away from the scholar. Lowy regarded the servant boy with interest. His left forearm was wrapped with a bandage, and he looked as if he might fall asleep on his feet, waiting for Lowy's acknowledgement. The tasks he had been given could have been divided amongst 3 or 4 servants, but he had said no word of complaint, not even when he dragged the bucket of urine and dung out of the cells out behind the wall. Jai. Lowy acknowledged the boy so he could speak. Jai bowed deeply. Master, everything is finished as you instructed. You spoke to all of them? Yes, and I only said what you told me to. The boy stared at his feet, shifting his weight from one to the other. His scant 9 years were shown in the wide-eyed youthfulness of his face, his bare toes wiggling into the courtyard dirt. Lowy tapped his staff against the ground. It has been some time since I was last here. Do you remember your runes? Jai closed his eyes and diligently recited. Runes of protection. Feth, Kri, Kef, Gera, Tol, Ili, and the runes of prosperity. Ata, Hijo, Terra, Iba, Hari, Mul. Master, I drew runes over the cell doors so my brothers would be protected. I know you did not instruct it, but... He looked up. Have I done wrong? The runes are meant for those pure purposes, replied Lowy. And you must learn to listen when they guide you. You have done well, Jai. The boy looked up, barely containing the beaming pleasure that radiated from his face. You will begin training us soon? I saw Master Temujin when I left the kitchens. Kurti told me not to bother him. Lowy had no doubt that the old housekeeper would have liked to be less bothered herself. She put up with Jai's enthusiastic questions simply because Lowy had placed him in her care. But these days, she was overseeing more than her fair share of young boys, not all of whom shared Jai's obedient nature. Are you injured? Asked Lowy, drawn once again to the bandage over Jai's arm. The boy tried to hide it behind his back. No, master. Over the years, Lowy had learned that the best way to discover the truth of a thing from young children was to simply wait patiently and stare at them, and the words would soon spill over. Jai's eyes diverted back to his feet. Well, only a little. One of my brothers was angry when I went into his cell with food. He bit me, master. Lowy's wispy white eyebrows lifted. Bit you? Yes, master, with his teeth. Jai fidgeted. The guards beat him. I tried to make them stop, but they did not listen. I think he was just afraid. The genuine compassion in the boy's voice brought a smile to the corners of Lowy's mouth. It was only further proof that he had made the right choice in bringing them here. Jai's gentle acceptance of his brothers would soften what was to come. Lowy leaned more heavily on his staff, his old joints beginning to complain that he'd stood outside for too long and should seek the comfort of his cushions. Jai, What would happen if you harmed one of your brothers? The boy's head shot up, bewilderment written across his features. Master, I would never harm them. That was not the question you were asked. Jai bowed slightly. Forgive me, master. If I harmed one of my brothers, I would deserve to be punished. Harming a brother invites evil. And if evil is invited in, the blood is tainted, replied Jai quietly. I understand, master. There are many things that you and your brothers must learn, Jai. Remember the story of the first oath sworn. Shirai was betrayed because Akatar strayed from his brothers and his loyalty. You must be strong, just as your brothers must learn to be strong. Stronger than the Garatelhai? The boy whispered. That's what Kirti said. Yes. Now go rest. I'm an old man and I have been too long from my bed. The boy bobbed in a hasty bow and raced away into the dark corridors. He had always been one of Loi's best students, but he was not the only one beneath Black Veil's sloping roof. Somewhere in the cell beneath his feet was another, a scared boy who had been ripped away from his family. A regrettable sacrifice, but one that would be honored in the years to come.
And still another whose life would be forever weighed against the sins of a traitor.
Loi sighed, feeling the faint pull at his lungs. The air no longer strengthened him the way it once had, and the sleep beckoned him back into its blissful arms. And yet one worry taunted him. He had not known true fear for many years, but now, on the cusp of seeing everything he had planned come to fruition, his death was a black shadow on the horizon. Whatever years he had left, they were not as many as he would need. Temujin was a good man, a strong leader who was respected by the Garatelhai, and even much of the divided council. But he would not be able to weather the coming storm alone. Even the small unit of warriors guarding Black Veil concerned him. Temujin had chosen from the most loyal, and yet there was another who had been thought loyal. Given charge over the prince, and had brought the soul of the kingdom crashing to its knees. Even now the king held onto his throne by threads, weakened by the absence of an heir from his own body. The council would expect him to choose from among their children, as was the ancient law. Such a succession would shift the power of a dynasty that had been ruling Katesh for 12 generations. A blade was hovering above the heart of King Gennarian, and 2 old men were the only ones standing in its way. Master Loi tapped his staff against the earth. 2 old men and 20 boys, who were locked away beneath the stone. It was time to begin.
Chapter 5. I began to forget the sound of trees, of the wind. I knew stone, blood, and the horrible truths I carried with me. In the windless silence of that stone, I was bound to them forever. Sonho.
Hi, wake up, Ket.
Gehrin's eyes flew open. Someone was speaking to him, touching him, hands digging through his pockets of his linen pants. As his eyes sharply came into focus, he found himself face to face with a boy. It was not Jai. Gehrin drew back, away from the invasive touch. Who are you? The boy hissed at him and jerked his chin forward, his nose only inches from Gehrin's face.
Yeah, you a real fancy one, guess so?
He looked Gehrin up and down and wrinkled his nose as if he smelled something unpleasant.
You got any food?
Food. Gehrin's sleep-addled mind struggled. He looked up and realized that the trap door to his cell was wide open, the ladder resting against the opening. His eyes swerved back to the boy in front of him, and he was keenly aware of the sharp scent of sweat and dirt. The boy's teeth were jagged, and his wild hair looked as if it hadn't seen a brush in weeks, or ever.
You hiding food?
The boy asked again, reaching for Gehrin's pocket. Gehrin shoved his hands away. He wanted this boy out of his cell, but the boy let out a wild cat's growl and shoved back, knocking Gehrin against the wall. Gehrin's head hit the stone, sending a rattling ache through his teeth. Then the boy's hands were at the front of his tunic, dragging him up to his feet.
We gonna fight, Ika?
He spat in Gehrin's face. Gehrin jerked away. No! He wiped the spittle from his cheek and stepped back. The boy followed him, not letting him retreat. He leaned forward with his fists still balled up in Gehrin's tunic. I don't want to fight, Gehrin said. He wanted to go home. His hands curled into themselves, ready in case the wildcat boy jumped him. Hey, street rat, came the voice from above. Let him be. He didn't put us here. The wildcat boy tightened his grip on Gehrin's tunic, then scoffed and pushed him away. The boy disappeared up the ladder. Gehrin sagged against the wall. A new face peered down into the cell. "You're the last one, then. Come up here." Gehrin hesitated, his hand scraping against the rough stone as he pushed himself upright. Nothing had made sense since the moment he was snatched from his bed in the dark. He wanted to go home. He wanted his brothers. He wanted Jai. At least Jai had been kind to him. The small cell had provided its own kind of strange safety, but the door was open. It pulled him, promising answers. He thought of Zarya. His oldest brother would climb the ladder without hesitation. He would have fought the wildcat. Gehrin climbed the ladder. When he reached the top, the boy who had peered down at him pulled him up by his arm, helping him through the opening. He was in the middle of a solid stone room, this time viewing it right side up. 6 trap doors lined the floor, 4 of them open, including his. On the far side of the room, 2 armored guards stood by the large wooden door. They wore no sigils, no markings to show their oaths to a master Gehrin might have recognized. The hafts of their spear were visible behind their backs. "You're not another street rat, are you?" asked the boy who had pulled him up. He was taller than Gehrin by half a head, and his body was strong, thicker. His hair was not as long, grown shaggy around his ears. He wore the same clothing as Gehrin did, loose tunic and pants. Across the room, the wildcat was fiddling with the lock on one of the closed trapdoors. Gehrin hugged his arms to his chest, keeping one eye on the more threatening of the 2 boys. He didn't understand what was happening or why the doors were open, but the guards didn't move a muscle despite the boys being loose in the chamber. Gehrin arranged his face into a scowl. Maybe if he looked angry, the other boys wouldn't try to hurt him. "Can you speak?" taller boy said. "Who are you?" His dialect was different, rougher than Gehrin's, but the way he spoke sounded noble. He carried himself proudly, regarding Gehrin with the bearing of someone used to being above others. The wildcat was not to be trusted, but this boy was different. Gehrin straightened his shoulders and puffed out his chest as much as he could beneath the light tunic. "I'm Gehrin, 3rd son of Counselor Halax," he said, keeping his voice steady. The taller boy's eyebrows rose. "A counselor's son? Shirai's blood," he breathed out. "My name is Tirim. My father is the city master of Fethet." Fethet? Gehrin was equally surprised. A small city near their neighboring country of Malak, on the southernmost border of Kitesh. He had never traveled so far away from his home, but his father had visited the city. His head swam and he resisted the urge to sit down. If a boy from the northern capital, city of Keld, and a boy from the southernmost city of Fethet were both held prisoner here. "Where are we?" Gehrin asked. Tirim shrugged. "I don't know. They put me in a box, and when they took me out of it again, I was here. We're still in Kitesh, I think." He glanced toward the wildcat, who was crouched over one of the other open trapdoors. "The street rat won't tell me anything. I don't even know his name." The boy in question glared up at them from beneath his tangled hair and scoffed.
"You care too much about names, Ika. Like your name means something here."
He made a rude gesture at them and looked down into the cell below them again.
"Aye, you coming up here, Ket?"
There was no response from whoever he was speaking to in the cell, so the wildcat began descending the ladder. 4. There were 4 of them in the chamber. Gehrin eyed the closed trapdoors. Were there others? "Why are we here?" he asked. Tirim folded his arms and scowled at the guards. For a moment his expression made him look so much like Zarya that a fresh wave of homesickness washed over Gehrin, bitter and desperate. "I asked the old woman in the bath, but she wouldn't tell me anything. The guards haven't said a word. Whoever brought us here is 12 kinds of a fool if he's kidnapped a counselor's son." Gehrin found a small comfort in the boy's confident words. His father would find him. It was only a matter of time. His father had allies and servants in every corner of the country and even beyond, and he was a loyal advisor to the king. The king himself would surely aid Counselor Halax in finding a treasured son, and when he was found, those responsible would be executed on the bloodstones, their evil blood cleansed by the earth. And this time, Gehrin would not watch. He would not be tainted by their evil. A curse exploded from the cell where the wildcat had disappeared. Gehrin scrambled over to peer inside, followed by Tirim. Below, 2 boys were locked in a scuffle, the wildcat gripping fistfuls of the 4th boy's hair. They spun, and Gehrin caught a glimpse of the cell occupant's face. The lower half of his face was completely encased in a mask. Wildcat let loose a string of curses as he grabbed for the mask and received a knee to the stomach in return. The street boy wrapped his hands around the smaller boy's neck, pressing him down against the stone floor. The masked boy fought against the chokehold, but he wasn't as strong.
Gehrin moved for the ladder. He had to stop it. The boy was going to die. Iron fingers grasped hold of his shoulder and flung him to the side. He slid to a stop on the stone floor and watched as a guard descended into the cell. The scuffling sound stopped, and a moment later the guard reappeared, dragging Wildcat by the back of his tunic. The boy was scratching and pummeling the guard's armor with his fists like a thing gone mad. More guards came through the door, and Gehrin was herded from the cell block with Tyrion. He tumbled over a raised stone block in the floor, and Tyrion's hand steadied him from behind. Emerging from the dark corridors, Gehrin shielded his eyes with his hand as the light seared him. He blinked, trying to adjust his vision, and would have stopped in his tracks if the guards beside him hadn't pushed him forward. There was a small crowd of boys. Guards were pushing them all from separate doorways into a massive central courtyard. Gehrin could see nothing past the high walls, but this was like no building he had ever seen before. A tower rose into the sky across from him, built with stone blocks that must have taken a giant's hand to move. There were new faces everywhere, and Gehrin found himself searching among them for someone he recognized, but there were none. They were all roughly pushed into a line, one shoulder width between each boy, as they nearly spanned the width of the courtyard. They all appeared to be roughly the same age, some faces a little younger or a little older than Gehrin's nearly 11 years. Gehrin was separated from Tyrion, who was herded toward the other end of the line. The masked boy appeared 2 lengths away, still struggling to regulate his breath. Most of the boys looked Kateshi, but along the line was a boy with skin darker than Gehrin's, standing at least a head taller than the rest. Damian. The neighboring country was known for men who towered over their Kateshi brothers, and this boy was no different. Gehrin had seen Damians many times and killed, all of them giants. 2 lengths to Gehrin's left was a smaller boy with bone-white hair and skin. The mysterious Tecken Islanders were rare in Katesh, and this was Gehrin's first time being so close to one. The boy looked over and saw Gehrin staring. He smiled, but something seemed strange about it, as if some wild beast was attempting to look less intimidating. Gehrin looked away. He jumped as the guards ringing the perimeter of the courtyard shouted,
Geratel!
A man strode onto the dirt, his breastplate marked with the sigil of the Geratel. He was older than Gehrin's father, his sparse beard gray. A scar marred his face. He wore boots and arm guards made of dark leather, and 2 spears were sheathed at his back. Gehrin stared in disbelief. He'd been taken by Geratel, an oath-sworn warrior of King Canarian. The Geratel stopped before the line of boys and looked at each of them. He stared longer at Wildcat, who was being restrained by a guard, his arms tied with rope. Gehrin dreaded that strong, stern gaze being turned on him, but it came, and it was as if the Geratel could see inside him down to his guts. The man moved on to the next boy, and Gehrin felt weak in the knees. The older warrior spoke.
Whatever home, whatever family, whatever name you bore, it is gone. Here you are no one, and you serve only Katesh and her king. You will make the sacrifice, and you will prove your loyalty and your strength. You are no one. Say it. Confused, the line of boys looked at each other, and a handful of them murmured a response. The Geratel voice grew dark.
Say it.
I am no one. The words burned in Gehrin's throat, and anger churned in his chest. He was Gehrin Halax, son of Counselor Ilba Halax. That was his name.
From this day forward, you have no family save the one that kneels here in this courtyard with you. These are your brothers. Harm your brothers, and the price will be taken from your flesh.
The warrior flicked his wrist, and the guard holding Wildcat marched him forward toward 3 posts driven into the ground at the far end of the courtyard. The boy struggled, but his hands were looped into the iron rings on one of the posts and tied. The guards ripped open his tunic, bearing the boy's back, and withdrew a thin wooden staff from his belt. The sound of wood striking flesh rang through the courtyard, and Wildcat gripped the sides of the post, a strangled cry tearing free from him. The Geratel High Master stepped back.
You will run from one end of this courtyard to the other, 20 times. The longer you take to run, the more lashes your brother will receive.
To the far left of Gehrin, one of the boys crawled forward. Please, I want to go home, he cried piteously. Please let me go. In 3 giant strides, the warrior crossed the space between them and lifted the boy off the ground by the front of his tunic. The boy screamed, tears rolling down his grubby cheeks.
You will run, or you will join him at the post, said the Geratel,
his voice low and calm. He dropped the boy to the ground in a small heap and waved them all toward the far end of the courtyard. Gehrin heard the staff crack against Wildcat's back again. From the line of boys, one small figure stepped over to the edge of the dirt. The masked boy. Gehrin followed. Friend or foe, Gehrin would not leave the wildcat to such punishment. He walked forward to the edge of the dirt, standing next to the boy in the mask, who did not look at him. It did not take long for the rest of the boys to make their way in the line, and they began to run. Gehrin ran toward the whipping post, fixing his eyes on the red welts spreading across Wildcat's skin. He stopped a few feet away and turned and began running back the other way. Crack! Gehrin forced himself to ignore the sound, the angry strike of the staff and the horrible cries coming from Wildcat's mouth. The other boys ran with him, even the small boy who had begged to go home. The Tecken boy streaked ahead of the others, his bone-white hair whipping back behind him. He was still smiling. Crack! Gehrin pushed himself faster, his feet skimming over the dirt just as they had on his many races with his brothers, the three of them feeling the rush of the wind across their cheeks in their father's fields. He imagined Gehrin tied to the wooden post. He imagined Zario locked in a small stone cell. He remembered his father's wisdom. He turned for another length of the courtyard. The small boy who had begged for home stumbled ahead of him, falling to the ground. Gehrin paused, reaching down to help to pull the boy to his feet. Go. The boy nodded, dripping sweat and blowing air hard through his mouth. Whoever he was, his body was soft, his lungs foreign to the strain of running so far. Behind him, the Damian boy lumbered forward, his steps heavy but steady, eyes fixed ahead. Crack! Faster. He could run faster. The fear, anger, and confusion of the past days lent their speed to Gehrin's body. There was purpose here, a simple command. Run. Run, Gehrin. Crack! Sweat began to drip down the back of Gehrin's neck, his long hair sticking to his face and shoulders as the exertion began to overtake him. He had run 10 lengths, and he felt a strange stillness as he ran. There was nothing but the dirt beneath his feet, the sweat and air against his face, and the edges of the courtyard. 11 lengths. 12. Crack! Several boys began to slow, dragging huge, heavy breaths in as their bodies grew weak. The Tecken boy was still in front, running with a lightness to his step, as if he would never grow tired. The Damian's stride never faltered, never slowed. One step after another, eyes still fixed ahead. A glance over his shoulder showed Gehrin a glimpse of Tyrim close behind. 13, 14, 15. In the overhang at the edge of the courtyard, the Garatelhai watched, silent. Gehrin's side burned, and his legs began to feel like stretched Uban. He tried to breathe slowly through his nose and mouth, but his lungs refused to cooperate. He drove himself onward through pure force of will. He would not stop. His bare feet dug into the dirt, propelling his raw muscles despite the harsh complaints. He began to slow, dropping farther back. Ahead of him, the Tecken boy finished his final length. Gehrin turned for the 18th length. He was little more than jogging now, swinging his arms for momentum. Several boys passed him, but they looked as ragged as he was. Crack! 19. Gehrin glanced up at the wildcat who was clutching the sides of the post, knuckles white around the iron rings. Was his punishment wrong? He had tried to harm one of the other boys, and he must pay the price, just as the Garatelhai master had said. Master Lowy would have said the same. Shedding innocent blood was a grave sin. But Gehrin wasn't sure if he was running because the master had commanded them to run, or because he could feel some pity for the other boys' pain. No matter how fast they ran, the wildcat had been marked. This was right. Gehrin stumbled across the line of dirt, finishing his final length. His legs wobbled, and he collapsed to the ground. Breath was an elusive indulgence to his burning lungs. The Damian boy crossed the line, his steady march finally coming to an end. His loud breathing reminded Gehrin of a forge bellows. The last few boys dragged themselves the final length. The Tecken boy's eyes, on the other hand, were still wild and energetic as he stood a little way apart from the others. Once again he saw Gehrin watching him and offered a jagged grin. The Garatelhai stepped onto the dirt.
Back into line where you were before.
The boys moved slowly back, arranging themselves in the same order. One of the guards dragged the wildcat boy back over to the line and dropped him back into his place. He could not stand and crumpled to his knees, chest heavy. He did not raise his head.
I am Master Temujin of the Garatelhai, said the warrior. You will obey me without question. Your life belongs to the king, and your only purpose is to serve him and to learn strength and obedience. If you disobey the king, you will die.
He took a pouch from his belt and opened it. He dangled a wooden medallion from his fingertips, letting the boys see the rune inscribed on the flat disc. Nin.
I will give you new names, and you will leave the old names behind. They have no place in these halls, and you will not use them or speak of them from this day forward. Do you understand?" Murmurs of affirmation rippled softly through the line. Gehrin was numb. His body and spirit melted somewhere in the trail of steps he'd run through the dirt. Temujin stepped forward, his voice booming. "When I speak to you, you will respond, 'Yes, master.' Do you understand?"
"Yes, master,"
The voices raised as one, tired but fearful of the man who held them all in his iron grip. He tossed the pouch to a guard. One by one the medallion was pulled free and hung around the neck of a boy. Gehrin reached down and looked at his rune. Leave, the number 4. He looked down the line to read the medallions. All of them were numbers. Nin, Ru, Yan, Leave, Yul, Haya, Saba, Kashin, Yelba, Death, Nideth, Rudeth, Hadeth, Evdeth, Ulveth, Haveth. Gehrin swallowed. These were not names. They were as good as nameless, and a nameless man was a weak man. Gehrin looked up at the grizzled warrior in front of him. Why would the king take his name? The king honored the names of those who were loyal to him. Counselor Halix's name was known throughout the kingdom as belonging to the man who had earned the king's great favor. Gehrin's name had honor because it bound him to his father's. He closed his fingers around as much of the medallion as he could. They could not take his name. "Gehrin," he whispered it in his mind. "I am not Leave. I am Gehrin." Master Temujin pointed toward the wildcat, then to the building on the left side of the courtyard. "Take your brother and tend to him. I will send for you again soon." At first, none of the boys knew what to do. Gehrin approached Wildcat slowly, meaning to help him walk inside. But the Damian boy reached down and scooped the smaller boy up, lifting him to his feet with a gentleness that seemed strange for such a large frame. Saba. The Damian boy's new name was all Gehrin knew. The name he had been given by his parents was forbidden by their stern master. The building's interior was the same dull stone blocks and floor that the cells were, but the large, open room was lined with beds. No, they were not truly beds, Gehrin decided. More like cots covered with straw. The wooden headrests near the top of the beds were cruder than the smooth one Gehrin slept on at home, but looked luxurious in comparison to the hard stone he had slept on in the cell. On one side of the room was a long table with loaves of bread and jars of water. Another table had several smaller jars and a collection of plants and herbs. The horde of ravenous boys fell on the food like a pack of feral dogs, shoveling the bread into their mouths. Gehrin followed Saba and the wildcat to the bed on the far side of the room. Wildcat pulled his arm free from the bigger boy with a jerk and eased himself down on the straw mat. Gehrin read the rune on his medallion. Kajin, number 9. Gehrin looked up at the Damian, who was standing above the injured boy like a hulking statue. None of the other boys seemed particularly concerned with the little party in the corner of the room. Gehrin rose and made his way to the table of food. He poured a small cup of water and looked briefly over the small jars and herbs that had been left out. The smell of several of them reminded him of things he had seen Irit use. They must be for healing. But he knew too little of them to know what might help. He dipped his finger experimentally into a small jar of paste that looked like the one Irit had smeared over his chin only days before. It had the same consistency, but he couldn't be sure. "I can help." A small voice behind Gehrin belonged to Nin, the boy who had begged Master Temujin to let them go home. His short hair reminded Gehrin of Irie's tousled, dark curls. He was skinny and small and had dark circles beneath his eyes. Gehrin looked down at the jars. "Do you know about them?" The boy nodded. "Some of them. My mother." He paused and glanced back toward the doorway. "I know some of them." Gehrin watched, fascinated, as the boy pulled leaves from each of the different stems, sniffing them. He pulled the lids off of each pot, touching and smelling the different oils, pastes, and creams. He finally decided on 3 herbs. Combining them in a small mortar bowl, he ground them together with a pestle, and his small hands moved deftly, clearly accustomed to this work. Once the herbs were grounded into tiny powdery flakes, he added a grayish paste and mixed it, holding his creation in both hands. He headed toward the wildcats. Gehrin shook his head. Kajin's bed. He had to remember. Nin approached the bed, and Gehrin did not miss the way the street boy's gaze narrowed into a dark distrust. The giant Damian had finally left to join the others, leaving his slightly feral charge alone in the corner. "I made something to help your bruises," said Nin, his hands shaking slightly as he dipped his fingers into the mixture and reached out toward Kajin's battered back. Despite his pain, Kajin slapped his hand away with a growl.
"Touch me and I bleed you, Ket,"
he spat toward the small boy.
"Yeah, you some kind of 12 fool."
Gehrin found himself stepping in front of Nin as the boy hurried backwards. He took the mortar bowl from Nin's hands and set it on the floor next to the street boy's bed. He's trying to help. Put it on yourself, then. They retreated, leaving the wounded boy to himself. Gehrin chose a place in the opposite corner. The straw was familiar, though he was unused to having a real bed beneath it. From this vantage point, things would be quieter. He settled down to watch. The other boys were still squabbling over the food, the last crumbs doled out between the louder and stronger. Gehrin was surprised to see that Saba did not take advantage of his size to intimidate the other boys into giving him any of the food. He stood near the back of the group, saying nothing. The masked boy, Chaya, was given space. None of the others wanted to get close to him. He still had not removed his thin iron mask. Gehrin wondered why he wore it. None of them would have known who he was, and even if they did, who would they tell? Perhaps he was disfigured. Gehrin had seen a beggar boy once in the marketplace whose lips and nose were strangely deformed. It would make the boy an outcast, for in Katesh, such things were a sign of ill fortune. But Gehrin only wondered if the boy was lonely, sitting by himself. Tirnim broke away from the group of boys and jogged over. He held out a crust of bread. Here, I saved you some. Realizing how hungry he was, Gehrin took the bread and chewed gratefully. It was good. Dense bread filled with dates. The sweetness of the fruit was like a little taste of home. Gehrin had often climbed the date palms in his father's field with his brothers. Claiming the free bed next to Gehrin, Tirnim held out his medallion and looked at it. Eveth, this is a whole wagon full of dung. They can't just change our names and keep us here. There was precious little a group of boys could do to change what the Garatelhai did or did not do to them. In the presence of these new masters, their names were Leave and Eveth. The old warrior had spoken with the authority of the king. For now, Gehrin decided it was better to do as he was told. If it kept him from the whipping posts, he would say the names out loud. The master said it was the king's command, said Gehrin quietly. Disobeying your king and shedding innocent blood are the greatest of all sins. Leaning in closer, Tirnim fixed Gehrin with a dark glare. But if he makes us nameless, all of us, I'm going to wait until they give us more freedom, and then I'm going to run. They can't keep us in this place forever. They can't. Maybe they will. Gehrin pulled a piece of straw between his fingers. If we run, then we disobey the king. You want to stay here with criminals and thieves? Asked Tirnim. He gestured back toward the rest of the room, with a sweep of his hand. Look at them. Beggars and street rats. They're nothing. I don't think any of them are from noble families. You're a counselor's son. Gehrin pulled the straw apart. He thought of the Eli rune, and the body of the dead Akka. How far would the evil take its revenge for his weakness? Outside these walls, a counselor's son was protected by the power in his father's name. But here, the wildcat had not cared who he was, and he might easily have been the one choked on the floor of his cell. The Garatelhai master had not cared who he was, and had given him a medallion with a different name. My father will find me. Gehrin would hold on to that belief like a drowning man to a rope. Maybe they will still let us go home. Irritated, Tirnim flopped back onto the straw. A slight figure approached and sat down on the bed next to his. For the first time, Gehrin got a closer look at the strange masked boy. Gehrin couldn't look away from the mask. It was made of iron, so thin it molded over the bridge of the boy's nose, leaving 2 holes for the nostril, but none for the mouth. The iron was smooth beneath the bend for the nose, as if the rest of his face had been erased. Tight leather straps ran around the back of his head and over his ears to hold the mask in place. The boy looked up at Gehrin. His eyes were blue. Gehrin had only ever seen one other person with blue eyes. Shortly after his mother died, he had seen a traveling troupe of acrobats in the marketplace of Keld. One of the young men had flipped high in the air, tumbling down and rolling smoothly up to his feet, again right in front of Gehrin and his brothers. He had given Gehrin a wink, his blue eyes sparkling before jumping away. Gehrin had asked his father about blue eyes, and was told that they were rare, colored like precious stones. The boy's hair tumbled down to his shoulders, but it was not tangled like the wildcat's. His tunic was baggy over his thin shoulders, but his eyes were piercing, sharp as blades. Gehrin felt uncomfortable looking at them. While the acrobat's eyes had sparkled and danced, and were full of warmth, these were cold and hollow, unblinking. Those disturbing eyes placed so near the blankness of the iron mask made Gehrin uncomfortable, and he averted his gaze. "What is your name?" asked Tirnim. "Can you speak?" The boy did not answer, did not blink, just stared at them with his horrible, empty eyes. Gehrin wished that Tirnim would leave the boy alone. Despite the new freedom of being released from the cells, he didn't know if he liked it. He lay down in the straw and rolled over to face the wall. Trying to hide the fresh stem of burning tears, that gathered at the back of his eyes. With one finger he drew a rune against one of his bed's wooden slats. "Father, please come find me." Chapter 6. Little is known about the origins of the witches of Ordrath. They keep the secrets of countless lives, but their own are most closely guarded. As the highest order of courtesans, they are afforded only by the noblest patrons, and highly valued for the information they buy and sell. In the streets they are known as the Red Women. These are women who know secrets whispered in the darkest, highest corridors of Katesh, knowledge passed from noble lips loosened by pleasure and candlelight. A history of the orders of Akatar.
"Father, please, let me look for him. You will not disobey me in this, Zario. If your brother can be found, the men I have sent will find him."
Zario gritted his teeth and wiped the sweat away from his eyes. His arm muscles ached from throwing the wooden spear. The years of training and building strength meant so little now that Gehrin was gone, and Zario was stuck like a tree root to this small training courtyard. His father had forbidden him from searching. He and Gehrin were not even allowed to walk out into the city without an armed guard. And worst of all, Gehrin had vanished without a single trace. It was as if he'd been spirited away by a shadow. There had been signs of a possible struggle in his room, things strewn on the floor as they'd been knocked from the table or his bed. But that was where the trail ended. Zario gripped the spear haft until his knuckles turned white. Then he gripped it harder, his hands turning painfully numb. Zario tried to imagine his brother's fear, and the fresh wave of loss swept over him. Quiet, thoughtful Gehrin, who always tried to soothe the ruffled feathers between his brothers. Gehrin, who had watched their mother die and then been the first to offer Theory a kind smile when she arrived at their house. Zario kicked the sand. Gehrin didn't deserve any of this, and their father's search had turned up nothing, not a single footprint. He had questioned all the servants, even old Yrrit. The Mohar had drawn runes on the floor of Gehrin's room, and claimed that the earth had told her he was still alive. At Counselor Halix's request, she had also drawn runes over the older two boys' rooms for protection. Zario had had enough of runes. He wanted his brother back. He threw the spear. He needed the purpose, something to release the taut muscles that had seized up inside him the moment he'd awoken to find the house in disarray at his brother's disappearance. Dark tension hovered over the estate like a storm cloud, leaving everyone inside on edge. Even Irie had been more irritable, her normally sunny disposition sullied by the mood of the house. Zario jerked the spear from the bale of straw. His father kept telling him that he was almost a man, but being almost a man was the same as still being mostly a child. He turned and threw the spear. It buried itself in the same spot in the straw. "A fine throw, young master," said a smooth voice. A woman stood at the edge of the courtyard, veiled in red fabric, sheer enough to show her darkly lined eyes. Tiny charms dangled from the silver coronet around her forehead. Through the veil, Zario could see the wry curve of her lips and the shine of a jewel nestled above her right nostril. He recognized her immediately. She came to visit his father often with information. Zario knew little about this mysterious, beautiful guest, but he knew that she was called Bithra. She took several steps toward him, the trail of her red gown slithering across the sand like a brush viper. "Strong arms for strong deeds," she said. The perfume she wore made Zario's head swim, her eyes pulling him into their depths like a black whirlpool in the sea, weakening his knees. His tongue was trapped behind his lips. Her nearness to him sent a rush down to his toes. She leaned down to him, her fingers tracing a feather-soft line across his arm. "Where is your father?" she asked. His tongue struggled to free itself from his lips. Zario swallowed and pointed toward the house. Bithra's veil did not hide her smile. "Perhaps you could escort me to him." Zario nearly tripped over his own feet as he led the way into the house. He slipped off his shoes and hurried across the smooth wood floor to his father's room. Behind him, Bithra's small ankle bracelets chimed softly. Zario rapped against the door's thin frame. "Father?" His father's deep voice drifted through the door. "Come." Zario slid the door open, pushing it wide enough that Bithra could step through without getting too close to him. As she passed him, she bowed her head to the man sitting behind the writing table. Counselor Halix eyed her, and then the boy standing outside the door. "You are here to give me your report, not weave your spells over my son?" Bithra swept her arms in a deeper bow, her voice a low murmur of reassurance. "I merely respect the strong son of a greater father." Ignoring her, Counselor Halix waved his hand impatiently toward Zario.
Leave us." Turning away from the alluring woman in red, Zario's earlier anger resurfaced. His father's best efforts to find Gehrin had come to nothing. Several days ago he had asked Zario and Gehrin to tell him of any places the boys had gone in the past few months, any hideaway that might be a place of refuge for Gehrin. Zario had wanted to explore those places himself, but his father had said no. Zario stalked through the house, and somehow his feet led him once again to Gehrin's room. Inside he caught sight of a smaller figure huddled near the bed. It was Gehrin, a bowl of coal ash next to him. He had drawn runes all over the floor, a new, darker black mixing with the fading lines Yrrit had drawn days before. Gehrin looked up when he heard the footsteps.
"I thought the runes should be drawn fresh."
His fingers were covered in black soot, staining his tunic. He had a smudge of it across his cheek. Zario looked down at him, at the scraggly lines of the runes, drawn in haste as they always were when Gehrin held the brush. Some of them were barely recognizable. The burnt smell of the ash hung in the room's stale air.
"You think drawing some black lines on the floor is going to do anything to bring Gehrin back?" asked Zario. "You, who scoffed behind Master Lowy's back when he made us practice runes?"
Hurt flashed across Kieran's face, but it quickly hardened to anger.
"And you think throwing your spear into a straw bale does a lot of good?
You've been doing nothing but sulking about like an owl since Father told us to stay here." Zario jabbed the sharper end of his wooden spear into one of the blurry runes.
"Father can't find him. None of it has done any good. None of it. Gehrin's gone, and no one wants to admit that he might be dead somewhere. I'm throwing my spear so when we find whoever took him, I can kill them."
"You're going to kill them with a wooden spear?" Kieran's laugh lacked any true mirth. "You're not a Garatelhai. No matter how highly you think of yourself, even a simple Gerhai swordsman could best you."
"And I would last longer than you,"
spat Zario. He jerked his spear away from the rune, letting it swing dangerously close to Kieran's face.
"Better than scribbling in the dirt."
His conscience warned him that he was being harsh, but he swept it away. Whatever Gehrin was about to say in response died on his lips as loud shouts erupted somewhere outside the house walls.
"They found him."
The thought was an outburst in Zario's mind, flooded with a wild hope. Their feud momentarily stilled by the sound, the two boys fled the room and tumbled from the main entrance, nearly on top of each other. A young man stood in the path, twisting the woven ends of his tunic belt around in his hands, a worker from his father's field. A strong hand descended on Zario's shoulder, and he moved aside. His father descended the steps as the young worker managed a hasty bow.
"Master, we found a boy drowned in one of the wells in your southern farmlands. The body soured the water." He trailed off. "Please, master, the overseer sent me to fetch you."
The body. Zario's stomach dropped into the soles of his feet. He turned, not waiting to hear the next word spoken between his father and the messenger. Gehrin let out a soundless sob and sank to his steps. But Zario did not stop his headlong rush through the house until he had burst from the back door toward the stables. Theory called to him from where she sat with Irie playing with a kitten, but he did not answer. He ran into the small stable and threw a rope bridle over the head of his black pony, Kai. The pony whickered softly as Zario pulled himself up and threw a leg over the animal's warm back. Setting his heels to the surprised pony's side, Zario urged him out of the stable and toward the black gate. The guards had just opened the gate to allow a wagon through, and Zario sent Kai barreling out, ignoring the shouts of the guards behind him. He pulled to the left, and the pony and the boy were on the road, leading away from the estate at a fast-paced trot, Kai's hooves beating a drumbeat against the dirt. A body. Zario leaned forward toward his pony's ears, which were flicking backwards for his command. He clicked his tongue and squeezed his heels, and Kai's quick trot lengthened into a gallop, his mane sweeping back into Zario's face as the wind began to rush past them. The road straightened and led away past the city's main gate. The southern farmlands that Councillor Hallex owned were on the other side of the city, but with Kai in full gallop the ride would take far less time than the usual leisurely pace. Zario banished everything from his mind except the dirt road between Kai's ears. The pony's nostrils flared and he let out soft snorts with each thundering stride. By the time they reached the farmlands, Zario's legs were slathered with sweat and thick flecks of white foam, the pony's chest heaving. It didn't take long to find the small crowd of workers clustered near one of the stone wells. Zario flung himself from the pony's back and ran through the rows of barley. As soon as the overseer saw him, he recognized the son of Councillor Hallex and bowed quickly. The workers bobbed their heads, murmuring awkward respect.
"Young master, the overseer said gravely. "We were expecting Counselor Hallex." Zario did not care who they were expecting. "Where is he?" With a jerk of his finger, the overseer motioned to a dark form on the ground beside the well. "We found him this morning. Haven't tended this field for days." The body was lying on a tattered robe. Zario gagged at the stench that pierced through his nose and mouth as he got close. The skin was mottled, a grotesque canvas of red, black, and yellow. The body had bloated to such a horrific size that it was nearly larger than Zario, and sheets of skin were peeling from the arms, hands, and feet. Strings of black hair were plastered to the face and neck, and a cloud of flies buzzed around the face and extended belly. Zario covered his nose and mouth with his hand and stepped back. "No, this monster cannot be my brother." The body was unrecognizable. It was a boy, who might have been Gehrin, but there was nothing familiar about him. The puffy lips, cheeks, and eyelids obscured any features that might have looked like someone Zario knew. He didn't even look human anymore. It wasn't human. "That's not my brother." "A drowned body doesn't much look like anyone," offered one of the workers quietly. He held something out to Zario, a silver chain. Zario felt himself recoil from it even before his brain truly understood what it was. "Found this around the neck." Dangling from the end of the chain was an iron amulet, its shape instantly familiar. The lies that Zario had told himself after seeing the bloated carcass crumbled. "Blood and earth." Gehrin was dead. Zario's breath fled and he sank to his knees, the amulet clutched between his fingers. The rocks around Gehrin's cairn were still strewn with the scattering of petals his father's household had left 2 days before, when they erected the small shrine to his memory. The horrible body was buried deep beneath the rocks, hidden forever from view. Of the family, only Zario and his father had seen it. Counselor Hallex had warned them all that his spirit could be fearful and angry. They had left all the appropriate offerings at the shrine to appease it, but Zario knew it wasn't enough. Counselor Hallex seemed to believe the lie that Gehrin could have fallen into the well. There was no proof that he'd been murdered. There were no marks on the body that could be distinguished as weapon wounds, despite the numerous cuts and splits in the skin. It was a tragic accident. Gehrin wasn't the first boy who had met an untimely end through some unfortunate, adventurous mishap. Those were the words others had used to try and soothe the grief. Well-meaning friends and family came to the Hallex estate, leaving gifts and sharing sorrow. Zario made himself scarce. He couldn't manage to look one more person in the eyes and murmur thanks for their intended solace. There was no peace to be found in words. His brother had been murdered. Zario knew it in his heart. There was no chance that Gehrin had simply stumbled into a well. His brother haunted his dreams, begging Zario to come and find him. In the room next to his, Gehrin cried out in the night, and Zario wondered if he, too, was plagued by Gehrin's memory in the dark clutches of sleep. Theory spent most of her days in her rooms, her eyes red-rimmed as she went through the motions of caring for Irie, who often called out for "Ganyin." If their father grieved, it was hidden behind the stony silence he kept in his rooms, visited by strange messengers night and day. Zario had seen Bithra again just that morning, her dark eyes sweeping over his as she passed through the inner courtyard. Her gaze made him feel as if he had no secrets, as if she could see his thoughts as easily as she could see his face. As he stood before the small shrine, the winds over the rocky plains drew Zario's cloak around his shoulders, pulling at him. In the distance, a pony approached the small rider clinging to its back. As the figure drew closer, Zario recognized Kasai, her cheeks red and hair wind-blown around her face. She pulled her pony to a halt a few feet away. She dropped the reins, and the animal contentedly began cropping at the scrub grass, patchworked across the rocky ground. Zario approached them and reached up to help her down, taking the brunt of her weight as she lowered herself out of the saddle. She limped toward the shrine. She gripped a few stone lily flowers in her hand. The ride had not been kind to them. Several stems were broken and hanging at odd angles. She placed them in a crevice of the pile of rocks where they would not be blown away by the wind. Zario watched her quietly as she closed her eyes, no doubt offering prayers, though what good it would do he did not know. Gehrin was dead. Stone lilies and prayers would not bring him back. Kasai's eyes were red-rimmed when she opened them, unshed tears glimmering. The two of them stood looking at the pile of stones for a long moment, each of them lost in their own remembrance of the boy who lay beneath. "They say he was so full of water, you could not recognize his face," Kasai said, her voice breaking softly. "Do you think it took a long time?" Zario frowned. "A long time?" Her voice lowered even more. "For him to die?" The image that her words conjured in Zario's thoughts was too much to bear. He wiped his tunic sleeve across his nose. "There's too much we don't know," he said, echoing his father's words. "My father said that when he was young, he knew a boy who fell into a well pit and broke his leg. But the men digging the well came back the next day and pulled him out. He didn't die." She paused. "Gehrin would never fall into a well." She returned to her patient pony, and he followed her, giving her a boost to mount up behind its thin withers. Her eyes lingered on the shrine briefly, and then swept down to him before she turned the pony away. Zario watched her disappear down the dirt path toward the city, her hair flowing like a black flag. She'd been a good friend to Gehrin, and it gave Zario some small comfort that she didn't believe the story either. He pulled the small tool knife from his tunic belt and knelt before his brother's shrine. He traced the runes of Gehrin's name in the smooth, upright stone at the shrine's center. Then he drew the tool knife across his palm, wincing at the sharp sting. He watched the blood well to the surface of his hand. He stared at it, watching the thin line of crimson lazily flow off the edge of his palm and drip down over the stone. Zario swallowed, hoping that the words he chose were the right ones. "I send my blood into the earth," he whispered to the stones, "and swear by it. As sure as I live, I will find the one who killed you, brother. I will find them, and I will kill them." He laid his hand against his brother's name, leaving a dark stain over the runes.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 7. Akatar the Oath-Sworn betrayed Shirai and killed his master, and Shirai's blood flowed in rivers into the earth, and the earth drank his power. But Shirai, the immortal, walker of the stars, stood up on his feet and cursed Akatar in the presence of the Oath-Sworn, and sealed him into a great fire, where his hatred burns still. The firstborn and the weaving of the world. The wooden staff drove Gehrin's breath from his body as it punched into his stomach, knocking him off his feet. The ground welcomed him with its unforgiving resistance, and he slid across the gritty sand. He lay there, staring up at the cloudless blue sky, his body aching in every possible place. The Telhai guard who had delivered the blow stepped back, silent, waiting for him to rise. If he waited too long, the staff would crack across his shins in punishment. Master Temujin did not let fallen boys rest. He expected them to be back on their feet, ready for the next round as if they were made of iron. Gehrin was not made of iron. He was made of bruises and bumps. A few feet away, the Damian boy, Saba, was taking his own beating, grunting as the wooden staff of the guard rapped against his shoulders and hands. His raised arms were thick enough to shield much of his face and chest, but the dark skin was still slightly discolored by a patchwork of bruises that matched Gehrin's. Gehrin rolled to his side, pushing himself up slowly to stall for time. The past few weeks had passed in a blur of training, scrubbing floors, running the courtyard, and falling into his bed so exhausted that he was asleep nearly before his head reached the straw. Temujin and the gruff housekeeper, Kirti, oversaw their every waking moment. Gehrin's hands were red and raw from the soap and water he used to scrub the stone, and the rest of him bore the marks of the wooden staff. Every day he faced a guard with the blunt weapon and was told to avoid being hit. Every day he managed to twist out of the way of a few blows, but many more landed. The guards were Telhai, after all, trained warriors against clumsy and unpracticed boys. A few of the boys managed to fare better than the others. The boy who always smiled, Ru, seemed to be made of some kind of smoke and mist. His ghostly white skin starkly contrasted the dark purples and blues of the bruises, but there were far fewer of them. He seemed to bend around the staff, boneless. One of the boys had claimed that the Tecken people were half spirit, 1 foot in the world beyond. Kajin, the wildcat, had tried to fight back once. He leapt for the guard with his teeth bared, only to be tied once more to the whipping post. The boys had run for him again under Temujin's critical eye, but there were 2 layers of red welts laced across his back now, and still he spat on the ground behind Temujin's back and made crude signs at the guards. It seemed as if the punishment had only fueled his arrogance instead of taming it. Gehrin faced the guard, closing his hands into tight fists. His fingers had been on the receiving end of the staff before, and he'd quickly learned to keep them protected. And despite the pain in his body suggesting otherwise, he knew that he was getting faster. Perhaps only a little, but it was something. He dodged the first swing of the staff, and it whistled past his left ear. Without hesitation, the guard changed direction and swept the wooden weapon toward Gehrin's shins. Gehrin managed to hop high enough to avoid the blow, but he didn't miss the next. The staff connected with his right shoulder, knocking him face first onto the ground. He spat sand out of his mouth, feeling the sting of a fresh abrasion across his chin and cheek. Angry, he glanced toward the rack of staffs next to Temujin. The old warrior watched over the field of boys with displeasure. Gehrin wanted a weapon of his own, wanted to defend himself with more than just his body. He was exposed, helpless. What good were hands and feet against solid wood? Even when he had trained in this type of combat with his brothers, they had both been weaponless. Hands against hands. It seemed that Master Temujin wanted to make battered and bloody heaps of them all. Gehrin wondered if he enjoyed watching their struggle. He pushed himself to his feet again. The midday meal was long overdue by the time Temujin finally called for them to stop. Kirti and Zhai brought out plates of bread and dried meat. The boys had begun to clump together in small groups, finding familiarities in each other. Gehrin sat down next to Tirim and Nin, and a stout boy who had been named Death. The wildcat sat by himself more often than not, but every once in a while he would choose to sit at the outskirts of one of the groups. Today he sat near Gehrin. "My bones feel as if they're broken in 100 places," said Tirim, as he stiffly lifted a strip of dried boar meat to his lips. "I think the master is trying to kill us." "No, he's trying to break us, maybe then kill us," replied Death. "Not the first time I felt wood against my back. My dad—" He glanced up at the guards, standing silent around the edge of the courtyard, and said nothing more. The boys had learned to be careful which words they used when speaking to each other. Speaking of their past lives was strictly forbidden, and more than one of them had received a sharp blow after forgetting that rule. Gehrin and Tirim sometimes whispered to each other at night in their beds, telling each other stories of home. But here in the courtyard they were Lev and Eveth, boys who had no other names. Nin, who usually only spoke when someone asked him a question, chewed his bread slowly around a split lip. He'd become Gehrin and Tirim's shadow, following them everywhere like a loyal dog. He was the only one who had some skill with healing, and he had been forced to put his knowledge to the test with the assortment of new cuts, bruises, and scrapes that appeared on the boys every day. Despite this, some of the bigger boys pushed him around when the guards weren't looking. Gehrin, and Tirim at least, offered him a respite from that. "Do you think someday he'll teach us how to fight with a real weapon?" Tirim asked, glancing over at Temujin. "If he does, I'm going to fight my way out of here."
"And do what, Hika?"
Kajin's mocking tone drifted over. "Go home," replied Tirim, his voice low, watching the guards. The wildcat wrestled a gristly bit of meat between his jaws, ripping a piece free.
"Yeah, and then? They're gonna find you and stab you full of holes until you die. Guess so?"
Tirim grumbled under his breath, but Gehrin watched the street boy curiously. He swallowed his bite of bread. "Kajin,
"What does Ika mean?"
Kajin glared at him for a moment as if he were trying to understand why Gehrin would ask. Then he shrugged and spoke around his food. "You noble blood, yeah? Lived in the house? Wear nice silks and piss silver? Eat ya?" Although he wasn't sure he really understood, Gehrin returned to his food, unwilling to test his fortune by asking the wildcat another question. He'd seen Kajin start fights over less. For the most part, the boys had learned to leave him be. "Is Ro really half-spirit?" asked Nin. He was looking across the courtyard at the ghost-colored boy, eating a safe distance from the others. The two closest to him were Chaya, the masked boy, and Saba. The three of them made a strange trio. Saba's hulking frame was too large for his age, and he spoke only a little Kateshi, but he was friendly enough despite his lack of understanding. Chaya had never spoken a word, and none of the boys had seen his face, absent the iron mask. There had been whispers amongst one of the groups that they would try to take it off him to see what lay underneath, but in truth his hollow gaze frightened them. Ru's constant smile made everyone uneasy. At first, Gehrin didn't understand where the boy's happiness could come from in such a place, but he wasn't convinced it was happiness. There was something threatening always beneath the surface of the curved lips, a distance that he kept between himself and the other boys. "Spirits don't have bodies," replied Tirim. "Everyone knows that." Nin wasn't convinced. "But what if he's only part of a spirit?" "That means his ma humped a spirit." "Makes no sense," retorted Death. Gehrin frowned at Death. The other boys were foreign to him, as if they'd been plucked from another world. His father would have had them beaten for speaking the way they did. Besides Gehrin, Tirim was the only noble blood among them. Adeth was half noble, a bastard from the port city of Mijaro, but he had joined a group of the rougher boys. Kajin leaned back, rolling his eyes and finishing the last mouthful of his bread crust.
"Spirit's got no shaft to stick 'em with, kid. Ru just the same meat and blood as you."
The boys fell silent, finishing their food and leaving the subject of Ru's lineage alone for the moment. A whip cracked, and Temujin was among them, driving them from their rest on the ground and back up to their feet, back to running and then lifting the logs stacked at the end of the courtyard.
Gehrin let his mind slip into the familiar haze, removing himself from the monotony of the work. Pushing his legs forward into a run, he kept pace with Tirem, his calloused feet digging into the gritty sand. The air was warm in his lungs, and his body had begun to accept the rigorous days. Running, rolling, pushing, lifting the small logs, back and forth, all under Temujin's dark, watchful gaze, a ready stick against the legs or back of whoever fell behind. Gehrin found his gaze wander to the blue sky above the edge of the old fortress's walls. The wind whispered against his ear, and he imagined that he could hear the prayers for his safe return, his brothers' voices urging him to come home, his father's calm promise that they were searching for him. He pushed his legs faster. The creak of the wooden bed was music to Gehrin's ears as he fell into the straw. He embraced the wooden headrest, leaning his forehead against its firm curve. Exhaustion dragged him toward the blissful darkness of sleep. Next to him he heard Tirem fall onto his own bed, breathing heavy after their last run. Temujin had pushed them harder today, and at the end the small log might have been solid iron as Gehrin had lifted it above his head. Up, then down to the ground, then back up, 20 times, then running, then the logs again. Relief in the small spaces of time when Temujin allowed them to rest and breathe, but that relief was all too short-lived. The boys who struggled were refused even that small respite. Nin had fainted twice in the last few days, his weaker frame succumbing to the demands of the merciless Garatelhai master. Gehrin had attempted at first to help him back to his feet, but was driven off by the guards. "You must make your own strength," Temujin had said. "In battle, if you fall, you die." They were training for battle. What good a ragtag bunch of boys could do against warriors, Gehrin did not know. He heard Tirem rustle next to him as he turned to face Gehrin's bed. "I want a fig." Gehrin shifted stiffly to face his friend, despite his body pleading for sleep. Tirem stared up at the ceiling, hands folded across his bare chest. Most of the boys had discarded their tunics days before. "Have you ever had Malachian figs?" asked Tirem. "No," Gehrin responded. Malak was known for its many war tribes, and his father had once said that they were the finest horsemen he had ever seen. Gehrin didn't know anything about their figs. "The most delicious thing I've ever eaten. The warlords would bring baskets of them for us when they came to visit my father." Tirem kept his voice low, but his eyes were fixed on some place far away from the stone walls that surrounded them. "The tribes have orchards, trees full of figs as far as you can see. The branches are bursting with them, as purple as a bruise, and sweet. My father told me he would take me to see them some day." Gehrin's mouth watered at the thought. "What are they like? The warlords, I mean." "They have tattoos on their faces, and ride the strongest horses you ever saw. My father says that they bred the ancestors to the horses that the Black Legions ride. They bring gifts to my father and come to eat with us often. But only the warlords from the tribes who are friendly with us. Some of them aren't." The black war horses ridden by Katesh's Black Legion were famed throughout the land. The elite cavalry of the Garatelhai numbered nearly 1,000 strong, and they were unmatched in battle. Gehrin remembered when his father had bought ponies for his sons, and Zario had refused any color but black for his mount. He had been determined to look like a Garatelhai horse warrior even then. A smile touched Gehrin's lips. He missed his own little gray pony, missed the feeling of the wind against his face as he and his brothers rode across their father's fields. "And my father says we must keep good blood between us. The Malachian warlords are great fighters." Gehrin blinked at the stone walls around him, the barley fields fading from his vision. Tirem sighed, lost in his own memories from home. Across from them, Nin was already asleep, his body completely still on the straw. But on the other side of Tirem, a small masked face watched them intently, sitting with his arms around his knees. The blank blue eyes did not make Gehrin as uncomfortable as they once had. It was one more thing he had learned to accept. Many of the boys still gave him a wide berth, distrustful. Chaya stayed mostly to himself, an eerie shadow at the edge of the strange life they all lived now. Gehrin wondered if Chaya had ever had a fig. He had still never seen the boy eat anything. Chaya always ate away from the others, his back turned. The guards even allowed him to eat inside. But Gehrin had seen the way that Temujin's eyes narrowed whenever Chaya was near him. Their master was freer with his staff around the masked boy, the strikes finding Chaya's back and legs more than any of the rest of them. But Chaya had seemed to hover near Gehrin and Tirem's small group more often lately. "And you'll come to visit me in Fethet, and we will eat figs together," Tirem finished. Gehrin nodded absent-mindedly. His eyes were fluttering closed, an unseen weight pulling them down despite his best efforts to stay awake and listen to what Tirem was saying. His thoughts swirled into nothingness as he drifted away. Someone was yelling. Zario, trying to wake him up. They would be late to Master Loi's house. He would be angry with them. Leave! Leave! Gehrin jolted awake, disoriented by the still unfamiliar name being shouted in his face. Small hands shook his bare shoulders. Nin's face was directly in front of his own, eyes wide and scared. Sounds of a scuffle somewhere in the room. Gehrin pushed himself up off his bed, sweeping a hand across his blurry eyes. It was still dark. He saw the dim shapes gathered around the bed past Tirem, a group of boys struggling with something. Tirem was shouting, angry, trying to pull at them. Beneath the struggle, Gehrin caught sight of something that brought a rush of sudden, angry heat to his chest. Gehrin stood up and had launched himself across Tirem's bed and into the knot of bodies before he fully realized what he was doing. Faces turned toward him in surprise. Death. A street boy with a hawk nose named Nivith. 3 others. The strong smell of sweat filled Gehrin's nose. They had ripped the mask off Haya's face. There was a strange awkwardness as the boys stared down at him. A deep scar cut a groove in the left side of his upper lip, all the way to his cheekbone, missed his eye, which was staring, terrified, and then finished with a light line up to his hair. A piece of his lip was gone, pulled up into a scar like a jackal that had begun to raise its hackles. White teeth flashed in the open space. 2 of the boys were trying to hold Haya's arms down against the straw, but he had fought one hand free desperately, holding it over his face, legs kicking and body thrashing to try and drive them away. He reached out for the mask at the edge of the bed, and Nivith tried to pull it away from him. Gehrin grabbed Nivith's arms to stop him. Haya jerked the mask up to his face, shaking as the other boys finally let him go. "Get your hands off me," Nivith hissed, turning to face Gehrin. He stood a half head taller, all lean muscles and sharp angles, wanted to see what was under the mask. He leaned closer, his sour breath washing over Gehrin's face. "And I know I'm not the only one." The other boys stood behind him, a heavy threat. Gehrin knew Tirem was there, but 2 of them against 5. He glanced down at Haya. Still shaking, Haya had pulled himself into a small curl, hands fumbling with the leather straps that held the mask against his head. His chest heaved in an irregular pattern as if he couldn't breathe. Gehrin looked up at Nivith, his hands closing into tight fists. He remembered what Zario had taught him, and tucked his thumb down against his curled fingers. "We cannot hurt a brother," he said, trying to make his voice lower and stern the way his father had spoken to his brothers when they were arguing. Nivith sneered. "Not hurting him. Just wanted to see under his mask. He's real ugly. Doesn't even have much of a face at all." Gehrin didn't move. "We cannot hurt a brother." The taller boy's face darkened, even in the dim light. "And you're going to tell on me, Ket? You think you're still some noble here?" He jabbed his finger against the wooden medallion on Gehrin's chest. "You're no one, just like the rest of us." Gehrin said nothing, waiting for the boy's anger to bubble over, knowing at any moment a blow might come, swinging for his face. But they were all facing him, and leaving Haya alone. Gehrin didn't know if they would be much comfort when he nursed a bruised cheek later, but he stood rooted to the ground. He knew he could not stand to watch what might happen if he didn't. Nivith's eyes glittered. "Yeah, you some kind of fool," he said. He reached out and pushed Gehrin back a few steps. Gehrin braced himself and returned to his place. That was the final straw. Nivith jumped forward, but his fist swung for Gehrin's abdomen, not his face. The breath whooshed out of Gehrin's mouth as pain blossomed in his stomach. He tried to grab Nivith's hands. The other boys jumped into the scuffle and Tirem swung at one of them, yelling. Nivith's weight pushed Gehrin off balance and they fell to the floor together. Trapped between the hard stone and the heavier boy, Gehrin pushed upwards with his arms and knees, managing to roll Nivith off him. A blurry white flash shot past him and leapt into the fray. Everyone was yelling. Nivith got his hands on Gehrin's shoulders and was pushing him back against the stone, trying to keep him pinned against the ground and helpless. But Gehrin had wrestled with Zario and Gehrin many times. He twisted his shoulder, bringing his elbow free and aiming for Nivith's face. He missed, but the point of his elbow drove hard into the boy's neck. With a low cry of pain, Nivith's weight shifted and Gehrin scrambled away and up to his feet. Nivith advanced on him, eyes alight with fury. A huge form stepped in between them, holding his big hands out, palm up toward Nivith. Saba shook his head. "No." Gehrin nearly sagged with relief. He looked toward the rest of the boys and was surprised to see Rue helping Tirem up to his feet. One of the boys with Nivith was lying on the floor, groaning, blood gushing from his nose. Nin was next to Haya's bed, his small fists clenched, but still staying a safe distance from the bigger boys. The door to the room flew open, crashing against the wall as they separated, and Temujin himself strode into the room between them, his face darker than a thundercloud. His voice boomed through the space, echoing off the stone wall.
Which one of you started this?
The boys scrambled away from him, standing submissively in a row, heads bowed. The boy on the ground, Audith, tried to sniffle through his bleeding nose, but it sounded more like a bubbling wheeze. Niveth lifted his hand and pointed at Haya, who was still curled in the same position. Master, he did. Temujin's eyes narrowed at the small boy on the bed and flicked his hand. One of the guards grabbed Haya by the back of his tunic and dragged him off the straw. Haya went limp in his grasp, still silent. Hot rage boiled in Gehrin's chest. It's not right. He stepped forward. Forgive me, master, but Niveth attacked Haya. He began the fight. Temujin's gaze flickered to Niveth.
Is this true?
His face eerily calm, the street boy shook his head. No, master. He lies.
I will not waste time on deciding the truth and lies. Take all three.
The old warrior glared around the room.
The rest of you will be silent. If I find any one of you has left your cot, you will run until your feet bleed.
Gehrin was marched out of the room and back into the courtyard, Niveth behind him. The wooden posts drew nearer, and a nervous flutter in his stomach made Gehrin feel sick. Ahead of them, Haya was tied to the farthest post, sagging against the wood. Cold iron scraped against his hands as they were drawn through the post rings. The chill of the night sent gooseflesh rising across his back and arms.
I have no use for boys who cannot follow rules, said Temujin gruffly.
He turned to one of the guards.
Leave them there through the day. No food or water.
As the guards returned to their posts and Temujin disappeared into the fortress, Niveth leaned toward Gehrin as far as his captive wrists would allow. There is blood between us now, Ket. Turning his face away, Gehrin looked at the boy to his left. Haya gripped the rings, his knuckles white. His chest was no longer heaving with strained breath, but the movement was still jerky, irregular, as if his lungs had forgotten the rhythm. Eyes tightly closed. Are you all right? Gehrin whispered. Blue eyes opened and turned to meet his. The mask was still, frozen in its blank expression, but the eyes stared back at Gehrin, and Haya nodded, his shaggy hair bobbing. Gehrin leaned his forehead against the wood. The night wore on like a slow trickle of water. Once or twice, Niveth tried to bait Gehrin with an insult, but Gehrin kept his face turned toward Haya's side. When the morning dawned, Gehrin had lost feeling in his arms, blessedly fading the sensation of sharp needles beneath his skin. The rest of the boys appeared in the courtyard and began their run. Gehrin felt strange watching them. He should be running too. His legs itched to move. The hot sun beat down on their backs, and Gehrin found himself wishing he hadn't been so quick to discard his tunic. Haya still wore one, but sweat ran down his face and neck. Gehrin could feel his body drying out like a salted fish. His mouth became sticky, and he eyed the bucket of drinking water, envious when the other boys drank from it. Several times he caught sight of Tyrim watching them. The other boy looked concerned, but no one dared say a word for fear of the stony Garatelhai master watching over them. During one of the runs, Rule had made a point to smile at Gehrin every time he approached, a wide grin that lifted his eyes into little crescent shapes. Gehrin found himself smiling back despite his cracked lips. Watching the others distracted Gehrin from Akatar's heat and the ache of his body. Audith's face was swollen from his broken nose, eyes puffy and bruised like two plums. Ru and Saba ran near each other, a strange pairing of dark and light. Ru slowing his pace to match Saba's steady rhythm. Death ran alone. Eyes trained on the ground, his shoulders hunched forward. A bruise colored his cheek that hadn't been there the night before. Running, lifting the logs, pushing them end over end across the courtyard. It was the same as the day before, and the day before. Gehrin wanted to run, to stretch his arms. Pain lanced through his shoulders and back every time he shifted his weight. Even Niveth was silent, too consumed by his own discomfort to add to Gehrin's. It wasn't until night fell again and the others had disappeared back to their beds that Gehrin began to wonder if they would ever be untied. Tears ran down his face. His body hurt. He couldn't feel his arms. He wanted water. He wanted food. His belly growled in displeasure at its emptiness. His lips were cracked and sore, and his tongue felt thick. Memories of the horrible dark box threatened the edges of his mind. He squeezed his eyes shut and recited the runes. Someone said his name softly. He forced his blurry eyes open and saw a familiar face near his own. Jai was untying his hands from the rings. When the rope released him, Gehrin crumpled to the dirt, his arms heavier than bars of iron. Jai supported his shoulders and helped him sit against the wooden post. Then he turned to Haya and did the same, followed by Niveth. He had a bucket of water with him and held the dipper to each of their lips. "Drink slowly," he reminded them. Niveth ignored him and managed to grasp the dipper, guzzling the cool liquid down his throat. Jai pulled the dipper from his hand and dropped it back into the bucket. He took Haya first, helping him walk across the courtyard and into the barracks room where the boys slept. Then he returned for Niveth, who angrily shrugged his arm away when Jai tried to put it over his shoulder. Despite the other boys' hostility, Jai still walked beside him back inside the stone walls. Gehrin waited against the post, biting his lips as the first painful hints of feeling returned to his fingers and arms. Soon, Jai was crouching beside him again, a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Come." Jai was stronger than he appeared, and the smaller boy did most of the work, lifting Gehrin back to his feet. Gehrin accepted the support gladly, unsure that he would stay standing without it. Leaning onto Jai's shoulder, he shuffled through the dirt. Exhausted tears spilled over his eyelids, but when he tried to lift his hand to wipe them away, he found that the movement took more effort than he was expecting. "You are strong today, my brother. Do not cry." Jai's gentle voice only brought more tears, burned by Akatar's angry light, sore and aching. Gehrin had felt despair. Escape was useless. He would be hunted down and Temujin would kill him. Jai's promise that he was not meant to die was only a promise so long as he did everything they told him to do. Even if his father did find him, would Temujin let him go so easily? He was beginning to believe that he might never see the world outside the stone walls again. As he passed Kajin's bed, the street rat looked up at him with a smirk.
"You soften the brain, Ika. Have plenty fights of your own without sticking your nose into everyone else's, yeah?"
Gehrin ignored him and Tirim, who was sitting on the edge of his bed, waiting to talk. Gehrin didn't want to talk. He wanted to sleep, and he wasn't sure he wanted to wake up. Chapter 8. You draw an empty bucket. Kateshi saying. The discordant sound of voices rising from the council chamber reached Master Loi's ears not long after he stepped beneath the sloping golden roofs of King Canarian's palace. He had arrived late, the journey on the long road from Blackvale still aching in his old bones, despite the softer saddle he'd had made. He leaned heavily on his staff as he made his way through the open stone courtyard toward the inner chambers of the palace. "We will see what mischief has been going on in my absence." A servant hurried past him, carrying a tray of wine and cups. No doubt the council required a good deal of the drink. He needed their heads swimming if they were to make any decisions. Master Loi reached the chamber, and the guards bowed, sliding the large doors to the side to let him in. Immediately he was greeted by a small crowd of faces as the men and women of the council had turned to watch him enter. Some were pleased by his presence, others were not. Loi ignored them all, his gaze fixed on the man at the far end of the chamber, perched on his uncomfortable throne. The king's sharply featured face and embroidered robes belied his true power. Loi knew it well. Beneath the red silk and jewels beat the heart of a warlord, a man imprisoned far too long by the stifling air of a council chamber and the babbling voices of lesser men. Above him, the golden faces of the wolf and the fox swirled in their eternal circle of balance, red gems glimmering in their eye sockets. Their fur looked almost like scaled armor as they guarded the throne of the man who sat beneath them. Master Loi walked through the center of the chamber and paused at the foot of the raised dais. "Niheligarhai," he said, bowing low. "Forgive me. I am late to this chamber."
Forever sworn,
echoed several voices around the chamber, repeating the traditional blessing. Shallow, meaningless oaths, most of them. Master Loi had spent years measuring the worth of each one. He knew how the scales tipped. Canarian nodded to him. "Welcome back from your travels, my friend. Perhaps you can bring some of your famed wisdom to this chamber of fools." "There is wisdom to be found even in the voices of those we do not understand, Great One," replied Master Loi. He met the king's gaze, saw the darkness around Canarian's eyes that had plagued his handsome face long before the crown prince's death. But he would not speak to soothe his king's heart with news of Blackvale. They would speak of such things later, when self-interested ears were not present. Loi drifted back away from the throne and took his place in a cushioned chair to the king's left, one high counselor on the right and one to the left, as it always had been. Master Lowy's attention drifted to the man sitting across from him. Councillor Halax was proud, built on generations of men sitting beside the throne of their king. Living in the shadow of the throne for so long could make a man covet its power. Master Lowy had never wished to cage himself between the arms of carved wood. He was the man unblemished by such lofty desires. His knowledge and talents were more useful where they were, serving a great king. Councillor Halax had proved himself loyal without fault, but a man without faults was the most dangerous of all. The dark visage of the father was so like that of his son, and Gehrin had even inherited his father's stony thoughtfulness, only the eyes betraying the depth of their nature. Councillor Halax and Master Lowy exchanged respectful nods to acknowledge each other. The old scholar smiled to himself. Yes, the son will be a powerful servant. The council resumed its discussion, which devolved quickly into argument. Rain had been scarce this growing season, and the farmers and landowners were struggling to produce the quotas that were required to feed the people of Keld, and therefore the outer cities would suffer as well. Councillor Ujo, representing the merchants, held out his hands gracefully, his rich blue robes fluttering about him. Great king, if we cannot grow enough food for our people, we will need to purchase more from our neighbors. Our trade profits are still high, but I fear such a great need will deplete more gold than we can afford to lose. The Mannocks have had good prosperity in their fields and orchards, but they will charge more than their crops are worth. Take advantage of our misfortune, replied Councillor Muri. He spoke for the tradesmen of Kitezh, his thick neck bearing the weight of an iron chain carved with runes. Mannock is not our only ally, cut in Councillor Halax, one hand smoothing the dark beard around his chin. Our ambassador from Dam has reported that they may also have an excess harvest. If Mannock will not honor fair price, there are others. Scowling, Councillor Ujo folded his silken sleeves against his chest. And how do you propose to pay for these excess harvests that our allies will so graciously share with us? Will you dip into your own stores of gold, Master Halax? If my king commands, I will give the last piece of gold in my treasury to feed our people, replied Councillor Halax. His eyes boring into Ujo's, the merchant councillor's face grew red. You insult my honor. Councillor Halax did not move. How so? With a wide, sweeping gesture to the gathered councillors, Ujo attempted to defend himself. Shall I witness? Which one of us here would not give our own wealth for our great people? Honor is a virtue, Councillor Halax. But do you believe yourself greater than the rest of this respected council? If he does, it is true, thought Master Lowy with a bit of mirth. Great men need not defend their honor. Their actions speak for them. Loud in the lips, weak of honor. Before Halax was required to give a response to Ujo's accusation, King Canarian slammed his hand down on the arm of his throne. Silence fell over the room immediately. Fatherly pride filled Master Lowy, even if they despised him. Canarian demanded their respect. A room full of bickering children. Yet again you prove your breath in this chamber is a waste of air. Councillor Ujo, Halax, say your piece, said the king. Master Lowy saw Ujo's face ripple in anger before smoothing into a mask of indifference as he stepped back into his place amongst the 30-odd councillors with an exaggerated bow. You honor me. Councillor Halax stood and descended the single step to the floor, looking around the room as he spoke. Our kingdoms have grown and stretched farther than ever before, and it is likely that Syndri will soon be waging war against the northern peoples at the edge of their lands. We do not know when that blade will fall, but they will no doubt ask for our help. King Markolian wishes to destroy the plague on their border once and for all. That is an inevitable truth that we must prepare ourselves for. So you would decrease yet more of our gold stores, and yet I have not heard how you plan to increase them again, complained Councillor Okujin. His long black beard was braided and small charms looped through the strands. He was dressed moderately compared to his peers, but Lowy knew it was all a matter of theatrics, an effort to represent the common people of Kitezh by appearing like them, priding himself on his humility. Lowy regarded the willowy man with displeasure. Okujin enjoyed the sound of his own voice far better than the clamoring cries of the people he served. The tribute we receive from the mines of Rook has not been increased in nearly 10 years, said Councillor Halax. I propose we raise it. A hum broke out in the chamber as the councillors and their lesser advisers broke out in heated discussion. Master Lowy nodded. It was a good plan. one that he would have suggested himself had the king called on him. The small country of Rook had been conquered ages past by greater forces of Katesh and her warlord kings, and its most recent rebellion quelled 9 years ago. Despite its size, the wealth of Rook was undeniable. Deep craters and canyons ran for miles down, dipping tunnels and channels like long fingers into the earth. And cradled in those caverns and hidden passages, far below the surface, was vein upon vein of gold and jewels. In the lifetimes it had taken for the vast system of mines to be dug down into the caverns below, they'd only seen a small portion of what waited in the darkness. Rook was still ruled by one of its own, Queen Zen. But the golden tribute she paid to King Gehrin filled the coffers of Katesh's royal palace. It was a vassal state, bound to a greater country. Master Lowy glanced toward Ujo again, who looked furious. The merchant counselor was half Rookian, and Lowy was well aware of his divided loyalties. Great One, it would risk Queen Zen's great anger, and she has been a valuable ally to our people. We could offer to borrow the extra gold we need. A promise of repayment would be a symbol of our goodwill, and you cannot— Gehrin was up out of his throne, face mottled with fury. How dare you seek to lecture me, Ujo? Repayment? He spat. Rook is mine, as Katesh is mine. If I raise a tribute, Queen Zen will pay it. She sits upon her piles of gold like a raven while our fields wither beneath Akatar's fire. I have sat on this throne for too long. Perhaps you have all forgotten that I am warlord and king of Katesh. You have all grown soft in your easy lives, soothed like suckling babes with your honeyed wine and silks. You would destroy the power and honor of this nation while you squabble over the refuse like dogs in the street. Get out of my sight. Stunned into silence, the room was frozen. Gehrin glowered down at them like a great bear until they began to bow and shuffle hesitantly from the room. The doors slid shut with a clack, and suddenly the room was too quiet and too large. Gehrin strode down the dais and disappeared into an open door behind the throne. Master Lowy stood slowly from his chair, making no rush to follow his irate king. The space between the throne and the wine cup in his chambers could do much to cool Gehrin's temper. The king's chambers were simple. Lavish furs were draped over the edges of the raised bed, and firelight glinted off the golden lamps. But there were few other signs of the vast riches due a king who towered over all the countries in Drylar. 2 of the king's Garatelhai guards stood motionless in the corner of the room, iron and leather armor gleaming. Gehrin drank from his cup noisily, then poured himself another. Counselor Hallex entered the room behind Master Lowy, sliding the door shut behind him. Neither of the king's high counselors spoke. Finally, Gehrin set down his drink and reached up to tear the gold chain from around his neck. He tossed it to the floor and then placed his palms flat against the table. The world was simpler when I had a spear in my hand. Master Lowy lowered himself into another chair near the fire that was crackling from its square pit in the floor. Perhaps not the world, but the man. A slight scoff at that, but Gehrin would not disagree. Above the bed, the king's great carved spear hung on 2 pegs, a strip of red silk tied beneath the spearhead. Master Lowy had seen Gehrin, the warlord, strong as an ox, wielding his spear against the horse lords of Malak when several of the tribes had plagued their southern border. The tribes had been beaten back soundly, as they always were when they grew too restless to fight against their own kind. It was their stubborn pride and blood feuds that kept them from uniting under a single warlord king, the way their brothers in Katesh had done well over a century ago. Counselor Hallex's voice rumbled from beside the door. Forgive me if I was too forward, my king. We knew this would not be an easy path. Ilba, you have been at my side since we traded our wooden sticks for sharp blades. The council chamber is yours as much as it is mine. Ujo does not know his place. Still, speaking with Queen Zen's emissary to discuss the tribute before we revealed it to the council might have served us better, replied Hallex. She is growing reluctant to send any tribute at all, I think. He was staring into the fire, still smoothing a hand over his beard. Gehrin shook his head, pouring another cup of wine and holding it out to the counselor. Here, drink. It would not have mattered when we told them about the tribute, and this way they cannot accuse me of keeping them ignorant. The counselors already wish me off my throne. Speaking with them is like putting my hands into a basket of adders, and I have felt the bite of their fangs too deeply. Another cup of wine disappeared down the king's throat. He dropped the cup on the table. Arrange for a meeting with Zen's emissary. I will speak with him tomorrow. Counselor Hallex bowed deeply as he left. Canarian waved a hand to his guards. Only the king and the old man were left in the warmth of the fire. Canarian sat down across from Master Lowy. "You wear the weariness of your travels on your face, master?" The old scholar smiled. Canarian had never outgrown the habit of calling Master Lowy by the title he had used as a young boy. Lowy had spent many days patiently teaching the prince his runes when he would have rather hunted and swung a spear, and beneath the king's crown Lowy still saw the eyes of that young prince and those of his son. "I'm getting too old for a saddle," Lowy admitted. "The road seems longer every time I travel upon it." The king leaned back in his chair, curled fist against his mouth as he stared thoughtfully into the fire. "Tell me of your travels. Tell me of the Bruhai. Those are the words you wish to say." "I believe that we will be successful, my king. Your servants are strong, and we will strengthen them far beyond their limits. Everything I have promised you will be yours." "The boy is strong, my king. You will be proud of him." "I will avenge my son, even if I have rooted out those who took his life. The others stood by and rejoiced in it." The king's eyes were trained on the flames, dark promises swirling beneath the calm surface. "I will bleed them dry. They grow bold because they believe me weak. Every moment in that council chamber they circle my throne like jackals. 8 years has given them much time to work their tricks." "You must keep them at bay a little longer," replied Master Lowy. "Prince Tamarakai's death is a dark cloud over this palace, but it blinds them. We must keep them blind. They expect me to choose an heir. I cannot make another son, despite trying. Gehrin cannot keep a child in her womb, and the others will not conceive at all." The king leaned forward, resting chin on his hands. Deep sadness curled around him like a dark spirit. Master Lowy tapped his staff against the wooden floor. "You are still in the strength of your life. There is no need for an heir now, and when there is, you will choose." Canarian's eyes flickered away from the fire and settled on the old man's face. "The one I choose must be stronger than all others." "He will be, my king. He will be strong enough to defend your throne." The main gate of the Halleck's estate opened, allowing the old man and his walking staff to pass through. The guards bowed, recognizing him. He had not walked this path for many months, not since the crown prince's death, when he had come demanding answers to questions that Councillor Halleck did not know. The world had been chaos then, a dark maelstrom of death and betrayal. The king still expected a knife around every corner. Master Lowy knew that after the executions of everyone who had played a part in the prince's death, a knife would be too loud a weapon. No one would dare risk such open violence again. The council was dangerous, and not all of them were fools. Power was dangling just beyond their fingertips, and Lowy could see them all licking their lips, slavering like dogs over bone marrow. Master Lowy pulled himself up the steps into the house, carefully slipping off his shoes. Moments later, the servant who had come to greet him let him into Councillor Halleck's rooms. The soft scent of incense burned in one corner, and the stone-faced councillor regarded him from behind the table. There were no cushioned chairs in the room, and Lowy's joints creaked as he lowered himself to the pillows on the floor. "Welcome, Master Lowy. Thank you for your hospitality." Quiet settled, both waiting for the other to make the first move in a game they had been playing opposite one another for many years. Master Lowy chose to move the first piece. "When I returned, I was told your son had been found. May his spirit walk among the stars." Master Lowy touched 2 fingers to his lips and then twisted them out and away from himself, a sign of respect for the dead. "My spirit weighs heavy with this news." "As does mine," responded Councillor Halleck quietly, his expression carefully crafted in an unreadable mask. Nothing out of place. "I will not rest until I know whose hands were responsible." Yes, the story of a young boy falling into a field well. Tragic and perhaps enough to feed a lesser mind. A story for the mourners and priests. I have taken a son from you, and the boy in the well was simply an unnecessary sacrifice to maintain the appearance of innocence. He was no one of consequence." Master Lowy smoothed his thumb over the runes in his staff. "Do you not believe it was an accident, then?" "Do not play your games here, scholar." The mask cracked ever so slightly, a displeased tilt appearing on Councillor Halleck's lips. "As his respected teacher, you were close to my son. Can you believe him capable of such stupidity?" "I cannot." "Then I invite you to imagine the truth. My son, taken from his bed in the darkness and robbed of his life.
The earth weeps for innocent blood spilled. But what could be gained by such a vile act? And so it begins, Master Lowy thought to himself, the intricate dance of pieces across the board. A simple question asked by a father bereaved of his young son seeking answers. A man with power shown to be powerless in the face of pointless tragedy. To all other eyes, this was the truth. Master Lowy tugged at his beard, thoughtfully. In order to answer this question, we would need to understand the mind who designed the act, he replied. It would seem that our kingdom is besieged by evil. 2 great sons lost, taken before their time. A prince and a boy who could have stepped into his place. Master Lowy was pleased to notice that Councillor Hallax's eyebrows lifted. He continued, It is doubtful that our prince was killed by the design of one man alone. A trusted warrior thrust the knife, true, but perhaps servants turned their faces, or even a councillor whispered in the right ear. There is an order to these things. Perhaps we pulled the stem and not the root. Councillor Hallax's face darkened. Speak plainly, if you can. My dear councillor, do you truly believe there is no one left who would do harm? Do you believe that our king is safe? And if our king is not safe, then the man standing in his shadow cannot be safe. You are close to King Gennarian's heart. If he must choose a son from among his councillors, who else would he look to? A muscle twitched in the side of Hallax's jaw. I will not be threatened. Master Lowy nodded. You have power. The rest of the council holds only the illusion of power. Our laws would give them that power if only our king did not stand in their way. Or you, Councillor Hallax. If the son of a lesser councillor were to sit on the throne, our nation would not stand. Katesh would become a colosseum, animals tearing each other apart over pieces of the throne's power. Councillor Ujo is deep within the clutches of Queen Zen. Rook would rise against us, and with them, others. You say I cannot hold power, but I am not the only one in the king's trust, replied Councillor Hallax. He sat still, not even a tapped finger betraying him. You have been busy of late, Master Lowy, riding to the far edges of the kingdom in search of ancient knowledge, hidden in your room with your brittle books. Tell me, have you discovered a rune to expose the king's enemies and save his throne? You cannot imagine all that I have discovered, young pup. I have discovered things that may prove useful. Councillor Hallax made no effort to hide his distaste, and his voice carried an edge of mockery. No doubt. And yet you keep your secrets like a mohar. I have grown distrustful of secrets. That will serve you well. Master Lowy pushed himself up to his feet, his staff anchored to the floor. To feel strength in my limbs once again. May Shirai grant me enough to see these dark days through. Yes, he will give me enough, I think. I will take my offering to the shrine and write runes for your son. I will send a servant with you. I thank you, but it is unnecessary. I will keep one ear to the wall of the world, and I may hear something of worth. I will send you word, Master Lowy promised. Councillor Hallax stood and offered a curt bow. If I can discover the whereabouts of my son's murderer, I will bring him to justice. Ela, may the heart resist evil, and may you find the justice you seek. Master Lowy gathered the front of his robe. He shuffled to the door, then paused to look back at the man behind him. Councillor Hallax stood solemn, a pillar of his own secrets. These days are full of darkness, Councillor Hallax. Guard your sons, and guard your king. The audience was over, and Master Lowy left the house, finding his traveling slippers where he had left them on the step. The air was too cold, and he drew his robes closer around his shoulders. The front gate seemed farther from the house than when he had arrived. When he returned to his own home, he would tell a servant to fetch a basin of warm water for his feet. Master! Brisk footsteps approached him, youthful in their urgency. Master Lowy smiled as Zario came from the training courtyard. The boy's face had grown harder lines since Master Lowy had last seen him. His eyes were shadowed with a new and terrible maturity, a thing that could only be found in the eyes of someone who had seen death. The bright light of innocence had fled, leaving gruesome knowledge in its wake. It came to all sons and daughters, some sooner than others. Master Lowy traced a rune on Zario's forehead. Shall I guard you? Master. Zario looked unsure, eyes darting between the scholar and the house. Please help me. What help would you ask of me? Zario's arms and hands were taut, nervous energy bubbling up through his body. Master, I don't believe that Gehrin fell into the well. I know that you see many things and many people. Please help me find out who killed him.
This one is made of something strong, but different than his brother. One smooth stone, one sharp rock. Regarding the boy kindly, Master Lowy put a hand on his shoulder. Trust your father in this. Anything you suspect, surely he must already be aware of. If something else must be known about Gehrin, he will find it. Zario's face fell. But tend to your brother's spirit. Bring your offerings. Master Lowy tightened his grip on the boy's shoulder, watching the dark spheres of his eyes struggling against an onslaught of tears. Look. Master Lowy took the end of his staff and drew runes in the dirt. Do you see? Zario wiped a hand under his nose. Gehrin. With the tip of his sandal, Master Lowy swept the runes away, returning the dirt to its unmarred state. And now what do you see? Nothing. But do you remember the rune? Yes. The scholar nodded. You have seen it, and carry it with you as if written in a book, just as you remember your brother. Your blood and your brother's blood are the same. We carry those we have lost in us, and draw strength from them. That is a thing more powerful than spear or sword. Zario's shoulders drooped as he stared at the space where Gehrin's name had been written, and one tear managed to break free of his grip and wander down his dirt-smudged cheek. So I must do nothing. Master Lowy leaned forward until his face was close to Zario's. You ask the wrong question. A better question is, what must I do? Learn and listen. Train and grow strong. Do not dull your spear with grief. Sharpen it with purpose. Shoulders shaking, Zario's tears spilled over onto his cheeks. Master Lowy gently wrapped his arm around the boy, letting Zario cry against the wide sleeves of his robe. You will do great things, my boy. Let those great things speak of your brother and carry him with you. Bring honor to your king. That is how you can honor your brother's memory.
Part 2, 3 years later.
Chapter 9. The closed fist must find its balance in an open hand. Maleki Proverb. A satisfied smile curved across Syndri's lips. Overlooking the little ravine that ran like a groove through the cracked skin of the earth, she could see the small figures in the distance. Warriors and horses, 6 of them, a small raiding party. No doubt they had seen her and the 9 other Garrus clan warriors when they crested the ridge. Fate was set. There would be a fight. Syndri's fingers twitched, yearning for the smooth grip of her swords. Soon enough. It had been over a moon since she'd spilled blood with them, and she was tired of riding out to the edges of the tribe's land with no one to challenge. The other tribes had grown soft, too scared to challenge her father's warriors, as they should be. Stepping into Garrus lands was death. The heavy hooves of her black warhorse, Brig, stomped impatiently beneath her. She could feel his heavy muscles bunched, gathering power. His nostrils flared, ears pricked forward in direction of their prey. Syndri stroked his neck. He's as bloodthirsty as you are. Syndri turned in her saddle to see her twin sister, Senna, eyeing the pair of them from atop her own warhorse. Her twin was the opposite side of her coin, lithe and curved in places she was supposed to be, whereas Syndri was built with their father's massive frame. Unlike Syndri's partly braided wild mane, Senna's gleaming dark hair was gathered into twists that ran from the top of her head down her back in one long braid, red yarn woven through the plaits. It was simple, but Senna had never been drawn to the extravagant style that most Maleki warriors favored. She wore no charms in her hair, no rings on her hands, and only a simple woven necklace made by their grandmother. Even Senna's tattoos were simpler, light lines snaking up her arms and curling around her neck down to her collarbone. Syndri's own dark red tattoos, banded in rings around her arms, spiked across her upper chest and neck and came to sharp points atop her cheeks. Impatience bubbled through Syndri's gut as she fixed her eyes on the warriors across the ravine. Their foreheads were brown, even darker than their skin, the color of the Tladar tribe, her father's oldest rival. It didn't surprise her that they stubbornly insisted on continuing their raids on Garrus lands while the other tribes withdrew. She wanted nothing more than to send their heads spinning from their shoulders. But Yuga, her father's war sword, had not given them the signal. Instead, they waited on the little hill above the ravine, giving their enemy the chance to run with their tails tucked between their legs like curs. But the Tladar warriors clustered their horses together, making no move to run, hefting tall spears into the air in challenge. Spears. Such weapons were most likely gifts from a Katesh trading caravan, and disgust curled like a worm through Syndri's gut. Spears were no match for the sword of true Malak warriors. Several horse lengths ahead of Syndri, Yuga sat on his bay mare, his permanently frowning face marred by an old scar running the length of his right cheek and chin. Yuga was Nargaras' second-in-command, and he led the warband to many victories. But now, scowling across the ravine at the Teladar warriors, he sat still as a grass-mouthed lizard, waiting for the right moment to swallow his prey. Syndri fidgeted atop Brig. She was ready to taste blood, to send her enemies down to the nameless lands, where they would be forced to tell the tale of their defeat. After what felt like an age to Syndri, Yuga barked a command, closed fist raised in the air, his bay warhorse turning to lunge toward the stone bridge that spanned the ravine. Syndri let out a blood-curdling screech and urged Brig after him, hearing the pounding hooves of her sister's mount and the other 7 warriors following behind her down the hill. The familiar tendrils of battle tightened around her body, an enticing mixture of rage and joy. As war horses thundered across the bridge and out onto the flat plain beyond, she reached over her shoulder to slide one of her swords free from its sheath. The blade snaked out of the leather with a whisht and tickled her ears as it swung past. Ahead of them, the Teladar warriors sent their horses forward in a gallop to meet Yuga. His swords were drawn, the naked blades flashing in the sun. Syndri balanced in the saddle, imagining a strong thread connecting her through Brig's broad back and into the ground. Letting go of the reins, she reached up for her second sword. The blades swung in a wide loop on either side of her stallion. She caught the glint of Senna's blades beside her, her sister leaning forward over the neck of her roan mare. Row. Syndri let out a wild yell, baring her teeth as the Teladar warriors hurtled toward them, screaming their last war cries. She chose her opponent, a man with his hair shaved into black tufts on either side of his head, tattoos nearly obscuring his dark brown Teladar forehead. Syndri curled her lips into a feral grin at the sight of the spear he carried. The mistake would cost him. Spears were weapons of Katesh, not Malak. The 2 swords passed each other so closely that Syndri could have reached out and grabbed the Teladar horse's bridle. She bent backwards as the spear point hissed over her, slicing her sword up and out in a sharp jab, the edge of her blade carving across the man's hip. Brig galloped on, and she turned him with pressure from her legs. The stallion slid and swung in a perfect circle. Nostrils flared as his powerful muscles bunched beneath Syndri's thighs. The Teladar was spinning around to face her again, a red stain spreading down his leg. He howled at her, his horse charging slower this time. Syndri tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Brig's black ears swept flat against his head. Neck extended as he sank his teeth into the other horse's shoulder. A jolt shuddered through them, both at the impact unseating the Teladar warrior as his horse lunged to the side. He fell to the grassy plain in a tumble of leather and furs, rolling to his feet. Leaning back, Syndri slowed Brig and threw her leg over his neck. She raised one sword to the air toward the Sky Clans, whispering the names of her ancestors to witness this death. Their eyes were on her, she knew, and she would shed blood in their stead. The Teladar spat at her. His forehead tightened with pain as he favored his injured leg. Syndri wasted no time closing the distance between them, facing the man with a devilish snarl on her lips. She dodged his first spear thrust, dancing around the sharp edges and bringing her own sword down overhand into his shoulder. As he fell to his knees, sudden pain shot through her, and her leg nearly buckled. The hilt of his short hunting knife protruded from the meat of her thigh. Pure battle rage coursed through Syndri, keeping her on her feet as she grabbed him by the front of his tunic, dragging him close to her face as she plunged her second sword through his belly. "The ancestors will not be there to welcome you, cur," she hissed. "You are too weak to join the Sky Clans. Tell those in the nameless land that the daughter of Nargaras sent you." He spat blood in her face, the warmth staining her cheeks. But his defiance faded as life flowed from him, and he fell to the ground, staring up at the sky he would never reach. Exultant, Syndri reached her bloodied swords over her head to salute to those who were watching her from above. She glanced over her shoulder to see her tribesmen dispatching the other Teladar. 1 or 2 bodies already lay on the ground. Senna's swords were locked against the spear haft of a woman, wearing more furs than leather. Syndri's heart lurched as she saw Senna's sword slip to the side, giving the other woman space to swing the end of her spear up to crack against Senna's head. As always, Syndri underestimated her sister's agility. Senna twisted back and under the spear, driving the point of her left sword up into the Teladar's throat. Syndri made a small grunt of approval and relief as Senna ripped her blade free, kicking the woman's body away. Steeling herself against the pain in her thigh, Syndri stiffly knelt and pulled the small bag of gold from the Teladar's belt. Taking the carven totem from around his neck, she smashed it beneath the pommel of one of her swords. lurching awkwardly to her feet with a wave of nausea sweeping over her. Syndri ripped her belt free and tied it tightly around her upper leg above the buried knife. The light of battle was waning, and Sindri's ears buzzed in muffled sound as she looked at her wound. She looked away, swallowing down the bile that rose in her throat. Senna saw her from across the field and headed toward her, stepping over a body in her way. Hugo was forcing the last two Tellader to their knees. They would be nailed to posts on either side of the bridge as a warning to any of their kin who might venture this close to Nargaris land. Syndri didn't need to watch. She had other things on her mind. Senna knelt in front of her, inspecting the wound. "Breathe deep or you'll faint," she said, reaching into the bag at her side and handing Syndri a strip of leather. "Better if you sit down," carefully lowering herself to the ground. Syndri lodged the leather between her teeth and closed her eyes, trying to control the way the inside of her brain was whirling like a sand dervish. Senna closed her fingers around the knife handle, and Syndri ground her teeth together at the agony of that simple touch. Senna glanced at her. "Ready?" Syndri took a deep breath and gave a curt nod. The knife slid free, and the white-hot pain that flooded through Syndri's leg and up into her body was colder than the Nameless Lands. She spat the leather out onto the grass and would have punched her fist in anything solid she could reach, but since only Senna was available, she slammed it into her other thigh instead. Senna gripped Syndri's arm to steady her as she swayed, light-headed. She cursed the man lying dead beside her with ill luck, even in the cold silence of the afterlife. "It's a clean wound," Senna said, her quiet voice taking on the soothing cadence that often did when she was tending the horses. "The ancestors show you an open hand." Still reeling from the knife being pulled free from her body, Syndri looked away as Senna rinsed the wound with her water skin and pulled a pinch of salt from her bag. Dark spots danced in front of Syndri's vision, and she let out a guttural scream as Senna packed the salt into the cut and bound a wad of clean cloth tightly against it to staunch the gush of blood. Senna pulled the cloth tightly around Syndri's leg and then stood, offering her hand. "Come, Hugo will be ready to leave soon." "He was not in such a hurry to ride down here," muttered Syndri, accepting her sister's help to lurch to her feet. She was still faint, but she wasn't weak enough to say so. She drew deep, cleansing breaths of grassland air through her nostrils. The tang of death curled inside her nose and mouth alongside it. Her gut churned. The body of the Tellader warrior lay at her feet. The rush of battle faded, but the thrill of yet another enemy falling to her swords remained. She resisted the urge to kick at the body. Cur. She spat, the glob of bubbling saliva splattering against his blood-stained cheek. When Senna retrieved both her own and Syndri's swords, Syndri noticed a rip in her sleeve beneath the shoulder, the faint stain of red around the edges. "She cut you," said Syndri, reaching out and ripping the cloth open further to expose a thin line left behind by a glancing blade. Senna shrugged away, glaring. "And you ruined my tunic," she retorted, pulling at the scraps of fabric. "Here, you can carry your own blades." Toward the bridge, a man screamed, the shrill, unfettered shriek of a man beyond the limits of pain. The sound echoed over the grasslands. Hugo was making swift work of them. Syndri reached out and grasped Senna's neck, pulling her sister's forehead to her own. "Closed fist," she murmured. They would live on to fight again. Their enemies would rot and sink down through the earth into the Nameless Lands, where there was no light to recognize the faces of warriors. "Come," Senna said. "You will need help to ride." Setting her teeth hard against each other, Syndri whistled for Brig. The black stallion perked up his head from where he'd been cropping at grass a short distance from them. He trotted toward her and shoved his head against her chest, lips teasing at her wild hair. She limped to his side, ignoring the pain from her leg as it threatened to buckle under her weight. When she tapped at his chest and behind his shoulder, the stallion lurched toward the ground and folded his legs beneath him so she could mount easily. Lifting her leg even that far was still agonizing. Senna saw her settled, and then walked off to find her own mount as Brig heaved back up to his feet. Near the bridge, the wooden beams that marked the entrance to Garis lands had become warning pillars, the fluttering tunics of the Tellader warriors, their flags. Both men hung against the wood, broken and quivering masses of flesh, iron spikes driven through their limbs, sentenced to a slow and agonizing death. Syndri rode past them with her head held high, and the warriors of the mighty warlord, Nargaris, galloped back over the plains, leaving the bodies of their enemies behind them. Red flags whipped in the wind above the low stone wall surrounding the Garis village. The wall was a perfect square guarding the hide and wood frame houses, workshops, and storerooms of the rapidly growing tribe. Syndri's chest swelled at the sight of her father's gat. Rising from the middle of the village, the felted hides stretched tight over the wooden framework beneath. Someday she hoped to see the stone walls rise higher than the height of 2 men, the proud red flags visible for a much further distance. Nargaras was already one of the 3 most powerful warlords in Malak, and one day every tribal knee would bend to him alone. It was written in the stars, as Syndri's grandfather had said on the day of his son's birth. Syndri curled her lip, feeling the wound in her leg, the face of the man who had inflicted it still fresh in her mind. The Telar tribe would be the first, and their bowed heads would be a sight that filled her with pleasure for a lifetime. She urged Brig into a trot toward the opening in the wall, steeling herself against the jolting pain in her leg. Senna rode to her left, and Yuga just ahead of them, holding his deserved place as the sword. As soon as they passed through the gateway, the other 7 riders broke away to return to their homes and tend to their horses. The village was bustling with activity. Most of the Gats had thin fingers of smoke reaching toward the sky from the hole in the center of their domed roofs. The well near Nargaras' Gat was a hub of activity as men, women, and children filled an assortment of containers. To the right, a small clearing was full of hides stretched over frames and women laughing and singing work songs as they rolled felt and tanned leather from the herds of Karoxen grazing just beyond the wall. Syndri's father's herd were fat and healthy. It had been a good year for the calves. The year was flowing with milk and meat, as her grandfather often said. Interspersed with the Karoxen were the horses, bred for war and strength for generations. A fresh crop of young colts and fillies were already beginning their training with the Garas youth who would one day become warriors. Nargaras and his wife, Etlan, stepped out of the Gat's doorway to greet the returning warriors. His eyes met Syndri's, and while he did not grace her with a smile, she caught a glint of pride in his eyes, a look he reserved for her and her siblings. The warlord of the Garas tribe was larger than life itself. Something, sky-touched in the way he led his people, commanded their respect. Syndri's mother often said he was as much Karox as the creatures grazing the land, big-boned and stubborn, and as vital to his people as the air. Syndri had inherited those heavy bones. As she dismounted, pulling her injured leg over Brig once again, she felt the weight of them as she landed on the ground, clenching her jaw. Ahead of her, Yuga pulled up his mare, his blood-splattered scale armor telling the story of their victory before it came from his lips. Her father clasped arms with his war sword, and the 2 men pressed their foreheads together. "The blood of the Tlada runs back into the earth," Yuga said, his voice gruff. "It was a small raiding party." With a pleased grunt, Nargaras gripped Yuga's shoulder. "It was well done. I will give you a skin of Hife to take back to your Gat. Share it with your wife and daughters." Behind him, Etlan had disappeared into the Gat and returned with a heavy skin of the Malekian fermented mare's milk and fig wine. Yuga accepted it, slinging it over his shoulder, pushing back through the small crowd that had gathered to celebrate the victory with his family. Syndri caught sight of Yuga's wife, Tidis, waiting outside their Gat, her thin frame hidden beneath a thick hide robe that bulged over her belly, heavy with child. Her face showed no sign that her husband's return gave her joy, but when he approached her, she reached up and gently touched his cheek. Syndri looked away. Whatever happened in Yuga's Gat was no concern of hers. Senna stepped forward to the carved post in front of the warlord's doorway and pulled a small skin from her belt. She held it up over the post and let the blood of the Telar warrior drip over the stained wood. The tribe shouted their approval with whoops and the name of their warlord. The Sky Clans would be pleased. Syndri smiled. Then her father was in front of her, his huge hand cupping the back of her skull and cracking their foreheads together so hard, Syndri's teeth rattled. A cold sweat had broken out on her forehead, and she knew she was going to have to sit down soon or she would fall on her rear in front of her tribe. She smiled. "Greetings, warlord. We have sent more of our enemies to the darkness. The only name they will carry is that of Nargaras, whose warriors were the last thing they saw under the sky." Her father's dark eyes sparkled as he drew away from her, and the thick brown hair around his lips twitched. He reached for Senna next, repeating the same greeting. Hands brushed against Syndri's shoulder, her scale armor clattered as the men and women of her tribe touched her in passing, sharing the remnants of the blood stains to gain strength from the victory. Etlan gestured her daughter toward the Gat. "Come, I must tend to Brig," Syndri said, attempting to turn back toward her horse. Senna put a hand on her arm, shaking her head. "Go with Etlan. If you have not finished by the time I am done with Ro, I will come back for him." The wound burned in Syndri's thigh, icy tendrils creeping up and down her leg. Too tired to argue, Syndri followed Etlan into the Gat. Wooden latticework ringed the lower half of the tent-like structure, supporting long beams that reached up into a central ring. Nargaras' Gat was the largest in the village, much larger than anything their ancestors had built. But their ancestors had been nomads, moving from place to place, driving their herds. The Gehrin tribe had chosen this land, a place to rest from the wanderings of their ancestors. The comforting scent of cook-fire smoke and the slight heaviness of damp hides from last night's rain reached Syndri as she took her first breath inside. She and her sister had moved into their own gat when they'd reached the age of adulthood several years past. But she still spent as much time as she could, gathered with her family around her mother's cook-fire. Senna's cooking didn't compare, and Syndri had been forbidden from it long after proving she could ruin meat and vegetables as easily as she could a Teladar warrior. Syndri sat down on a small stool near the fire pit, pulling at the shoulder laces of her armor and then the laces beneath her armpits. Her body felt lighter as the armor fell away, but she missed the weight, feeling naked without it. As with the Gehrin tribe children, both Syndri and Senna had trained day and night in scale armor until it was a second skin, inhibiting their movement no more than a woven tunic. As she drew her trousers cautiously away from her bandaged leg, she wrinkled her nose and sucked air through her teeth. Blood had seeped through the cloth. Her mother sat beside her, a small clay pot in her hands. Etlin wrinkled her nose as the removal of the armor revealed the smells beneath. "You reek," she said. "Come, let me see." She pulled away the pot's cloth covering to reveal a pungent paste of green leaves. Syndri slowly unwound the bandage and let her mother finish dressing the wound. Etlin poured salted water over the wound, flushing away the previously packed salt, so it would not dry out the skin more than it already had on the ride back to the village. Then she laid out her small leather bag of needles and horsehair thread for stitching wounds. Syndri looked straight across the gat, fixing her eyes on the wooden lattice and chewing a hole in the side of her cheek to keep herself from focusing on the needle puncturing the skin of her leg. Etlin stitched the skin back together, leaving a slight gap at the end to let the fluids drain. At least the herbs Etlin used had begun to numb the area, giving it a strangely detached lightness. Syndri distracted herself with thoughts of the battle. Not that it had been much of a battle. It was the fourth raid in less than a full moon cycle. The Teladar didn't seem to take their losses seriously, and Syndri was surprised they had enough grown warriors to send out against the Gehrin anymore. The Teladar had not faced her tribe with any large force since she'd been small enough to ride in a sling on her mother's back. They were cowards, nipping at the heels of the greater tribe just enough to be a nuisance. Perhaps one day her father would send Yuga and the full strength of the Gehrin warband out to destroy them forever. Syndri flexed her hands, feeling the phantom grip of the swords she'd laid aside with her armor. The Teladar had used spears this time, weapons of the soft lords of Katesh, whose heritage on the prairie and horseback was nothing but a memory, as they draped themselves with lavish silks. Some said that the king of Katesh was a great warlord. Syndri scoffed at the idea. No doubt he was some fat fool who couldn't remember the sharp end of his spear from the haft. Her mother pulled the cloth bandage tight around her leg. "Too much blood will sour the milk," she said quietly. "Do not forget that the sky watches more than your sword. I do not want your hands to be forever bound to your blades." Syndri pulled her mind away from her thoughts. Her mother's eyes were fixed on her as they often had been when she was young and had just done something worthy of disapproval. She frowned. Her mother had always been proud of her kills, just as her father was. Etlin's womb had been blessed with 2 daughters and a son, 2 of them born with closed fists. And yet something strange was in her gaze now, something that Syndri didn't want to see. "Have you said the same to Senna?" she asked. "Your sister does not yearn for her swords when it is time to put her hands to the earth instead," replied Etlin sternly. "There is no spirit of peace in you." Syndri reached for her pants, pulling them gingerly over her wrapped leg. "The battle spirit has made us strong. Iron must be cooled in water after heating in the flames, Syndri. You are more than a blade to this tribe." There was always wisdom in her mother's words. Nargaris was not the only leader of the tribe. His wife ruled the herds and the orchards, watching over the tribe's daily life and days of peace. A warlord was only one side of the blade, the protector in times of war. Syndri swallowed down any dissent. Her mother would not allow her an argument. "I hear your words. Good. A closed fist and an open hand," finished Syndri. Her mother gripped her shoulder and then placed a hand on Sindri's cheek. Her touch was warm, but Syndri pulled away. "Syndri!" cried a young voice from the doorway. A flurry of lean arms and legs and the flash of an impish grin barreled into the gat. Etlin intervened before the small figure could tackle Syndri off her feet. "I, fool boy! Would you reopen your sister's wound?" Etlin scolded. Despite the cooler weather, Syndri's younger brother was stripped down to nothing but his pants. Feet bare and the telltale scrapes and scratches along his ankles, and calves, exposing that he had been up in one of the trees around the village, watching for the raiding party's return. As Syndri gripped his neck to press their foreheads together, Sabayar managed to catch his breath a bit, still fidgeting. He had never been able to control his energy, always moving with his feet and his mind.
Senna said they're all dead. Did you kill some?
He asked, glancing toward the scale armor on the floor. Syndri ruffled the scruffy black hair on the top of his head, more bird's nest than human hair, and tugged at the skinny black braid that protruded from the back of his skull like a tail. All of them, she replied, leaning down to look him in the eye. There were none left by the time Yuga and Senna came, and I only needed one of my swords. He laughed. When I go on a raid, I'll only use my bare hands. I will leave my swords in the ghat. I'll fight 100 warriors by myself. Syndri held out her hands, palm open. And all the tribes will fear the name of the mighty Baya, she said, using the pet name she and Senna had given him when he was a baby. He wrinkled his nose at it, but danced around her to pick up her blades from the ground, giving one of them a swing. Sabayar. Etlin never had to raise her voice above a gentle hum it usually made, but her children knew when they were being warned. The 12-year-old boy reverently put the swords back down next to the armor. Enough play now, Etlin said. Go help Okta with the hides as you promised. As quickly as he had arrived, Sabayar disappeared out the doorway, racing off to help scrape the hides strung on frames out at the edge of the village. Syndri nodded to her mother and followed, ready to tend to Brig and see him back to the herd. The black stallion's ears perked forward when he saw her, blowing a low whicker out of his nose in greeting. Senna had already taken Ro out to the field, the mare's bright roan coat visibly just beyond the southern wall. Brig followed Syndri like a big dog, nudging against her shoulder as they walked through the village. Syndri limped, shifting her weight just enough to take pressure off the wound. At least her mother's herbs were doing their work. The pain was a dull throb now. Her mother was right, despite the immediate rush of indignation Syndri felt at the idea that she was more than a blade. Her grandfather had built this tribe on the edge of the blade. He'd fought for his territory, driving back the Taladar and the Urutar tribes when his children were babes in arms. The Garis tribe had grown from the small tangle of ragged warriors to a powerful warband, loyal to Syndri's father. They built a wall, and someday it would be a wall that rivaled those in the northern kingdoms. Her father would be a warlord king, and the tribes of Malak would touch their knees to the ground before him. Syndri could see it in her mind's eye, close enough to touch. Her father's kingdom would be built on the edge of her blade, just as the tribe had been built on his and his father's. Brig nudged her a little harder, and she nearly missed her next step. Realizing they'd made it out of the village wall, and to the grazing herds beyond, she smiled and turned to the stallion, rubbing the little swirls of hair in the center of his forehead. Have my head in the sky again, don't I? She murmured to him, running her hand down the smooth side of his face to his nose. The fine layer of hair around his nostrils was as soft as a hare's downy hide. She'd walked out into the herd to choose her warhorse, and he had chosen her. As a foal, he'd trotted up to her and shoved his tiny head against her chest. Now she leaned her forehead against his, and he blew out a huff of hot air. Content. Pulling the saddle from his back and the bridle from his head, Syndri took a rag from her belt and began to rub him down, scrubbing the dried dirt, sweat, and blood from his coat. He relaxed further and further as she worked, eventually closing his eyelids, his lower lip drooping. Syndri leaned against him, feeling his warmth as the day began to grow cool. Finishing with him, she slapped his rump as he ambled off lazily to join the herds. The tribes grazed their caroxen and horses together. Although warriors watched over the herds, the horses were an extra safeguard against packs of wild dogs that dared come close enough to try their luck. The spotted leopards were less brazen, but a cat well hidden in the prairie brush or in one of the twisted trees could easily pick off a straggling calf. The caroxen were calm, steady beasts, content to graze the stocky grass of the plains, their content lowing a familiar background to the land. Their stony back scales gave way to thick outer coats of long hair. Hidden beneath the outer was an inner coat of soft, downy fiber that spun soft and smooth through the fingers of the tribeswomen, weaving the story of their people into every tunic and blanket. Emissaries from the other lands came to the tribes to trade for carox fiber and the tribe's unmatched quality in leather. Although sacks of barley, flour, spices, and iron for forging were the primary focus of trade, sometimes the tribe haggled for curiosities of fine fabrics and colorful jewels. Once, the merchant had tried to trade something called paper, on which he made small black marks with a feather, but Nargaras had seen little use for it and had claimed the man was trying to trade worthless goods for his leather. Syndri glanced up at the sky. It was as gray as a carox. Dark wisps of cloud, threatening rain. The water was welcome in the hot summer, but soon the days would grow a bitter chill, and the rain would turn to ice and snow. It was cold, hard work, fighting in the winters. The raiding parties would be smaller and fewer. Nearly all the tribes would hunker down like moles into their gats, reluctant to leave the warmth of their fires. Out on the plains, their breath would freeze into clouds, frost lining the men's beards. The grips of her swords would feel like cold stone in Syndri's hands when she pulled them from their sheaths. But men still died in the winter, and it was easier for the Sky Clans to see their blood against the white snow. More than a blade. Syndri wrinkled her nose and looked out over the herd. The light was fading quickly into the horizon, but she could see the shapes of the animals. The smell of them was dark and earthy, comforting in their deep bellows and hums wrapped around her in the gloom. She could make out several silhouettes in the distance, guarding the edges of the herd. One silhouette was larger than the rest, strange and inhuman. Gehrin had come to them when Syndri was 10 or 11 summers old, a great beast half starved by the plains of Malak, rejected by the tribes, even hunted by the Urartar. He had spoken no language known to her people. The sounds he made were harsh, guttural, and broken. His back and shoulders were laced with horrible, angry wounds, cut deep into his hide. They couldn't pronounce the name he called himself, so her father had named him Gehrin. Stronghorn. Yuga had wanted to put a sword through the giant creature's throat, said the danger was too great to leave him alive. But Nargaras had seen something in Gehrin that he trusted, and he had stayed Yuga's hand. Syndri had watched her mother and the other healers tend to the beast, her childhood curiosity brimming over. She and Senna had peered at him through the doorway of the gat her father had built for him, sometimes leaving him small offerings of food. It was always gone the next time they came, and when he was strong again, Gehrin had stepped from the gat, his huge shoulders stooping beneath the doorway that was much too low for him. He was at least 2 heads taller than Nargaras himself. The bones in his face were heavy around deep black eyes that seemed to see all things in every direction. One large, twisted horn protruded from above those eyes, sweeping back over his skull. The other was broken a hand-span above his brow, jagged-edged. His scarred skin was hidden beneath a thick layer of hair so dark brown it was nearly black. He stood on legs like tree trunks, thick with muscle and sloped backward into cloven hooves instead of feet. Senna had said he looked like a Karox standing up, but her father had cuffed her on the ears, and she never said so again. The one word they had been able to understand from his language was Keral, the name of his people, but he would not say where they were from. The first time the Urartar had come raiding, Gehrin had paid back Syndri's father tenfold for his mercy, killing 4 of the blue-tattooed warriors with a massive club he'd fashioned from a Karox leg bone, breaking their skulls and ribs with a single blow. Syndri had watched her father gift Gehrin a woven red cloth to tie around his forehead, and from that moment on, the great horned creature had been one of the tribe. After the many years he had been with them, he had learned to speak enough of their language to tell them that he was from a land far away across the water. He told them he had walked for many days, but gave them no more of the story. When her mother had asked him how he had received his old wounds, he said nothing. Etlan had not asked him again, and when Syndri had shown disappointment in not knowing the rest of his adventurous tale, her mother had simply told her that some stories were for telling and others were not meant to be told. Syndri had been dissatisfied with that and resolved to ask Gehrin questions until he gave her the rest of his story. It had been nearly 10 years since he had arrived, and Syndri still did not know it. She had spent many days alongside him, watching over the Karoxen and horses. He was never gruff with her when she spoke to him. In fact, he seemed to enjoy the company. He taught her to close her eyes and listen to a different story, the secrets beyond her vision in the smells and sounds of the world. He was a gifted killer, but in other ways he was gentle. Warriors in the Garis tribe often came to blows over some insult, often bloodying each other as much as the Talatar and Urartar tribes ever did. But Gehrin never took part in it, never used his strength against anyone in the tribe. Syndri scoffed at the thought. Not even her father would best that incredible strength. Gehrin could probably lift her father over his head without a bead of sweat. The horned giant caught sight of her, watching him, and raised one thick-fingered hand in greeting. Syndri nodded and raised hers in return. She stifled a yawn against the leather sleeve of her tunic, the blankets in her gut calling her to their comfort. No doubt Senna would be there already, an early sleeper and awake before the first light of the morning crept back over the line between sky and earth. Syndri frowned at the thought. Today had been for the blade, tomorrow the earth. Closed fist, open hand.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 10.
Sharpened blade, strengthened hands, focused mind. Kateshi military mantra. Gehrin was going to die. The murky water curled its fingers around him like a predator, clawing his breath out of his lungs and sucking it into the depths beneath his feet. His heartbeat filled his ears, rising with the panic bubbling up through his body, dulling his brain as he fought to focus, resisting the urge to gasp for air. The rope tying him was stuck on the joint of his thumb. He squeezed his hands tighter, tighter. In his head, Master Temujin's voice broke through the panic. Control it. You are not going to die unless you choose to. Control it. Control it. He had done this before. He could do it again. Gehrin blew the last of his air out between his lips, a thin strand connecting him to life evaporating in bubbles somewhere in the dark water. He turned his wrist, pulling his thumb in as far against his palm as he could and pulling the fear in at the same time. The rope scraped as it edged over his hand, and then he was free. Reaching down to the rope, binding his bare ankles together. A tug, and that rope fell away, sinking to the bottom of the well. His lungs screamed with want for air, and he knew he was a hair's breadth away from opening his mouth and sucking in water. Kicking hard against the stone side of the old well, Gehrin launched himself upward through the cold, desperation driving him to the surface. His burning lungs twisted, and he drew a gasping breath seconds before breaking past the water. The air hit his face as he exploded into a fit of coughing, scrambling around in the water to find a place for his hands to cling. He locked his fingers on the stone, his wet hands slipping against the treacherous slime coating the walls. His hand was lanced with a sharp stabbing pain as it sliced across a sharp edge. The water closed over his head for 1, 2, 3 terrifying heartbeats. He couldn't breathe. He needed to breathe. He wanted his mother. He imagined her soft hand reaching down to him through the depths, her rouged cheeks full of life, black hair draped like silk over her shoulders. He surged up through the water and back into the blissful air, coughing and heaving the unwanted water out of his lungs. He dragged himself around the stones until he found the rope hanging down against the stone 3 arm lengths away. The muscles in his back and shoulders strained as he pulled his body weight up and out of the water. One hand over the next, his bare skin chafing against the rock as he scrambled up to leave the water behind. Control it. After an eternity of climbing, Gehrin's hands touched the ring of stones at the top of the old well, and he used the last reserves of his strength to tumble over onto the sand. Water trickled from his ears and nose as he gagged, his throat bubbling. He felt the approach of the wooden stave, a heartbeat before it connected with the side of his head and knocked him off his feet. Still heaving water from his lungs, he brought his hands up to protect his head, blinking quickly to clear the stars from his vision. Dropping his crossed fists, he was rewarded for his reflexes by knocking down a hit that would have connected with his exposed belly. He blinked again, this time, the blurry form of a Telhai guard in front of him coming more into focus. Gehrin shook his head. Focus. Watch the muscles in his arms, the step of his leading foot. The man was going to swing with the left. Dancing back a step, Gehrin avoided the staff and twisted, darting forward into the man's reach and slamming the heel of his palm against the hard jaw. There was not enough power behind his fist to do any real damage, but the man's head snapped backwards with a satisfying clack, and he stepped back to regain his balance. With a cough, Gehrin waited, his hands up in front of his face again. His breath still sounded like strangled bubbles that were trapped in his throat, but to relax too soon would result in another painful blow. The Telhai warrior gave a sharp nod and dropped his weapon down by his side, jerking his chin to dismiss Gehrin. Finally, dropping his guard, Gehrin retreated to the line of boys standing still as statues a few steps away. He stood in his place, between Saba and Nin, one giant, one slight as a brown weaver bird. Saba handed him his tunic, which he pulled gratefully over his shivering shoulders. As the adrenaline wore away, his body began to express its displeasure. His wrists ached, the skin raw from scratches of ropes, fresh injuries layered over those from previous days. This was the 4th day in a row. Temujin had taken them to the old well at the back of the fortress. One by one they were bound hand and foot and lowered down into the dark water. To survive, they had to work themselves free. The first day, one of the boys, Kajrith, had drowned before they could pull him back to safety. Temujin had told them the boy was too weak to serve a king if he could be defeated by water. By next morning, even his body had disappeared, as if he'd never existed. Gehrin had felt a profound sense of relief that it had not been his own body floating lifeless in the well. Gehrin heard a splash. One more of his brothers had dropped into the well, but he didn't want to watch. He was safe. He had defeated the fear and the water, and Temujin said that made him strong. Every day he survived made him stronger. He sniffed and spat a wad of mucus out onto the sand,
careful to miss the bare feet standing around him.
"It's Gehrin. Gehrin is in the water now,"
said Nin, his voice plagued by the faint tremor that always made him sound nervous. Nin was still damp from his own turn in the well water, his scrawny chest bare above the waist of his pants. His hair had dried stiffly, plastered like dark mud against his cheeks and forehead. He watched the mouth of the well, a nervous sentinel. There was a splash from below, a shout from one of the boys standing closer, and soon the wildcat's strong hands appeared on the rope. He pulled himself over the edge and swung lithely down to the dirt in a perfect imitation of the creature that shared his name. The Telhai's staff swept in a wide arc over his head, but Gehrin ducked and let his fist fly into the man's hand. The staff dropped to the ground. The Telhai silently nodded, sending Gehrin to his place in the line. The wildcat sauntered over and pushed his way in between Nin and Gehrin, forcing the smaller boy to shuffle aside. He sent a wink and a grin toward Gehrin.
"Not so hard, Ika. What were you doing down there, scratching your ass?"
Gehrin grinned despite himself and continued to relax the muscles in his arms and hands. Next to him, Saba spoke in a low voice, his Damian accent weighing his words with a layer of thick honey.
"You just missed view of my face."
Gehrin puckered his lips at Saba and threaded his hands through his long hair, pushing it back over his head. Saba snorted. Somehow, Gehrin and Saba had both seemed to miss the skinny lankiness most of the boys wore, filling out and already looking more like men than boys, even at the age of 14, the way Zario had. Gehrin counted in his mind. His oldest brother was 17, Gehrin 16. No doubt if he had stood between them, he would have been just as much of a scrawny sight as he was dividing the wildcat and the giant. He'd grown, but mostly just up, the rest of him still caught in awkward boyhood. Irie would be so changed. Little Irie with her chubby hands and rose-tinted cheeks. She'd be 4 now, running around the estate with her black hair flying loose, throwing little pebbles into the fish pool. Gehrin's eyes burned, and he focused on the well. That was not his family anymore. They were just faces and names in a distant world. A world far away from the stone walls and high cliffs of Blackvale. He had begun to force himself to imagine what it would be like to walk past them on a street in Keld, stepping past with a brief nod to respectfully acknowledge a stranger.
"Yeah, Icha, you got your head up in the sky, guess so?"
Gehrin was leaning close to Gehrin's shoulder, eyes twinkling with mischief.
"Thinking about that pretty friend?"
Gehrin pushed Gehrin away, shaking his head. "Thinking about your dung breath," he retorted. Only once Gehrin had mentioned Kasai, not long after they had first come to Blackvale. Gehrin had never forgotten and frequently teased him about her. Gehrin pressed his thumb against the scrape on his upper palm, the bite of the cut sending a pleasant thrill through his mind as it pulled him away from the fading memories of the faces of the people he had loved. He pressed harder. Night's faint chill had spread his fingers through the air as Gehrin trudged out to the center of the courtyard, his shadow barely visible in the sand. Every night Temujin chose 2 boys to stand watch. How they chose to break up the long dark hours was their own choice. But if both fell asleep at once, they were rewarded with a day tied to the posts. Gehrin was alone for the moment, and he took the opportunity to fill his lungs with a deep breath, pulling in the familiar scents of sand, dust, and the earthy green of the trees beyond the walls of the fortress. He sat down, cross-legged, performing his routine of scanning each side of the courtyard and the tall black cliff face beyond the farthest wall. The rough rock of the mountain rose like a looming tower over Blackvale's western side. Gehrin knew nothing of what lay outside the gates, but it was easy to guess that the fortress had been built in a location that would prevent any attackers from gaining easy access. Another boy appeared in the dim glow from the barracks room doorway, and Tiram soon dropped down to the sand. Reaching into his tunic, the city lord's son withdrew a small clump of sticky rice and handed it to Gehrin. "Here, Nin saved some for us." Gehrin frowned round his first bite. No wonder Nin was so skinny, always giving away his food. He would have to make a point to return the favor tomorrow. The soft grains of rice stuck to his teeth and the roof of his mouth as he chewed. Although there was no sign of anyone else in the courtyard, Gehrin knew that even now they were being watched. But compared to the rest of the day, it was the closest they came to privacy and speaking without fear of being overheard. "I found something." Again, Tiram's hand disappeared into his tunic. His fist reappeared with something hidden between his fingers. He reached out and pressed a round object into Gehrin's palm. Gehrin squinted at it. It was a small, purplish fruit. His eyes widened. "Where did you find figs?" "Aish, lower your voice, or we will not have them for long," replied Tiram, swatting Gehrin's head. "Mistress Kirti sent me down to the storeroom with Jai to fetch up 2 bags of rice. I saw a basket of figs and stashed 2 away in my tunic before anyone saw." "You stole them?" Tyrim rolled his eyes. "No one saw me. Shirai's blessing. Master Temujin will strip your skin from your back. The only way he'll find out is if you loosen your tongue." Tyrim glared at him and reached out to snatch the fruit away. "Give it back, then, if you're so afraid." Gehrin pulled his fist tighter toward his stomach. "No, I want it." He lifted the treasure to his lips and sank his teeth into the flesh of the fruit. It was overripe and mushed quickly in his mouth, but the sugary juices dribbled down his chin and fingers. He struggled to keep himself from slurping the messy fruit. It would make too much noise. He held his hands against his mouth and quickly swallowed down the last of it, licking the remnants from his lips and chin. The luxury of fruit was one he had nearly forgotten, but the sweet taste brought the memories of far grander meals back to his mind, of savory delights he'd once taken for granted. His mouth watered around the lingering hint of the fig as he remembered smoked pork, fresh vegetables glazed with a thin layer of honey, and the kiji cakes he had eaten so many times with his mother. Kirti fed the boys well, but their meals were simple, meant to keep their bodies strong. There were no added luxuries. Gehrin's stomach growled at the memory of such rich foods, and he placed his palm against his flat belly. Tyrim finished his fig, taking more time with the treat than Gehrin had. "Are you tired?" "No." Tyrim shuffled around and leaned back into the sand, sliding his sandals off his feet and pulling the leather string out of his messy topknot of hair. "I thought you might die in the water today. You came up out of the well like a gasping fish." Gehrin twisted a string from the hem of his tunic around his finger. "I don't want to die." It was a simple enough thing, wanting to survive. When he had first arrived at Blackvale, he had thought that dying might be better than living, stuck in the straw in the stone cell. He wanted to die because he was too afraid of what would come next. He had watched his mother die, her body withering away until half of her face had melted down like water. Everyone said she'd gone to the stars, as if she were visiting a city across the sea. "I don't think anyone wants to die. I'm going to live so I can go home to Fethit." Gehrin broke the string around his finger. "You draw an empty bucket. We can't leave. Master Temujin is teaching us how to be strong. Someday we'll be so strong that we can leave, and Master Temujin won't be able to stop us." Gehrin couldn't imagine being stronger than the mighty Garatelhai warrior. Temujin seemed as if he were carved from stone, and sharp iron instead of skin and bones. "We are warriors for the king now. My father said the greatest honor a man has is his loyalty." Even as he said the words, they tasted thin and brittle on his tongue. He wanted to return to life under his father's roof. The bitter coil of homesickness had still not relented from its place in the space between his ribs. "My father often talked of honor," replied Tyrim, his expression fixed in a dark glower. "Honor for your family. How can we be honorable if we leave them behind?" "We protect them by protecting the king. My father is a loyal advisor, and we have always been in the king's favor. The king's favor leaves more bruises than Master Temujin's staff. I never asked to be brought here, and neither did you. Khajrith died in the well, and Master Temujin threw his body over the walls and down the cliffside for wild animals to eat. There were no priests to send him to the stars, and if he had a family, they probably already think he is dead. No one will pray at his shrine." Gehrin placed his hand warningly against his lips. "It is treason to speak against the king. What if it was you? It could be any of us lying at the bottom of the mountain. What if you were a rotten corpse, eaten by wolves and foxes? Where is the honor in that?" Uncomfortable, Gehrin fidgeted with his hands as his friend's gaze burned into him. Was it not enough to want not to die? To serve the king as his father would want him to? He was angry at Tyrim for pushing at him, and he didn't want to talk about it any more. Tyrim scoffed and looked away, but his voice finally grew softer. "It's different for some of the others. They don't have families to go back to. Kajin says he wouldn't leave even if they opened the doors and let him walk out. Saba's father sold him for 5 silvers. Rue was a slave, but you and I are different." Gehrin didn't feel different. He was tired, and the sugary juice of the fig was making his stomach feel faintly uneasy.
"You are the son of Katesh, as are we all,"
his father had often said. Gehrin looked up at the great dark sky, stretching far away into the distance and disappearing down the side of the world. Tiny specks of light scattered across it, each one sending its meager light out over the land below. He wondered which star his mother had found. Tyrim watched him for a while. Gehrin could tell that his friend was angry with him. The other boy turned onto his side, facing away. "Wake me after a while." It wasn't long until Tyrim's breathing grew deep and slow, broken intermittently by a breathy snore. Without Tyrim's company, Gehrin found his own eyelids growing heavy with the promise of sleep. He shook himself, sitting up straighter and peering into the darkness, following a zigzag pattern through the cracks between the stones of the fortress wall. During the day, the greens of the outside forest that had crept in through the years were brushing like an artist's paint over the stone walls. At night, they just looked like dust. The stones were piled in impossible stacks, filling every possible nook and cranny and somehow creating an impenetrable wall. At the far left, a stone tower jutted up somewhere beyond the courtyard, a dark stain against the darker night. The four corners of the roof angled into a sharp point, like a flat spearhead. In days long past, when the fortress had been built, there might have been a signal fire lit at the tower's peak, drawing the eyes below to its sanctuary, but there was no warm fire aglow atop the tower. The secrecy to which the boys were sworn seemed to permeate the entire fortress. In the 3 years since Gehrin had found himself in the stone cell for the first time, he had never seen anyone enter or exit except Master Temujin and 20 or so guards that rotated through the courtyard during the day, Jai and Kurti. Gehrin had often wondered why the king would keep them hidden, why they'd been taken like slaves in the dead of night, but they were questions to which he would find no easy answer. He squinted at a dark shadow that pulled his gaze away from the tower and back down to the edge of the courtyard. The light from the boys' barracks room had been snuffed out, and the half-moon and stars were the only source of light. Hugging the wall of the courtyard across from Gehrin, the shadow slid noiselessly along the stone. It might be Jai. The servant boy came and went where he pleased, during all hours of the day and night, doing Kurti and Temujin's bidding. But whoever the shadow was, they were not moving with confidence. Every few steps they paused. Gehrin swallowed, a sudden unease gripping him. He rose to his feet, wishing he had one of the wooden staves in his hand. He had nothing but his fists if the shadow meant him harm. The shadow crept to the edge of the corridor and disappeared into the small doorway. Gehrin took a step forward, unsure of himself. He had been assigned a night watch, but was it safe to leave the courtyard? Was it a test? He walked forward, gathering his courage around him in shreds as he took each step. As his feet left the sand and found the stone floor, the hairs on the back of his neck prickled. Someone or something was behind him. His shoulders tensed and he turned, bringing his right arm up to protect his face at the same time he swung out with his left. A familiar white face, shrouded in a hood, bent back to avoid his fist with inhuman speed, a blur in the dark air. Gehrin's swing carried him forward, and the surprise sending him off balance. His left foot slid forward to stop his momentum, but his shoulder collided with the smaller boy's chest. He grabbed hold of Rue's arm to steady himself, and the Tecken boy's eyes flashed as he shoved Gehrin away. His constant smile had wavered, and the corners of his lips were drawn strangely down. He took a step away from Gehrin and raised one finger to his mouth, stopping Gehrin's questions before they left his lips. He pointed to the shadowy doorway where the first figure had disappeared and crept around Gehrin to follow it, forcing his feet to lift from the stone. Gehrin followed, his body taut. He'd barely taken 3 steps through the doorway when he heard a shout ahead in the corridor. Another shout and the sound of a scuffle, and then a piercing scream echoed around Gehrin's ears, followed by begging and blubbering as the guards restrained whoever had tried to sneak past them. Rue pushed at him, propelling them back through the corridor. Gehrin hesitated as the begging intensified, followed by a loud thud. Rue's grip was surprisingly strong, and he managed to pull Gehrin away. They nearly stumbled over each other in a rush to return to the courtyard, and when they reached it, Rue sank down against the wall, pushing his hood back. His bone-white hair stuck out in all directions. "It's death," he muttered. Shocked, Gehrin glanced back toward the doorway, where all the horrible sounds had stopped. "What do you mean?" Rue leaned his head back against the stone. "I tried to stop him when he ran. I told him he was a fool. I guess I was right," he said, his strange smile returning to his lips. "He'll just die sooner than the rest of us," trying to calm the racing beats of his heart. Gehrin placed his hands flat on the ground, feeling the grip between his fingers as he had in the cell years before, the roughness over the stone that somehow brought his whirling thoughts circling back down to the present. Across the courtyard, Tyrim lay asleep, a small lump in the sand. "Do you think he's dead?" asked Gehrin quietly. Rue shrugged. "Maybe, maybe not. But he is a fool either way." Despite the half-smile that still lingered on his lips, the Tecken boy's darkened eyes were troubled, and he pressed 2 fingers to his right eye. "Jasha's eye will judge him, as she judges all." Invoking the goddess of the Tecken Islands was blasphemy in Katesh, but Gehrin held his tongue. The cold presence of death prickled at his shoulder, and the silence in the courtyard was as heavy as the crushing water in the well. He dug his fingers into the grit. The wind was bitter as it swirled around the line of boys. Each of them stood rigid at the edge of the sand, tunics hanging on their wiry frames like tapestry rods. Gehrin clenched his hands tight to the sides of his thighs, his eyes set on the boy kneeling in the courtyard in front of him. 3 Telhai stood around Death, who was whimpering around the gag in his mouth, struggling to free his hands from the ropes. Gehrin let himself unfocus, the courtyard blurring into a wash of tan and gray and the faint glow of Master Temujin's armor. He could hear Tyrnam's controlled breaths next to him. At his left, Chaya kept his gaze trained on the ground, the mask hiding the strange grimace of his broken mouth. The sky was blue and cloudless, broken only by Akatar's fiery light. Master Temujin's voice boomed through the stones.
Which of you wishes to leave?
Not a single set of lips moved in the line of boys, but Tyrnam tensed ever so slightly. Master Temujin came close, peering into their faces, his short spear balanced dangerously in his hand. Hovering near chests and throats, he swung the spearhead down toward death.
One of you has chosen to abandon the king and this brotherhood. He has left behind the name he was given. He is now...
Aka. Gehrin closed his eyes and drifted back into the memory of that day near the bloodstones, hearing the shift of armor as the Telhai brought their spears down, saw the eyes of the traitor fade into the world beyond. He remembered the tiny river of blood reaching the tip of his sandal, angry voices around his head, the press of bodies as the crowd leaned toward the condemned man to send him to his death, with their hatred ringing in his ears. And once again the man's name whispered through Gehrin's ears.
Hyasuya Jean.
Aka. Death. Aka. Traitors both. Something beneath him churned, gripping him from shoulder to foot as if his legs were made of iron. His stomach twisted. Several boys to his left he saw Chaya drop to his knees, hands spread on the sand. Chaya's eyes were tightly closed, all other expression hidden behind the mask. One of the Telhai shouted at him, tried to pull him to his feet, but Chaya's knees buckled beneath him, and he would have fallen again if the guard had not lifted him bodily and held him by the back of his tunic. Death's body lay in the sand, and two of the Telhai picked him up like a sack of barley and carried him out of the courtyard. Master Temujin swept the red stain into the sand with his foot.
Some of you may find the spirit of the wolf and fox, but some of you are weak,
the Gehrin Telhai said, looking directly at Chaya and standing over the spot where Death's body had crumpled only moments before.
And if you are weak, better that you die here on this sand today and save us the rice and barley it takes to keep you alive.
Gooseflesh shivered up Gehrin's arm as the wind curled around him again, bringing the faint hint of winter that had begun to creep over the fortress. Tyrnam's words from the night before plagued him, creeping around his mind like vipers. Someday we'll be strong. But what would that strength be for? Gehrin watched the powerful warrior leaning against the haft of his spear and imagined that someday he would be the one standing over blood in the sand. Chapter 11. Idle hands are as dangerous as those with a sword. Maleki saying. Syndri pushed sweat-soaked hair out of her face and scraped her tanning blade down the flesh side of the Karok's hide, separating the fur and the skin from the greasy tissue still clinging to it. A few flies buzzed around the long tanning boards that she and several others worked, but far less than the hot summer would have brought. They were tanning the last hides before winter, and already the insects flying around Syndri's greasy hands were sluggish. She worked the blade down in short, controlled sweeps, careful not to dig too deeply and ruin the hide. Even a single cut would render it far less valuable. She worked the last threads of tissue away from the bottom edge, and then straightened up with a groan. She'd been so intent on her task that she hadn't stretched her back or arms for a good long while, and her body protested with creaks and pops as she swung her arm in a circle to loosen her shoulder. Despite the early winter air, Syndri's sleeves were scrunched up past her elbows to stay free of the globby bits of fat still clinging to the hides. The work had kept her warm, and now that she was still, the cold began to make its presence known. She shivered and rolled her head from side to side, releasing the tension in her neck. 8 boards and hides, clustered together in an area reserved for such work at the edge of the village, within easy reach of the herds outside and the slaughter field. Large tubs behind the boards sat full of soaking hides and dirty water. A strong smell of animal fat and blood permeated the air, but Syndri was used to it. The closest ghats were far enough away to avoid most of the rank scent. Her sister appeared, walking toward her from the center of the village. Syndri leaned the tanning blade against the board, relaxing her grip around the bone handle. She reached for a small bucket of clean water and washed the worst of the grime from her hands as she waited for Senna to come closer. Several calls of greeting came from around the tanning circle as Senna made her way toward them. She greeted them back, and then turned to Syndri. "The emissary from Queen Zan will be here soon. Hugo went to escort him to the village." "You need to wash up," Senna said, crossing her arms over her leather-clad chest. She glanced down at the hide on Syndri's board. "How many did you finish?" Digging a bit of fat from beneath a fingernail, Syndri smiled. 3. Good. Mischief twinkled in Senna's eyes. You need a wash in the river. Syndri leaned her head to the side and sniffed at her tunic. She grimaced. It was true. She stank like a dead Karox. She pulled her sleeves back down around her wrists. First one to the river is war chief for the day. An arched eyebrow from Senna. Your leg is not strong enough. As if aware of her plans, the wound in Syndri's thigh ached dully. Ignoring it, Syndri launched herself into a run and made a dash for the space in the outer wall. She soon slowed to a limping run as her leg sent stronger signals that she was overworking it. Frustrated, Syndri kept at the dogged pace. A gust of wind fluttered around her as Senna streaked past her at full run. A few Karox stragglers at the edge of the herd lowed in concern and lifted their heads to watch the two women, one running, one limping, over the grassy field toward the copse of trees near the river. Legs burning, Syndri pushed herself faster until she knew any misstep would have her sprawling on her face. Senna stayed far ahead, her leaner form gliding along the ground like the shadow of a kestrel in flight. A pang of jealousy flashed through Syndri as she strained her body and the healing wound. But even if she had been in full form, it wouldn't have been enough. They hadn't raced to the river like this in years, and in that time her girlish frame had given way to stocky muscle. She was strong, not swift. The ground broke away in a soft and shallow canyon down to the river that ran alongside the Garrus village. It was only 12 or 14 horse lengths across, but it was the lifeblood of the Garrus herd, and therefore its people. The grassy dirt grew sandier near the edge, and Syndri's hide boots left heavier footprints as she awkwardly plunged down the bank after her sister. Senna was already stripping her boots and leathers off, flinging them to the side in a messy pile. Syndri lurched to a stop at the edge of the water and yanked her shirt over her head, dropping it as she kicked her boots from her feet. The bitterness of the air made her suck in a breath as her skin was laid bare to the elements. But the first bite of the water against her feet and legs pulled a gasp from her mouth as she waded in. Senna stood in the water, up to her neck, teeth chattering, with a victorious smile on her face. You're getting slow, Tay-Tay. The words quivered over the glassy surface between them, her gloating softened by the childhood pet name. Syndri took a deep breath and slipped farther into the water, letting the icy surface rise to her neck. Her body fought against the cold, shivering and pushing her back toward the warmer bank and her clothes and boots. But Syndri forced her muscles to relax, sweeping her arms in half circles to stay afloat. Her legs grew blessedly numb. A hideous shriek sounded from the riverbank, and Syndri spun around to see what wild animal was bold enough to approach them. Long limbs and wild hair filled her vision as a body hurtled into the water, less than 2 armspans away from her, sending a huge splash into her face. Baya! She sputtered around the water streaming from her hair and nose. Her little brother's head appeared, his gleeful grin separated in 2 by the gap between his front teeth. Syndri reached out and hooked her arm around his neck. With a swift pull, she sent him beneath the icy water. He bubbled and spat as soon as he resurfaced and sent another splash of water up into Syndri's face. Senna waded over to the 2 of them, and the fight rose to a fever pitch until all 3 had grown used to the water. Syndri scrubbed her body with a handful of sand beneath her feet. Washing the last traces of the Karox hides away, she let herself sink, and slowly her hair condensed down from the usual wild mane into thick ropes. Sabayar had climbed out of the water and shaken his hair like a wet dog before pulling his pants back on and heading over to the nearest tree, swinging up into the lowest branches. Syndri watched him with an affectionate shake of her head. 12 years old and as flighty as the wind itself, as her mother would often say. She and Senna waded back to the shore, trading the numbness of the water for the sharp and cold air, one cold pool for another. She retrieved her clothes and shook the sandy dirt out of them. One of her boots had been flung, nearly to the top of the bank's edge, in her rush to follow Senna. Her clothing still smelled, and she regretted not bringing fresh pants and tunic along with her to the river. But the walk back to the village would be short. The run to the river had left a grumbling ache in Syndri's thigh, despite the cooling relief of the water. She pulled her second boot on stiffly. It is healing well, said Senna. It is a wonder that father has been able to keep you from the raids this past moon. Syndri curled her lip. I feel useless. Just today you helped Baya train with his swords. You dried herbs with mother, restacked our woodpile, and tanned 3 hides. Every task is important. You sound just like mother. An open hand, replied Senna, softening her tone in a mischievous imitation of Etlan, and keeping pace with Syndri's slower walk. Perhaps you should listen to her more often. If father ever becomes chieftain to the Maleki, there will be no more raids. The thought of such a widespread peace filled Syndri with pleasure and dread. She had often tried to imagine her a place in such a world, but she could not. If there were a great city in Malak, where her father ruled like the warlord kings of Katesh, It would give him great power and unite the tribes for the first time in centuries. But Syndri knew such power would not be won easily. More than just raids, a great war would be fought. The other tribes would resist her father's rule and try to put their own chieftains on that seat. A great closed fist, the greatest the Maleki had ever seen, would sweep across the land. Father will have to fight for that peace. A closed fist is still needed. Senna narrowed her eyes. You are still needed, you mean? Their minds had been one since birth, and Syndri knew better than to hide her feelings from her sister. Twins were a rare gift in the Maleki tribes, a great sign of favor. When twin calves were born to a Karox, the Sky Clans were extending a blessing. When twin sons or daughters were born to the tribes, it was a portent of great destiny. I feel restless, admitted Syndri. I can feel blood in the winds. My skin tingles as it does before a storm, but this storm will be Father's war. Senna stopped and looked out to the darkening sky beyond the village. Oncoming night had chased all the skies blue into the west, streaking the great roof of the world with silver, purple, and orange. It was magnificent, colors bleeding into the tops of the grassy bluffs far to the south. To meet the storm, we will need our balance, or we will be swept off our feet. Syndri noted how much her sister had taken Etlin's features as she grew older. They had the same warmth, the same softly defined beauty in their faces, the same faithful perseverance, the same stubbornness. Be careful, or you may be named our tribe's next wise woman, Syndri teased, but Senna did not respond with her usual smile. She stopped suddenly to pick snowberries off a small bush, hiding in the long grasses. The tiny golden orbs glistened in her cupped hand, a first harvest from the winter-loving bushes that dotted the plains. They would be more tart during the early winter, but they were Baya's favorite that way. Senna hissed as one of the thorns caught her thumb, slicing a thin red line across her skin. She sucked the finger, tucking the berries into a pouch at her belt. I've been dreaming. Oh? The same dream. Over and over. And when I wake up, I remember it. All of it. Syndri grew still. A vision. Her sister's voice dropped to a whisper. I think so. Senna looked out over the grasslands, out to the soft swells of the hills to the south. In the vision there is a shadow over this land. A shadow with great black wings that follows after you as you ride through a great river of blood. Senna turned, her gaze boring into Syndri's with an intensity that was frightening. Her voice rose. At your side run a wolf and a fox. They will both claim you, and the wolf will take your place in death. Syndri stared at her sister, a chill seeping into her bones. A vision. The Sky Clans have given her a vision. Senna blinked, sweeping a hand across her eyes before leaning her head against Syndri's shoulder. I'm sorry, Tay-Tay. I'm sorry, she murmured. Syndri stroked her hair, shushing her. There was nothing they could do about it now. The Sky Clans had spoken, and what the vision meant could only become clear with time. The sounds of the village in the distance broke the eerie silence as the two Garrus warriors held each other under the flame-colored sky. There had not been visions in the Garrus tribe for a generation. Etlin's mother had been given visions. She had even predicted Syndri and Senna's birth 30 years before they had come squalling into the world. But Senna's vision had not been one of birth, but of death. It was troubling, and Syndri could not strike the unsettling words from her mind as she stood at her father's side to receive the Rukian emissary. Her father was dressed in his best hides, a mountain of a man in black in the front of his gat. Etlin stood on his left, his open hand, smooth river stones shivering across her forehead, from a silver chain and deep red boots beneath her warm leathers and furs. Senna had dyed the boots herself with crushed beetles and berries, working the crimson stain into the leather. Her hands had been red for days after that. Syndri's twin swords stood like sentinels at her back, sharp blades encased in leather. After her sister's vision, the nearness of the bone hilts was strangely comforting. Senna had told her not to say a word to anyone about the vision yet, but the secret burned behind Syndri's lips. Etlin would know what to do, how to interpret the dark words, but Senna was afraid of what it could mean. If the vision marked Syndri as a symbol of danger, there was no telling how the tribe might react. A river of blood. Syndri was Bladeborn, emerging from her mother's womb with a closed fist. She would fight her father's war and see his enemies slain in great droves across Malak. She had always known this, and she had clung to that purpose. A great river of blood must be spilled for such a war. She was not afraid of it. She lifted her chin to face the north. She was not afraid. Queen Zen's emissary, Jime Otai, rode through the gate ahead of several wagons loaded with trade and gifts, his dapple-gray horse splattered with mud. He was a tall, thin man, with hands that looked like bat claws beneath the wings of his long black robes. The blue trim around his neck and sleeves signified his elevated position as the servant of the queen's house. The hem of the silk clothing was filthy, and Syndri held back a smirk. His finery marked him as a stranger to these harsh lands. There were no polished stone floors in Malak. At least he had worn furs over the silk. Nargaris lumbered forward and held out his hands, palms level with the ground, and open to the sky. "Welcome to the Garis lands, Emissary Otai. I offer you my open hand as a symbol of our peace." The emissary swung his leg over his horse and handed the reins to one of his escort riders. "Nargaris, I honor that peace." His Maleki was flawless, only a slight accent betraying his foreign heritage. He bowed stiffly, back straight as if he were strapped to a tanning board. To Syndri's eyes, he was a strangely built man, with a narrower waist than shoulders, but as tall as her father. His gaze was sharp and pointed above an even sharper nose. His shoulders hunched ever so slightly forward, giving him the appearance of always leaning over the person he was speaking to. Otai's eyes swept briefly over Syndri and Senna before settling on their mother. He gave a short bow to her. "An honor to see you in good health, Open Hand." The northerners used strange words to speak to one another, and they were constantly bobbing their heads like submissive curs in the jackal packs. It was bold to trust a man from another tribe enough to lower your eyes to the ground. Syndri shifted, uncomfortable with her stiff new leathers. She had nearly worn her old ones until she had seen the look on her mother's face. The heavier weight of her scale armor would have been a welcome comfort compared to the finely tooled tunic and trousers. But it was important for Queen Zen to hear of the wealth and prosperity of the Garis tribe. It was important that the North knew their strength. Syndri's fingers itched toward the bone hilts. Nargaris led the emissary into his ghat, while several tribesmen and the Rukian guards took the horses away. Already tired of the long-winded talk that was coming, Syndri gave Senna a look before following her father and mother inside. Etlen had spared no luxury within. Thick hide rugs and furs were stacked around the low table. Silver cups filled with Damian wine sat at each place. The former were the gifts from the emissary's previous visit, and the latter recently acquired from a trading caravan. The central fire pit sent a thin plume of smoke slithering through the opening at the top of the ghat, and the scent of seasoned carox meat made Syndri's mouth water as she sat down at the far end of the table. The emissary removed his sullied cloak and sank down to the pile of hides with a practiced fluidity. Silver rings glistened on his fingers, and a medallion with a single blue jewel rested against his chest. The wealth of Rook was famous through the lands for good reason. Syndri found her eyes drawn to the glittering gem in the medallion, a far deeper blue than the clearest water she'd ever seen. Nargaris eased his bulky frame down to the head of the table and took a long drink from his silver cup. Once he had drunk his fill, the others at the table lifted their own cups to their lips. Syndri let the smooth, spiced wine spill down her throat, draining the cup's contents. Beside her, Senna did the same. It was good wine, far better than the watery ale they drank most days. Vaya sat in the far corner of the room, unable to join the table until he was of warrior age, but he watched the emissary with grave interest. Syndri gave him a wink, and he grinned. "My queen sends her greetings, Nargaris," Otai began as Etlen refilled the cups with more wine. "I have brought more gifts for your tribe, and it is my queen's desire that they are received in good faith." Nargaris took another drink, letting a short silence settle over the ghat before responding. "And you must take your gifts back to your queen. We have no need of anything but the gifts the earth gives us." Syndri pulled apart the steaming meat on the platter in front of her. Her father must refuse the gifts, for to accept them would show weakness. The goodwill of a tribal chieftain of the Malaki would not be bought with silver, but the gifts could be left even after they were refused. It was a ritual that had gone on for years. Emissary Otai would return to his queen without his gifts. Syndri sipped her second cup of wine slowly, swirling the spices around on her tongue. Otai withdrew several items from a bag at his side, handing a pair of golden earrings to Etlen first. "For the beautiful open hand of the Garis tribe, a token of my queen's favor." Etlen smiled as she took the earrings, the gold stark against her brown hands. "And I will send a roll of our finest white calf hides in return." The neckline of her tunic rubbed at Syndri's skin every time she moved. It would take time before the leathers were broken in, and she hated it. She chewed another piece of meat, the tender flesh melting into the taste of the earthy herbs. "Your daughters are of particular interest to my queen," Emissary Otai was saying. He set golden torques in front of Syndri and Senna. "Yours is a tribe of great warriors. It is no great surprise that your tribe holds a position of strength in the southern lands of Malak." Senna slipped the torque around her neck. The gold ring perched atop her sharp collarbones. 2 wolf heads snarled at the ends, guarding her throat. Syndri left hers on the table and offered a half smile to the emissary. She had a knotted strand of leather cord around her neck, with her wolf totem smoothly carved and unbroken. She would not hide it behind Rukian gold. Emissary Otai watched her, his shrewd eyes trying to take her measure, no doubt. Syndri let him. "If the silk-clad queen of Rook wants to know the measure of the daughters of Nargaras, let him tell her what he has seen." The meat disappeared quickly as they all ate, their fingers greasy and covered in flecks of the herbs. Syndri reached for a fig from the bowl in the center of the table, breaking the fruit open and scraping the inside out with her teeth. She tossed another one to Baya's corner, where he sat with his own platter of food. He tore at his meat like a thing half-starved, which boys his age often were, despite how frequently they were fed. The emissary told her father again of the great mines of Rook, the veins of silver and gold that ran through the deep rock beneath their lands. He said that Queen Zen was much beloved by her people, a mother to all. Syndri glanced at her own mother. Etlin sat with the dignity of a queen, her strong shoulders covered by a thick gray jackal pelt. Her new golden earrings hung from her ears, smooth river stones sparkling in the silver band around her forehead. Her black hair was swept back in braids, in thick loops, soft strands framing her face. The mother of the Garas tribe was second to none. No northern queen could ever match her. No doubt if Queen Zen ever deigned to make the long trek to the Garas lands herself, she would arrive with fine silks soiled and shivering in the cold. Syndri nearly leaned over to say so in Senna's ear, but thought better of it. Her father would not be pleased by an insult to the queen who called herself their friend. Emissary Otai leaned back, his silver cup still half full of wine. "You are a man with great ambition, Nargaras. You would see the Malak clans united beneath one king. Such a task must be daunting, even to you." A low rumble came from Nargaras's barreled chest as he laughed. "You are not a warrior, Emissary Otai. Such things are not daunting to me. The Sky Clans have shown many blessings to our tribe, and our warriors are the strongest in Malak." "I would stand against any warrior from the north," Syndri said quietly, "as would any of our tribe." "Bold words from a bold warrior," replied the emissary. Syndri didn't like the way he smiled at her, the way his eyes betrayed his words. "No doubt you have heard of Ketesh's Geratel. They are the finest warriors I have ever seen. The armies of Ketesh are strong." Syndri set her cup down on the table. "And that is why your queen pays them tribute." "Indeed. But perhaps one day that will no longer be true." "Ah, yes. No doubt these bold warriors will be of great help to you." Syndri bit back a grumble. Rook had an army, but it was much smaller than the great legions of Ketesh. If Queen Zen was helpless to remove the chains of her overlords, it was her own affair. The thought that Nargaras would even consider fighting against Ketesh for such a weak queen made Syndri clench her fist beneath the table. Baya finished his platter of food, finally sated. He rose and skipped out of the hut without sparing a second glance for their guest. Syndri envied him. When the rest of the food had been eaten, and the wine had disappeared in enough quantity to satisfy Nargaras' hospitality, the chieftain promised Emissary Otai that they would talk again tomorrow, and he would hear what new proposition Queen Zen had sent. "Syndri, escort our guest to his ghat, and see that he is settled," Etlin said, placing a steadying hand on Syndri as she rose and swayed a little. Syndri gestured to the doorway and led the way outside. The dark village was quieter now, the distant lowing of the herd comforting as they settled down to sleep. Syndri led Emissary Otai to a small ghat near her father's, reserved for the use of guests. His men would be housed with different families throughout the tribe. They walked in silence, and Syndri lifted the high doorway. A fire had already been lit, and a raised bed arranged in furs. "Is there anything else you need?" she asked. Her words slurred with too much wine, and she kept steady feet through sheer willpower. Emissary Otai gave a brisk shake of his head. Sitting down on the furs, Syndri turned to leave. "Your father is a great man," he said suddenly, "and I believe that you and my queen share a common vision." Syndri paused at the door. "And what vision is that?" "A great river of blood," The tribes united under a great man. A great man? Or a great queen? Emissary Otai's eyes glittered in the firelight. A closed fist and an open hand. Your people have a great belief in this balance, and I believe it will take both to achieve your father's rule. Do all northerners add so much honey to their words? The wine was making Syndri's head swim, and she did not want to talk to this man from Rook. She wanted to go, fall on top of her own furs, and sleep. To her surprise, the emissary laughed. Nahargaras is fortunate to have you by his side. If my father is to rule the tribes, the Sky clans will bless our blades. What strength can your queen give him that he does not already have? It is true that alliances must benefit both sides. That is what I have come to discuss. He pulled his leather boots from his feet and threw them to the side, finished with the conversation. It has been a long way to travel. I thank you for your hospitality. Syndri let the flap fall as she left the ghat, grinding her molars together, the stale taste of wine souring in her mouth. Her own ghat was not far, and she stumbled inside. Her furs welcomed her as she curled on top of them. Chapter 12. Death might have been a kindness. I was marked for it. I could not escape it. And while I still live, it is as the dead, nameless and unknown. But perhaps that is the true kindness. Sonho. The boys moved through the spear forms as one, their lean shapes caught in the strange dance between awkwardness and grace as they maneuvered the long wooden staves that Temujin had finally given them. Master Lowy watched them from the small window in his room, a small cup of warmed rice wine bringing a bit of life back into his old fingers. Down on the table beside him were an assortment of rocks, bits of iron, papers of varying ages. Not a single used cup or bowl littered the room. Kirti frequently expressed her displeasure at him for his mess, but he didn't allow her to remove anything but the dishes, which she did almost before he was finished with them, clucking her tongue like a mother hen at her wayward chicks. Master Lowy sipped the wine, feeling its warmth flooding through his ribs and into his belly. Pulling back his long sleeve with his offhand, he set the cup on the edge of the table and returned to the view outside the window. Master Temujin stalked across the stone corridor under the curved overhang along the side of the courtyard, his gnarled hands clasped behind his back as he scrutinized his young charges. The Telhai guards were quick to snap their switches across the backs, knuckles, and shoulders of the boys at any misplaced step or overextended swing. Between the ages of 13 and 15, they were all the same, and yet each of them had begun to take steps onto his own path, showing glimpses of the man he might become. Some of them would already be working long hours in their father's trades or joining the ranks of the warriors Telhai in training. Others, like Kajin, would have found their way to a dark prison cell or a swift death by an executioner's blade. Others would have already been long dead by other means. Master Lowy's eyes found Rue as the ghost-like boy flowed through the forms like water. A true Tecken islander, born of the sea. It would have been a waste, truly, to see such talent struck from the earth so young. A boy who had already stained his hands with death before reaching Blackvale's ancient walls. A rarity among the innocents surrounding him. Master Lowy remembered the small face, peering up at him from the dirty straw, far below in the muck of a pit in Mizak, a strange smile on the eerily calm face. The son of a common whore, awaiting his execution for murdering one of his mother's patrons. 8 stab wounds. The man's face and neck ravaged as if by an animal. His mother had wept and begged for her son's life outside the barracks, her dirt-smudged face even more ghostly than the boy's as she clawed at her breast in grief. Outside in the courtyard, the little murderer stabbed through the air with his staff, feet dancing through the sand weightlessly. There were many in Katesh who believed the white skin and hair of the Tecken to be proof of some kind of half-spirit nature. It was a childish superstition, but this small boy certainly played the part. What Master Lowy recalled most about the island was the green. It was visible from the boat miles away, the trees thick and vibrant, rising from the water like an earth-born fortress. He had seen that breathtaking view 3 times in his younger years. Peace had been forged between the 2 nations, but it had been a slow and delicate process. Men loved to make war. They reveled in the glory of it, committing their names to be carved into the killing fields for all eternity. Peace was the work of a scholar, the dream of old men who wished to wash the blood from their tunics. Men whose hips groaned with a dull ache after a few moments of standing at a window. Master Lowy retreated to his cushions behind the low table, sinking down onto the softness of them with a sigh. He pulled and fussed with them for a moment until they were in just the right place. One of the room's panels slid open and Kirti appeared, a tray in her hands. The old woman bowed briefly, then shuffled forward, her mouth set in the prim line that had appeared with age. The memory of her thick black hair and sparkling eyes still hung like a tapestry in the back of Loi's mind. They had both grown old, somehow. "I brought your tea." The tray was set down atop a mess on the table, the sharp aroma of peppermint doing little to hide the bitter, cloying scent of the fennel beneath. Kirti knelt across from him and poured the tea into a cup, holding her sleeve daintily back from the liquid. Master Loi took the cup when she offered it to him, and watched her a moment before sipping the bitter herbs. "Will you see him today?" she asked. Master Loi sipped, only years of practice preventing a grimace at the taste. "Yes. As always, your brews are the nectar of the stars. And as always, you are a master of empty flattery. Drink the rest or your bowels will grow stones again." He watched her rearrange the tray when he finished. Her simple gray tunic and skirt clean, despite the dirt, sand, and dust that pervaded every inch of the castle. She kept the old fortress with the pride of a queen. "Temujin has sent for Bithra," Kirti said, standing, tray in hand. "I told him he best keep her out of sight." "Bithra?" The name of the woman tasted sourer than the tea Master Loi had just finished. A scowl darkened his features. "Temujin is a great man, but his blind affection for that veiled serpent will be the ruin of us all if he does not give her up. A soft pair of thighs bewitches him as easily as a sand viper's venom. You were so easily bewitched once, or have you forgotten?" Master Loi leaned back on his cushions. "You would have made a powerful queen. You told me once that you had no regrets. Has that changed?" Kirti met his eyes with a firmness. "We are too old for such games. It does not matter now. You could have been a mother." That pain had been so long buried that her expression did not change. She glanced toward the window. "I am mother to many now." A soft voice came from the other side of the panel door. "Master, may I enter?" Kirti bowed and slid the panel aside to admit Jai as she left. The boy rose from where he had knelt to wait by the door and came to the center of the room. His hair had grown long enough to be gathered up at the top of his head, held with a leather band. He bowed deeply, bent far enough that his face was parallel to the floor. When he rose again, Master Loi did not miss the way his eyes flickered toward the runes on the desk. Though he did not move, the inside of him fidgeted. "You have a question, Jai. Do you think we will ever know the secret?" "There are many secrets in the world, Jai. It is not possible for one man to discover them all. And even many men over many ages can only gather enough to take glimpses." There was a hunger in the boy's eyes, a deep yearning for understanding what was still hidden. Since he had learned how to hold a brush, he had carefully traced the lines of the runes alongside Master Loi whenever the old scholar had visited Blackvale. Jai had memorized their names when his words were still the babbling of a toddler. What a scholar he would have made. "Bring me leave. Let us see what other secrets we can bring to light." Jai bowed and hurried from the room. It was a matter of moments before he returned, a soft knock on the wood panel. It was not Jai who stepped into Master Loi's room, but a boy whose face held only the passing glimmer of the soft youth he had once been. The resemblance to Counselor Halleck's was striking. "All fathers leave a mark on their sons," Master Loi thought, "if not on their face, within their spirit." Leave stopped short just inside the doorway, frozen like prey as he stared at the old scholar seated comfortably behind the table. He dropped to his knees, his forehead touching the rush mats on the floor, as a guttural sound escaped his lips. The tail of black hair bound up at the back of his head had grown much longer, sweeping the ground beside the boy's cheek. Bruises littered his forearms and shoulders, green and purplish brush strokes over the sun-darkened canvas of skin. But he was strong. "Master!" The word was choked out, and the forehead stayed pressed tightly to the floor. "Master, you found me!" And Master Loi waited, letting the wild storm of emotions run through the boy's mind. This was not the first test, and it would not be the last. "Welcome, Leave. Please, be comfortable." The forehead left the mat, dark eyebrows knit tightly together in confusion beneath as the boy leaned back on his haunches. "Master, it is Gehrin Halleck's. Do you not recognize me?" Anyone who had known the boy of 11 would recognize the boy of 14. Hidden beneath the sharper jaw and broader shoulders was the little boy who had so carefully drawn the brush over parchment in Master Loi's house in Keld. He'd been dressed in silks then, not the simple woven trousers. It was a pleasant memory. In time he would learn to cherish it as it was meant to be, a stepping stone across the river of his life.
Whoever you have been before is no longer who you are, Leave.
The boy's throat apple rose and fell as he swallowed around a dry mouth. He opened his lips to speak, but they closed again with a nearly imperceptible tremor as he began to understand. Master Lowy said nothing, waiting, curling his hands into fists on his knees. Leave finally managed to loosen his tongue. You have not come to take me home.
You are home.
This is not my home.
The boy's face flushed red, his fists clenched tightly against his knees.
Please, master, I want to go home.
You have no other home.
No.
The protest died away into nothing. Master Lowy watched the war waging in the younger face. The push of anger and the pull of fear locked behind those inquisitive eyes, now so dark and fixed on the rush mats in front of his hands. He saw the questions brought to the surface, hastily scrutinized and returned to the tightly bound chest, locked away behind the heart. If Leave did not speak them now, they would remain there with the boy they had been.
Would you leave your brothers?
Master Lowy prodded gently, watching the boy's eyes glance toward the window.
Yes, you have already begun to think of them, so the wolf is strong in your blood, boy. I was not wrong to choose you.
Out of the many, one question was given voice.
Master Lowy, why was I taken?
Ah, but you were not.
The youthful eyes filled with a swell of injustice, his protestations kept at bay only by the strict training of Master Temujin and his own prudent nature. Master Lowy explained.
You were not taken. You were given. Chosen.
Taken from my family.
Given to your brothers.
Again the push of anger. Master Lowy could see it writhing along the lines of Leave's face, burning in his eyes, a desperate wanting of something he could not have, but he would not break. Master Lowy had no time for weak spirits.
And to your brothers you are bound. Body, soul, and strength. Without them you are nameless. Akka, you are no one.
Something dark settled over Leave's face, something older and more sinister than the boy himself, as if the word conjured some evil within him. The warmth of anger, flushing his cheeks, slowly cooled, leaving behind an icy stillness. Good. Master Lowy thought to himself. It was a step to the next stone.
Starting today, you will resume your lessons with me after training with Master Temujin. I have many things to teach you, Leave. You still know little of the world, and you will need to know much more if you are to become Bruhai.
Again, a moment of silence as the boy's face betrayed the many thoughts beneath the surface.
Master Temujin called us Bruhai many times. What does it mean?
Once again, Master Lowy was pleased with his young protege. How quickly he could bury his more volatile emotions in favor of gaining new information, asking questions to determine his next course of action. One of the few remaining sources of deep pleasure left to the man who had seen his fair share of the world was the gift of youthful discovery. The old scholar settled a little deeper into his cushions, tapping his fingers against his thigh.
You and your new brothers are the first Bruhai. The Gehrin warriors are the king's greatest protectors, like Shirai and his first Oathsworn who came with him from the stars. But you are Bruhai, leaving behind your name and the life you knew before. The oaths you take will bind your blood to the service of Katesh and protecting the one who sits on her throne. You will be above all others, bound to your king.
Leave's gaze remained fixed on the rush mats.
You chose me. Why?
Why you and not your brother? Why the scholar and not the warrior?
Master Lowy reached for his cup again, refilled it with rice wine.
Why do we need both the wolf and the fox?
The answer came quickly. Every child of Katesh could answer such a simple question. The wolf is fierce and bold. The fox is cautious and cunning.
What good is great strength if it cannot be tamed by a thoughtful mind? I am no great warrior, and yet our king favors me with his trust. Enough trust to train the minds of his Bruhai. It is why Master Temujin and I have come to teach you as one. You ask me these questions to understand, to learn, to discover what sort of world you find yourself in. A man who asks many questions of the world will find himself privy to its secrets.
Yes, master.
You and your brothers are one now. One purpose. I chose you because I believe I can trust you to protect them. Each of you holds the lives of others in your hands. That is what it means to be Bruhai. Do you understand?
Leave bowed his head slightly. His obeisance was pleasing, and despite Temujin's concerns, he did not need a strong hand to be guided into his role. Time would prove Master Loi's prediction correct, as it always did. Good. Tomorrow I will send for you again, and you will recite your runes. Surprise flickered over Leave's face. Yes, master. And then you will tell me what you have learned about your brothers. If you are to lead them, then you must know them as dearly as yourself. Now go back to your training. Rising from the floor, Leave bowed. He said nothing, lips pinched tightly together. As he turned to leave, every muscle taut as he fought to master himself in front of Jai, who appeared behind the door panel and stepped in as soon as Leave had disappeared into the hallway. Master Loi pushed away from the comforting support of the cushions and pillows and rose to his feet, with the help of his staff, which bore his weight like an old friend. He waited a moment for his knees to settle their creaking as the young servant boy waited for his command. Jai, take Haya to the east barracks. Be sure no one else follows you. Inside the empty east barracks, the dim light from an open door to the courtyard shone over the haze of dust floating in the air. At the far end of the room stood the solitary occupant, thin frame and knobby shoulders hunched forward as if to make himself smaller. Master Loi shuffled into the room, his staff tapping softly against the floor to announce him. Haya managed to lift his head when Master Loi approached, but his blue eyes darted quickly away from the old man's gaze. To the boy's credit, he no longer trembled when the scholar came near. Master Loi reached up and pulled the leather string at the back of Haya's head, and the mask came free, clattering down to the stone floor. Lift your head, Master Loi commanded. Thick black hair hid much of that empty gaze, deep wells of haunted misery contained within eyes that fixed on some point beyond Master Loi. But it did not hide the ravaged face beneath. The scar began at the ruined left side of his mouth, cutting away enough of the upper lip to bear white teeth in a permanent snarl. The puckered red wound continued up along the cheek, narrowly leaving the eye intact, and ending a half finger span above the eyebrow. The scar hid further devastation within, and the reason for his silence. It was a hideous sight, the beauty of youth destroyed forever. But life remained, mercy afforded to a condemned soul, mercy that had come from Master Loi's own hand, to the great disapproval of Temujin and even the king. But now, gazing at the gruesome mask of the boy's face, the sickly pallor turning his skin nearly as white as the Tecken boy, Master Loi knew that his insistence on that mercy was rewarded. Look at me, boy. There was a faint tremble in the boy's hand. Master Loi reached out with the tip of his staff and lifted Haya's chin, but the eyes still did not meet his. You are not as broken as you would have me believe, Master Loi said quietly. I gave you mercy when others would have taken your life. I wonder if I should have let them. After months in this room, you have nothing to show me but failure. The eyes flickered in his direction. I once saw you wield power great enough to render seasoned Gehrin as useless as small children. Master Loi pressed the staff against Haya's scar. If you can only draw power in great pain, remember your mother and your sister. You live while they rot away in the earth. You are the last of your family, and you draw breath only to pay for the sins of a traitor. The side of Haya's jaw clenched, and his blue eyes filled with a thin line of tears. He swallowed hard, and not a single tear spilled over the dam. Loi withdrew a piece of iron from his robes and placed it on the stones near the boy's feet. Show me. Haya knelt on the stones. The deep lines of toll in the iron square seemed to draw the boy in like a web. His fingers reached for it, smoothing across the cool metal until his palms covered the rune. For a moment, nothing happened. The sound of wooden practice staves cracking against each other out in the courtyard came faintly through the closed door. A thin tendril of what appeared to be hazy smoke materialized in the space between Haya's hand and the iron. Barely visible, but it was there. The boy's hand shook with effort and his face paled further. Withdrawing a knife from his belt, Master Loi jabbed toward the boy's upper arm. The blade was pushed to the side by some invisible force, skimming away from the skin by a hair's breadth. Haya's hand flew away from the rune. Leaning forward onto his arm, he vomited watery bile into the stones. Toll, guard the body against death. Master Loi clutched his staff. Satisfaction eased his tightly drawn face. A lifetime of work, of study, of traveling to the far reaches of the Empire to discover the secrets written about the runes in every language, every myth and legend told, separating the truth from the imaginary. The truth was in front of him. Years ago, The boy who was Haya had fought against the justice being served to him, and Lowy had watched in awe as power had exploded from him, wrenching away the blade that had taken his tongue and sending 5 grown men toppling to the stones. And Haya was not the only one. Leave also possessed some strand of whatever gift led to the untapped rivers below. Power streamed through the earth, just as Shirai had left it. Legends told of great warriors who could reach into that power as if it were a stream of water, wreaking death and destruction, but also life and prosperity. There had been no such power since the ages long past, thousands of years ago. But the earth had begun to speak again, and if Haya and Leave could hear its voice, there would be others. Shirai's blood. Master Lowy's eyes burned and reveled in the pleasure of a life's work coming to fruition. The boy finished his retching and sank back. He would learn to control it. His body would acclimate to the presence of power. The throne would be safe. Master Lowy pushed himself upright, returning the small knife to its sheath at his belt. You will come to me every day, and together we will master this gift. And then we will teach the others, if they can learn. You cannot erase the stains of your old life, but as Bruhai you may yet atone. Tears streamed down the boy's face, and he curled his hands tightly over his knees. Master Lowy left him, his old limbs filled with renewed vigor as he returned to his study. The power of the runes was within his grasp.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 13. Death with honor leads to the great plains of the Skyclans. You will be welcomed with songs and ride over the sky to look down on those below. But death at the hand of an enemy rends you from the Skyclans forever. The breaking of your totem is the breaking of your soul. You will wander, nameless, below the earth in darkness for all time. Maleki belief. What in eternal darkness is that? The round wooden object hooked onto her sister's right arm looked every kind of ridiculous. Syndri laughed, clapping her hands against her thighs. A slight twitch below Senna's eye was the only betrayal of her annoyance. She lifted the wood up, partially covering her face, only her red forehead and brown eyes visible over the rim. It's called a shield, Senna responded curtly. Emissary Otai tells me that there are warriors across the sea who fight with them, the islanders. Syndri scoffed. You'll do little fighting with one sword arm trapped behind that thing? Come now, put it away and get your sword. I will try like this. Sky and stars, but Senna was stubborn when she wanted to be. Syndri reached back over her shoulder to draw her twin blades, the familiar rasp whispering in her ears as they swung free. She shrugged. I'll be gentle. Bending her knees slightly, Senna hid behind the shield, her single sword out to the side like a thornbush spike. Syndri grinned at her and took a solid grip of her sword hilts, glad for her sister's sake that they were sparring near the river and no one from the village was watching. The grass bent and swished around their knees. Syndri lunged, her left sword flicking forward, snake-like, toward her sister's thigh. The shield dipped down, and blade bit into the wood as Syndri brought her right sword around toward her sister's now exposed neck. Senna jerked to the side, her sword blocking Syndri's in a sharp clang of metal. Syndri pulled her left sword free, flipped it in her hand, and used the hard-bone pommel to smash against the shield. Senna took a step back, unbalanced for a brief second. Syndri pushed forward, another swing blocked by Senna's blade. The shield shook on Senna's arm as Syndri's second sword slammed against the wood, sending several slivers flying. Senna skipped back several steps, frowning at the shield. Syndri chuckled. Ready to pick up a real weapon now, Tete? Senna shifted the shield in her arm, taking a better grip of the straps inside. Stubborn, thought Syndri again. This time Senna did not wait for Syndri. She charged forward like a bull Kerox, shield out in front of her as she yelled, bringing her sword up in a wide underhanded arc. Syndri blocked it with her left sword, knocking the blade away from her knee. She stabbed forward with her right sword, taking advantage of Senna's high guard. But as her blade disappeared beneath the lower rim, Senna dropped the shield down quickly, trapping Syndri's blade beneath it, and stepping down on it with her foot. Taken by surprise, Syndri stumbled forward, letting go of the hilt before she was pulled completely off balance. She was down to one sword against Senna's sword and shield. The swords met again above the shield, and Syndri reached out with her free hand and grasped the edge of the wood. Before she could pull it away, Senna shoved the shield forward, hard. There was a crunch as the rough wood slammed into Syndri's nose, knocking her backwards. She staggered, blinking as stars flashed through her eyes. Something warm and wet dripped down over her lips, and she tasted the blood on her tongue. She shook her head, trying to clear the tears brought to her eyes by the stabbing pain in her face. The kiss of cold metal touched her neck, and she saw the blurred form of Senna smiling at the other end of the sword. "I like it." Syndri spat blood out over the grass and muttered several offensive names for her sister under her breath, one of which included a comparison to a pile of Carrock's dung. Senna laughed, and Syndri shook her head one more time, feeling gingerly along the bridge of her nose. A cut across the top still bled profusely, staining her lips and chin a darker red than her forehead. Senna put the shield down and reached her hands out, swatting away Syndri's. "Let me see." Syndri hissed through her teeth as Senna prodded and shifted. With a quick push of her fingers, Senna moved the broken bone back into place with a cracking snap. Syndri growled and pulled away from her sister. A rustling sound behind them heralded the appearance of Baya as he shimmied down the tree he'd been perched in. He grinned broadly at Syndri, squinting at her bruised face. She shoved at him. "Aye, you're going to sprout wings and feathers if you stay up in the trees all day," she scolded him half-heartedly. Her voice came out in a strange nasal tone, and Baya chortled. He bounded through the grass and snatched up the sword that Syndri had dropped earlier. Flipping it easily around in his hand, he advanced toward his sisters. Senna crouched, holding her sword out to him in a mock challenge. "What a fearsome warrior this is," she teased. Baya attacked, swinging his blade with all the might his 12-year-old arms could muster. Syndri watched him with a smile, the throbbing in her nose forgotten momentarily as she watched her brother and sister spar. Senna had always known the right intensity to use, enough strength and speed to push Baya, but not so much that he gave up. She was a patient teacher. As she watched Baya swing and barrage the shield, Syndri narrowed her eyes, watching the moments where Senna was leaving herself open, what weaknesses the shield opened, but also how it provided Senna with a larger area of protection than a simple blade. Syndri couldn't imagine letting go of one of her swords in favor of some unwieldy block of wood strapped to her arm, even if Senna had managed to break her face with it. Ducking away from Senna's exaggerated swing, Baya charged across the grass towards Syndri, his face alight with laughter. He yelled out a boyish war cry, his voice cracking between the shrill notes. Syndri let him swing at her, taking one step to the side as the blade whistled past her ear. On the next attempt, she reached under and grabbed hold of his wrist, twisting just enough for a wild grin to shift into a slight grimace. He refused to drop the sword. "Submit, little brother," Syndri said, leaning toward him and donning a fearsome expression, baring her teeth against the pain in her nose. It was a game they had played since he was old enough to drag around a practice blade. "A warrior must not submit," Baya retorted, his body contorting as he tried to free himself from her grasp. "The Sky Clans will see my courage, and I will defeat you." Senna walked up behind him. "The Sky Clans witness. Surely you tremble with fear, my sister. This warrior is too great and powerful for us alone." Dropping the sword from his right hand, Baya snatched the hilt with his left, and flipped the weapon, driving the hard pommel toward Syndri's belly. She jumped back, barely escaping what would have been a certain bruise to her lower ribs. She let go of Baya's wrist, and he shook a fist in the air triumphantly. "A neat trick, little brother. Well done." He glowed with the praise. "Gehrin taught me. I practiced with him yesterday." Syndri's forehead tightened as her eyebrows lifted in surprise. The huge beast rarely touched the great bone club that her father had allowed him to make years ago. She'd never even seen him touch a bladed weapon. The bone club was nearly as big as Baya, and paid homage to the immense strength of the creature who wielded it. Syndri had tried to lift it from its place on the ground once, and could not imagine having the power to swing it in a fight. "Gehrin taught you that?" Baya nodded, pushing a wayward shock of his hair away from his eyes. "I asked him to teach me how to use the bone club, and he said he would not. He said a club is not the weapon of a warrior like me." Syndri watched her brother's chest puff out at the memory of being called a warrior by the Carol. Baya turned the sword around in his hand and pretended to jab some imaginary foe with the hilt. "So instead he showed me this. Like you say, Tete, a sword is more than a blade, yes?" Syndri watched him hack at the grass. "You must use whatever you can to win. The Sky Clans honor those who live. Give me that, you thief." Baya handed the sword back to her. "Only 4 years and I can go with you. I'll kill as many Tlatter as you have in my first season. You'll have to get a bit taller first, or they won't be able to see you." Syndri reached out and pulled the long tail of hair at the back of his head. He pushed back at her, and they wrestled across the grass, Syndri letting him gain the upper hand just long enough to boost his confidence before she lifted him off his feet and dropped him on his back in the grass. He scrambled up, hissed at her, and took off running for the trees along the river. "Come, Mother will want us to help prepare. We've been gone too long already," Senna said. The sounds of voices rising above the usual volume already drifted across the plains from the village. There would be a great feast tomorrow, and dances and songs of the Gars tribe would fill the air in honor of the clans who watched them from their cloudy plains above. Before the cold winds of winter gave way to snow and ice, one last celebration would send the warmth of summer on its way. Emissary Otai had not been with them for any such rituals before, and Syndri knew her father was extending a great honor to the foreigner by allowing him to observe it. "It will be a good sign to have a birth during the songs," mused Senna as they began to walk back. Yuga's wife, Tillis, had begun her labors early in the morning, before the light had risen. Even now she paced the birthing ghat alone, with Etlin and the other midwives waiting outside for her to bid them enter. She had borne 4 children before this one, 3 strong and full of life, and 1 she had sent to the Sky Clans, born too early. Her oldest would turn into his 16th year and become a warrior in the coming spring. Like Etlin, she was one of the revered mothers of the Gars. Yuga, as the child's father, had gone into their family ghat to prepare the food and bedding for his wife and their new child, and to call on the Sky Clan's mothers for their blessing on the birth. A child born during the Songs of Winter would be lit with their own fire, as the elders said, burning hot and fierce to drive away the cold of death. Yet another sign that the Gars tribe was growing in its power. The Sky Clans were showing their favor. The child would be blessed. The days were growing shorter, and already the light was dimmed far further into the south than it would have a season past. Syndri was glad that the winter songs would be sung tomorrow, 2 days of dance and revelry before Emissary Otai returned back to his mistress's rocky lair to the north, and then the war band would return to the borders to drive back the Taladar and Uratar, who had chosen to wander too close to the border. Etlin was right. Syndri yearned for the thrill of the hunt. The days of peace she spent in the village, tanning hides and sparring with Baya, were not enough to keep her restless spirit at bay. But tomorrow she would drink, and she would dance. Syndri left her swords in her ghat. This day was a day for her hands to be filled with wine and ale. The scent of roasted carox spitted over the massive fire built in the center of the village filled the air with an intoxicating aroma of meat and spices as it crackled and spit over the flames. Nargaras himself turned the spit. Red-faced and sweating and stripped down to his trousers, his great hairy chest and belly bared to the chilled air as he laughed and drank, surrounded by a crowd of similarly undressed warriors. In contrast, Emissary Otai stood near enough to join the conversation, yet far enough that he would not roast alongside the meat, swathed in his blue and black silks. A new black carox hide was draped over his shoulders, a gift from Nargaras. With the great fire and laughter lighting the center of the village, Syndri barely noticed the chill as she found her sister helping drag the huge, tanned hide drums out into a semicircle. Syndri pulled at Senna's arm and shoved a horn of wine into her hand. "Drink, Tete. Your cheeks are still pale. You've not had enough wine." Behind her, Baya took a sip from his own horn of wine, face already flushed. Syndri threw her arms around his thin shoulders. "Come, little brother." Leaving Senna to tend to her own drink, Syndri dragged Baya over to Ganzak Ba, an elderly tribesman who was painting the faces of the men and women with marks of the Sky Clan, his fingers stained in shades of black and red from the bowls of dye at his knees. Syndri pushed Baya down on the stump, feeling generous and full of wine and the strength of the tribe. "Revered one, today let my brother be one of us. Paint him with the mark of our warriors." Ganzak Ba smiled his mostly toothless smile and dipped his fingers into the red ochre, smearing the paste over the boy's forehead and eyebrows until Baya's face matched Syndri's, his Gars tribe heritage emblazoned on his skin. 4 years, little brother," said Syndri, clapping him on the back and sending him stumbling forward a pace. 4 years, and then you will ride with us." Baya touched his fingers to his forehead, a wide grin splitting his face, an extra tooth on the left side of his mouth, layering over the one beneath it like a scale. He jumped and whooped, his rolling yell boyish and thin but fierce. Syndri laughed as he ran for the open gate toward the herds, no doubt, heading for his young mount Ita. He had recently gentled her to ride and had nearly burst with pride when he had showed his older sisters how the little chestnut filly already responded well to his soft touches, to turn this way and that way. Even Etlin had said they made a fine pair. Syndri raised a horn after him and drank, the tang of wine hitting the back of her throat. She'd already finished 2 horns full, and her body was pleasantly warm, her fingers and gut tingling. A group of the young girls danced through the crowd, playing small hand drums and pipe flutes in the imitation of one of the winter songs that would be sung soon when the sun reached the highest point in the sky above them. When the Sky Clans were looking down over the village with bright eyes from astride their wind-blown war horses, it would be soon. Syndri could feel the excitement in the air like the tension before a great storm. Senna and the other drummers had set up their massive hide drums in a semicircle around the flat space for the dancers. Senna's smooth, muscled arms were bare, long straps of dyed cloth tied around her biceps and wrists, and she tapped her drum with one of her sticks, the end wrapped into a ball of hide. The straps around her arms quivered as the drum's hollow boom shook through the air. Syndri caught her sister's gaze and smiled, sauntering over to the drum. "Don't miss a beat," teased Syndri. "You're more likely to trip on your feet," replied Senna, taking a long gulp from her own wine horn. "You and our father have wasted no time on your wine. More wine would do you a world of good." Syndri clapped her sister on the shoulder. She glanced toward her father, who had left the turning of the spit to someone else and was gripping Emissary Otai's shoulder as the two spoke together. Nargaris's long braid tumbled freely down the middle of his back, coming loose from the tie. Soot stained his trousers and arms, and his skin was reddened from standing so near the fire. Behind him, like the great shadow of some otherworldly demon, stood Hashir. The massive beast hovered at the edge of the crowd, towering over even the tallest Garis warrior. Syndri noticed that Hashir had tied the colorful strips of cloth around his wrists. Despite his appearance, he was a Garis. Emissary Otai's contrast to the creature and even Nargaris was nearly humorous. Syndri snorted into her newly refilled wine. Etlin had cautioned her to be more hospitable to their northern guests, but as Syndri scornfully scrutinized the little group of them gathered behind the emissary, she curled her lip. The Rokians looked over her people with disdain, sipping their wine out of cups instead of horns. To Syndri's mind, the sooner they returned to their lands, the better. Emissary Otai's silver-tongued words dripped like honey over her father's ears, spinning grand tales of the battles they would win for the Garis tribe and the greatness her father could achieve with Queen Zen at his side. It was a pretty tale, but there was no honor in begging help from those stronger than you. If it was within the favor of the Sky Clans to bring her father to glory, he would do so by the strength of his warriors and not the soft soldiers of a northern queen. A commotion around the edge of the crowd brought Syndri away from her wine-soaked reflections. There were cries and shouts as her mother broke through into the clearing, a joyful smile on her beautiful face. Etlin raised her hands to the sky and let out a high-pitched rolling cry that was immediately taken up by every other Garis voice in the village. A healthy child. A favored birth. Syndri shook her fist in the air, a child born with fire in their veins to keep out the cold of winter. No doubt a great warrior had been brought into the world, and now Etlin could resume her duties as the open hand, the ruler of peace, and the songs could be sung. Etlin stepped into the middle of the open space, hands still raised. "Garis, I call you!" Syndri and 1,000 other voices cried out as one. "Garis! The sky watches over us with favor. The cold winds will blow over us, and they will not bite. The ice will not douse our fires. We welcome winter without fear." Etlin walked to the drummers, her back straight despite her tiredness after assisting the birth. Syndri felt a rush of pride as her mother walked with an uncanny grace, alone across the clearing. She looked across at Emissary Otai. He was watching her mother. "Now you have truly seen the queen," Syndri mused. Etlin took one of the wrapped sticks from Senna and held it out toward her gathered people. "Hashir, I call you!" Murmurs of surprise floated through the people as a small path opened to the giant corral. Each year, Etlin chose someone from the tribe to strike the first drumbeat. It was a great honor and a show of strength by whoever was chosen. The massive beast walked to Etlin, on his strange legs, his cloven hooves leaving marks despite the hard-packed ground. The hide clothing he wore would have drowned any of the human warriors around him. He reached out and took the stick from Etlin in his 4-fingered hand. He approached Senna's drum, the center of the semicircle, and lifted the stick high in the air. He bellowed, his breath freezing in the air as he dropped his arm.
Boom!
The drum's voice rolled out over the village, and the songs of winter began. Syndri walked out into the clearing alongside several others. They'd all strung horn beads into their braids, and each movement set them clattering like a shower of rain. Horn bangles were stacked on their forearms and ankles, carved with symbols for each season. Each of them carried 2 ceremonial wooden swords. Syndri lifted hers above her head and clacked them together, matching the drum beats. She swung one in a wide arc before bringing it back against its twin with another sharp crack. She crouched, stomping one foot and then the other as she moved toward her sister and the other drummers, swords clattering together. The earth and the sky pulled together like a taut string, and the sound of the swords and the drums and the stomps of dozens of feet over the ground reverberated through the bones of the village. The cold wind curled around Syndri's face, lifting her, tempting her from the warmth of the dance. Her breath burned in her lungs, the taste of the coming winter ice creeping in through her nostrils. Her bare toes twisted and dug at the hard earth, tingles of pain shooting through them as the blood rushed into cold skin. The drums shook. Dyed cloth fluttered around the arms of the dancers and drummers. A low hum began around the crowd, rising and falling like gales of winter. Etlin began the first song alone, her voice cutting above the cacophony of sound. Great winter, ice and wind, snow covers grass and tree and herd. Burn with fire, heart and blade and horse. Burn with honor, the sky clans watch and send the wind. Place coals beneath our feet. The Garrus tribe answered Etlin's call, clapping hands above their heads, while the dancers stomped the hard ground. Sweat dripped down the back of Syndri's neck, despite her wearing only thin cloth bands wrapped around her chest. The chill of the wind broke against the warmth within her as she danced. Across from her, Senna's braids tumbled around her shoulders as she struck the drum. Syndri threw back her head and howled, shaking her wooden bangles above her head. Burn with fire, heart and blade and horse. The words tumbled around her from hundreds of throats. Her feet burned, her hair stuck to her forehead, and neck in damp, sweat-soaked strings. Burn, burn with fire. Etlin walked out to the center of the dancers, her open palms still facing the sky. Someone had placed a braided grass crown over her braids, and the last whispers of green from warmer days wove through the deep brown hair. She ruled in times of peace, her graceful wisdom shepherding the tribe. Every man, woman, and child in the village watched her hands sweep through the air, hardly daring to breathe, to disrupt her quiet dance. The wildness and noise of Syndri and the others had disappeared, leaving only the swaying, softly humming figure of her mother. Finishing her dance, Etlin brought her hands together above her head in a sharp clap. In response, Senna and the other drummers brought their sticks down one last time. The sound swelled and faded across the plain. The moment of silence was quickly broken as the tribe began drinking and celebrating. Syndri stumbled back to her ghat, full of wine and tottering on feet that were finally beginning to feel the cold. She pushed aside the door flap and reached for her furred boots, sliding her toes into the soft warmth of them. Her hand ruffled through the hides and furs of her bed, instinctively reaching for her sword sheaths. There was nothing there. Frowning, she pulled aside the blankets and looked on the other side of the low wooden cot. Her initial confusion quickly dwindled to cold anger as she realized Baya must have taken them. He had done it once, many seasons before, and she had cuffed him soundly around the ears for it. There was no one else. The brief idea that emissary Otai's men could have come into her ghat and stolen her swords was nothing less than ludicrous. They wouldn't dare. She pushed her way back outside and headed for the herds, her anger fueled by the wine in her gut. When she found him, she would tan his hide against the Karox skins stretched over the wooden frames. The Karox huddled together, their breath steaming the air as they grunted and gave soft lows as she approached them. Syndri looked out over the horses, intermingled with the other beasts, searching for the bright chestnut hide of Ita. The little filly usually stood out from the others, but Syndri didn't see her. She walked over to Uhuri, one of the young warriors guarding the edge of the herd. "Have you seen Sabayar?" Uhuri picked something out of his teeth with the corner of a fingernail. "Not since he rode off a while ago. He went that way." He pointed over the herd to the west. The wide plains were empty beyond the herds. "Aye, little fool." Syndri swore under her breath and made her way through the beasts until she reached Brig. He whuffed through his nose, ears snapping up as she pulled herself onto his back. Setting her heels to his side, they wove through the horses and Karoxen until they emerged out onto open grass. Brig's ears flickered back, and he jumped into a gallop as Syndri leaned low over his neck. She coddled her brother too much, and he was growing too big for his trousers. Etlin had been right to scold her for letting Baya handle her blades. He was not ready. The wind flung Syndri's hair away from her face, and she nestled down against Brig's mane, letting his big head and neck give her a small shelter from the cold. Brig slowed to an easy lope, his hooves bouncing smoothly over the ground as he gave little snorts with each stride. Syndri knew the route that Baya usually rode with Ita, but there was no sign of her brother or his mount. A flash of chestnut pulled her attention to the left, and she leaned back, Brig slowing immediately to a walk. She lifted her arm to call out, but Brig laced back his ears and stopped, fidgeting to the side. The chestnut filly was not alone. A strange rider rode toward her on a stocky gray horse, leading Ita by her rope reins. His tribal tattoo was covered by white paste that had been slathered over his face, giving Syndri no chance to see which enemy tribe he hailed from. A body was draped over the withers of his horse. Syndri's blood ran colder than the icy wind, and her stomach fell to somewhere in the soles of her feet. A long black rat tail bobbed over the head of the body. The breath left her, and she pressed one fist against her chest. Her heart pounded against her ribs. The enemy warrior pulled his mount to a halt about 10 horse lengths away from her, and held up his right hand, a palm open. Open hand. The absurdity of it broke through the fog in Syndri's mind. The man swung off his horse and pulled Baya's body down, laying it on the ground between them. Syndri pushed herself off Brig's back, her limbs numb. She didn't even feel the jolt when her feet hit the ground. She approached her little brother's body like a ghost, feeling nothing as the wind whipped her hair around her face. Baya's face was smudged with blood from a cut across his forehead that added to his own stain of the red ochre dye, but his chest was ruined by a deep wound that had cleaved the skin from his ribs and his soul from his body. His face was ashen gray, and the breath had long since fled from his lungs. Syndri held a trembling finger beneath his nostrils, but any hope of finding life was a faint echo. The warrior pulled the sheaths with her swords off his back and laid them down beside Baya. When he spoke, his voice was hushed, as if he was afraid to disturb the dormant fire between them. I did not know he was a child until the killing blow had been struck. He came close to our border. Syndri smoothed her hand over her brother's forehead, wiping away the blood, and the ochre paint left a stain on her fingers as she revealed the untainted skin beneath. Her brother had died with the color of the warriors painted on his face. The Sky Clan's judgment could not be known. There was no telling what they might do with him. Her fingers found the wolf totem around his neck, unbroken. She looked up at the warrior, and slowly rose to her feet. The white paste used by messengers, hurriedly painted over his face, revealed a few light patches of the dark tattoo beneath. Teladar. A Teladar had killed her brother. Covering his tattoo would not save him. Open hand would not save him. I have brought him back to his people. I have left his totem unbroken for the Sky Clans. Words. Empty words. To cover the cowardice of the warrior who had murdered a child. A warrior who hid his face in hopes of peace. A warrior who was no warrior at all. She looked into his eyes. But yours will be broken. Pulling one of her swords from its sheath, she stabbed him through the heart. Chapter 14. To Zario, 10th leader of the 3rd Hand of the Black Legion, under Garatelhai Jakar. I have sent instructions to your unit commander that you are to return to Keld for a time. Your commander will allow a respite for your duties in the Legion as long as I have need of you here. Return as soon as this letter arrives to you. Counselor Ilba Halax. The gates of Keld stood open like great jaws yawning out into the farmlands. Guarded by Gerhai on either side with long spears, the open doors to the city offered a glimpse into the busy streets beyond, and the curved roofs of the building that lined them. Zario sat tall astride his black mare, his own spear held easily and supported by the leather cup attached to his stirrup. Behind him rode 3 other Black Legion Telhai who had ridden back to the city with him, each given their own short respite from the barracks in Mizak. The Gerhai nodded respectfully to the black-armored riders as they passed under the shadow of the gates. It was not out of respect for his status as the son of Counselor Halax. He was returning to the city as a Telhai leader in the Black Legion, and his black armor and fanged half-mask gave him an authority he would never have earned by his father's name alone. His mare's hooves clopped against the swept streets. A street merchant rushed to pull his wagon out of Zario's way. The people on foot scurried away to the sides of the buildings, like mice as the riders passed. Zario kept his eyes fixed ahead. The Black Legion Telhai rarely rode into the city alone. His presence was an oddity. No doubt there were whispers spreading already. Within an hour, no doubt it would be known that Counselor Halax's son had returned home. As the 4 men rode inside the gates, one of them called ahead. Will you come drink with us tonight, Zario? It will be good to see the women of Keld again. Zario twisted in his saddle. I will join you if I can. Ride on. The other black horses trotted past him, each rider moving on to his own house within the city. The heads of the short spears strapped to their backs glinted in Akatar's light, sharpened to razor edges. On a whim, Zario kept his mare walking past the street toward his father's estate, and instead headed down the familiar path he had once taken as a boy nearly every day. He stopped in front of the small sweet shop on the corner, the same delicious smells wafting out as they always had. Though the mask on his face hid his smile, he allowed himself the small moment of nostalgia as he dismounted, carrying his spear with him inside. Hige turned and saw him, and the man's eyes quickly grew as wide as the puffy rice balls he was placing on a tray. He bowed low, bending nearly in half at the waist. "My lord Telhai, an honor to have you within the walls of my shop. How can I serve you?" Lifting the mask from his face, Zario smiled. "A package of your best uban, Master Hige. Many thanks." The older man's eyes crinkled up in joy. "Young Lord Zario!" he exclaimed. "Ah, forgive me. Not young lord now." He held out his hands, gesturing to the black armor, "and returned as a warrior of the Black Legion, as you said you would. You've grown into it well." He reached back to the table and produced 2 small packages. "Take 2. One for your family." Zario took the 2 packages and pulled 2 copper coins out of his belt purse, but Hige waved him off. "No need, young master." "Hige, you will let me pay you for your work." Zario took a 3rd copper coin out and pressed them all into the older man's hand. "It has been far too long since I've tasted your uban." Pleased, the shopkeeper relented. Zario returned the mask to his face, covering his easy smile with the menacing fangs of the Black Legion, the leather smile carved into it, something ghoulish and dark. His black cloak brushed the door frame as he stepped back outside, and after removing one of the squares, the packages of uban were placed carefully inside a bag behind his saddle. Zario sucked the lemon candy into his mouth. It was still the perfect blend of tartness and sweetness. He pulled himself back into the saddle and turned his mare toward his father's estate. 2 years had changed nothing about the walled courtyard or the slated triangular roofs rising above the sprawling house. Zario rode to the stable and dismounted. His father's stable servant bowed and reached for the mare's reins. "I'll see to her," Zario said. "No oats until tomorrow morning." She rode fast. The man bobbed his head again. "Yes, my lord." When the mare was contentedly munching the bit of hay in the stable, rubbed down and dry, Zario left his spear and cloak with her saddle and hefted the leather supply bags over his shoulder. He scratched at his short beard, and he crossed over the small pond, a new generation of colorful fish gracefully swimming beneath the bridge. Beneath the front entrance, he slid off his boots and pushed aside the door panel to the inner courtyard. "Yabo!" A little girl rose from where she had been crouched in the courtyard, playing with several small dolls. Her black hair was tangled and hung low to the middle of her back, her eyes sparkling as her rosy cheeks erupted into a wide smile. Zario put down his bags and opened his arms, kneeling down so he was the same height. "I've come home, Irie." She leapt into his embrace and nestled her face against him, her arms flung around his neck. She leaned back and frowned, poking at the patchy black stubble around his jaw. "It's scratchy." Zario laughed. "Shall I shave it all off?" She considered and scrutinized him for a few heartbeats. "You look like Abby." "I am the son of Counselor Alex, no matter where I go," Zario thought grimly. He lifted his little sister high into the air, and she giggled, holding her arms out like a bird's wings. Zario set her down carefully, and she ran back to her dolls. Grabbing them up, she brought them closer, holding them up proudly. They were made of cloth, little mouths and eyes stitched on their linen faces, red dots on their cheeks for blush. One of them was dressed in black, 2 in brown house garments, and 1 wore a pretty blue dress. "Amma made them for me. This one is you." She held up the doll dressed in black. "And this one is Gehrin, and this one is me. And this one is Gehrin." A lump rose in Zario's throat, but he took the doll in the blue dress and pretended to study it carefully. "This one cannot be you." Her little eyebrows scrunched together. "Why not?" "It's not pretty enough." She giggled and took it from his hand, flitting back into the courtyard and setting the dolls back around the little meal of pulled-apart leaves and twigs she had made for them. Zario rose from his knees and handed the bags to a servant nearby. It was time for a less pleasant reunion. He walked the familiar tread of the wooden floor around the courtyard to his father's room. Apprehension filled him, and he wondered if he would ever stand in front of this door without it. His father's presence radiated from the room. "Father." "Come in." Zario gently slid the door to the side and stepped into the room. Incense burned on a table in the corner, filling the room with a heady, spiced aroma. Zario faced his father's low table and knelt, bowing his head to the mats on the floor, his hands flat on either side of his face. The leather armor dug into the front of his neck. The armor of the Black Legion was not made for bowing.
Rise.
Zario pushed back, kneeling comfortably and placing his hands against his knees, finally lifting his gaze to the man sitting behind the table. Counselor Halax was writing something, the quill scratching softly across the paper. Zario remained silent, taking deep breaths of the incense-infused air. He was tired of writing, his eyes dry from the winter breeze. His mind wandered to thoughts of a warm bath and a night in his old bed. But here he would sit until his father allowed otherwise. The quill stopped.
You wear the armor of the Legion well.
Thank you, father. It is an honor to wear it. Counselor Halax poured 2 cups of wine, and Zario accepted his gratefully. He waited until his father had taken a sip and then drank from his own cup. The wine was overly spiced, the way his father preferred it. Zario could feel his father's eyes on him, studying him, looking for cracks or defects. He kept his back straight and his eyes fixed forward.
You have made a good impression on your commanders. 2 years in the Legion and already a 10th leader. That is impressive progress.
Are you proud, father? Proud of these accomplishments? I seek only to bring honor to your name and to the king. Counselor Halax scoffed and flicked his hand dismissively.
I believe it is time that you and I spoke plainly to one another. You are my eldest son and heir. You are a 10th leader in the Black Legion, and you are a man. It is time you stopped speaking like a boy.
How would you have me speak, father?
Tell me of your ambitions.
Surprised, Zario cleared his throat. My ambitions?
Yes, you must have ambitions of some kind. You have become a leader in the Black Legion. You command 100 men. Is that the furthest your path leads you?
One day I will become a hand of the Legion. If I am chosen. Counselor Halax frowned.
That's the boy talking. Will you let others choose your ambitions for you?
No, father.
Then what are your ambitions?
Zario curled his fingers into his sweating palms. I will become hand of the Legion. And then, if I can, I will become High General. There was no change in his father's expression, no easing of the shoulders looming toward Zario. The brooding dark cloud that hovered over him spread its tension into Zario's arms and hands, and the muscles in his limbs grew tight. He knew that his father desired something more of him, and he dreaded the words that he knew would come from Counselor Halax's lips. But still they came. I will make you king. It was not treachery, though every word dripped with the promise of it. Zario felt the weight of his armor, the stiff leather pressing against his inner tunic. Outside the walls of his father's house it was a second skin. Here he felt as if he might be suffocated by it. His father set down his cup. The king refuses to give in to the council's demands for an answer. He must choose a successor by his 40th year if he cannot produce an heir of his own. There are those in the council who would like to see that law eradicated, to force the king's hand sooner, but I am content to wait. Queen Zen is waiting for any sign of weakness, and if this choice shifts power from a monarchy that has lasted generations to the wrong family's power and interest, Katesh is not strong enough for that. The council would tear itself apart. King Canarian has never been a man who could be forced to do anything. I believe the council has created their own demise, trying to push a boulder uphill. But he will have to choose, and he must be ready. You are the closest thing he has to an heir of his own blood. Zario knew that his father believed him the most likely choice as the king's heir. It was no secret. It had been spoken in every circle of the city since the crown prince had been murdered. Ataki Ujo and Zario had been pitted against each other as rivals for the throne, but Councillor Ujo was not nearly as close to the king's favor as Councillor Halax. And while Ujo's house was wealthy enough to buy the throne, they were not beloved enough to keep it. For Zario's part, he would have just as readily stayed behind in the military camp outside Mizak and left the succession of the throne to more interested people. His father was watching him. You keep your thoughts hidden behind your filial respect. Speak! Zario had only seen the king's great council hall a handful of times when his father had brought him to the palace as a boy. He had seen the carved wooden throne, settled beneath the watchful gemstone eyes of the fox and the wolf above. He imagined sitting on the hardwood, looking out into Stain over squabbling councillors below. He imagined the eyes of Katesh, looking to him, worshipping him as the father of a nation. I do not believe I will be a good king. My place is with the Legion. Your place is where you can best serve your country. Zario pulled his courage together. Or where I can best serve you? After a moment of silence, Councillor Halax's stern face softened. Good. A strong man does not simply go where he is directed. He must know his purpose. You already serve this house by your presence in the Black Legion. Tell me, what have you observed of your commanders? You want me to be your spy? I wish you to tell me things of interest. Do not forget that as the king's advisor, I already have far more capable informants in place in the Black Legion than you. But I wish to know what you have learned of those above you. Zario shifted slightly. Sweat ran down the back of his neck, and his armor was beginning to chafe at him. He hoped to have already slipped into the warmth of the bathhouse, and a clean set of clothing, but the conversation made him sweat far more than the hot sun outside. Third Hand Gehrin is a good man, a good teacher. He is the oldest of the hands. He is brother to Temujin, one of the king's most trusted Garatelhai. He is strict, but respected. Any one of your Legion brothers could have told me as much. Is that all you have learned? Gehrin is stronger with short weapons. He trains us with the long spear, but he prefers short spears and swords that the Maleki warriors use. He has a young granddaughter that he is fond of in Mijaro. She will be of marriageable age in 2 years. He will hear nothing said against the king or the other hands, even in jest, and he has a weakness for spiced lamb. He has a birthmark in the shape of an Iba rune on his left side, so his men believe that he cannot lie. The other hands look up to him, and even the High General gives more weight to his advice than others. Zario paused, wondering if he'd finally said enough. Do you wish me to go further? That was better. Gehrin is a well-respected man, and his favor would be of great benefit to you. There is no better teacher in the Black Legion. You have done well to study him. I want you to tell me if he receives a visit from his brother, Lord Temujin. He has only come to the barracks once, and it was some time ago. Councillor Halax tapped his finger against the table. Temujin is at the moment in Blackvale. Blackvale? Zario knew little of the abandoned fortress, tucked into the northern mountains of Katesh. It had been an outpost long ago, when King Kanarian's ancestors were first building the skeleton of the great city of Keld. It was easily defensible, and the front gate approached only by a stone bridge, hovering over a chasm that cut away into the forested cliffs below. Guarded by a few Telhai and Gerhai, it was hardly a place of note. Temujin has been the commander of Blackvale for nearly 4 years in secret. He is training soldiers. Why? I can only imagine that the king has some use for them, perhaps some new fighting unit. Master Lowy has also traveled there frequently, but whatever purpose they serve, the king has not seen fit to inform me of it, said Councillor Halax. Despite the calm tone, Zario could tell that his father was displeased. And you have a spy there? Yes, and you have met her before. Her name is Bithra. She sends me a report whenever she is summoned there to serve Temujin. A faint memory of the red-garbed woman floated past Zario's consciousness pleasantly. She had haunted his thoughts more than once since he had seen her as a much younger boy. He could still remember the smell of her, the way the charms on her wrist and ankles had softly jingled as she walked. I remember. No doubt. She has been a particular favorite of Temujin's for some time, at my behest. This is why it pays to know the weakness of those around you. Bithra has loosened Temujin's tongue enough to give me some knowledge of his purpose at Blackvale. Zario chewed the inside of his lip, slowly pushing the pieces of what his father was telling him into place. Do you wish me to go to Blackvale? No. I already have enough presence there to bide my time. I want you to become invaluable to Gehrin. You will need the support of the Legion if the Council turns against you when you are chosen. If I am chosen. But his father's confidence forged his doubt into a dreadful expectation. If his father had chosen him to be king, it was only a matter of time before the king did the same. He would be marched into the council hall, and the councillors would chafe at his presence the way his armor chafed at his skin. They would hate him for being Councillor Halax's son. Father, if the councillors turn against us, then you will have the Black Legion at your back, and they will be powerless to stop you. The light over the city had finally dimmed as Akatar sank beneath the mountains to the west. The whitish walls of the building were cast with an orange glow. The hustle and noise were quieter now, but not less. Some merchants closed their shops, while others prepared for their evening of work. Zario walked out into the streets, passing by a man carefully moving racks of colorful silks together in his small corner shop. Finally free of his armor, Zario felt light as a feather in his green sari and soft sandals. His hair had grown too long. All but a small section of it was free of the usual tie on the top of his head, and it hung freely down his back. It had been a long time since he had worn the everyday clothing of a noble. He slowed his pace, allowing his feet to meander him through the city, taking in the smells and sights he had missed in Mizek. Dominated by the presence of the Black Legion, Mizek was a much less vibrant city, bleak in its utilitarian style. The city merchants revolved around the needs of the soldiers, far less colorful. There were only 1 or 2 silk merchants there, compared with the dozens that occupied the shops of Keld. The daughters of the few nobles who resided in Mizak were adorned far less grandly than the daughters of Keld's wealthy houses. Zario stopped in front of a jeweler's table, picking up a small hair comb. The wings of a delicate dove spread over strings of tiny blue gems that matched the bird's sapphire eye. He lifted it from the silk cushion, turning the beautiful piece over in his hand. It was a masterful design. "A truly rare piece, my lord," said the jeweler. "I have only made one like it." "It is a fine piece," replied Zario. "A credit to your craft." The man bowed, pleased by the compliment. "It would make a fine gift for a beautiful woman, perhaps a wife." Zario smiled. "I have no wife, but it deserves to be worn by a beauty to match it." Irie was too young for such a precious piece of finery. Theory preferred simpler clothing and adornments. Zario had only seen her wear hair combs that fine before Irie was born. He placed it back on the silk. He chose a small pair of red gemstone earrings for Theory and a matching necklace for his little sister. As the jeweler packaged them carefully, Zario looked back at the hair comb. On a whim, he picked it up and handed it to the craftsman. "It is too fine a jewel to leave behind." The jeweler accepted the bag of coins with a bow. It was an exorbitant sum to spend, even on something so fine as a comb. His fellow Telhai would tease him relentlessly if they had seen him spend his soldier's pay on such a bauble. He tucked the comb carefully into the inside of his tunic above his belt with the silk-wrapped earrings and necklace. His wanderings took him past the blacksmith at the end of the merchant's row, where he left instructions for a new spearhead and haft to be made for the third hand. He would take it to a woodcarver when it was finished. It would be a fine gift, his father's idea. Perhaps he would take it to a mohar and inscribe it with the Iba rune in honor of Jakar's reputation. And then, his errands done, his wanderings took him down another street he had walked many times in his childhood. He stopped in front of a gate lined with Feth runes. The crumbling tiles around the top of the wall had seen no improvement in the past years, and the humble, weather-worn roof over the gates was in similar condition, the wood cracked and warped. Zario knocked on the gate. It was quickly opened by an elderly manservant, who bobbed in several bows. "Lord Zario, please, let me announce the honor of your visit to my master."
"No need, Chon. My father is away, and I believe I can manage entertaining Lord Zario."
Stepping carefully off the steps of the porch, Kasai maneuvered down to the clean-swept yard, leaning on a carved staff. Zario watched her with a strange tightness in his chest. Her bright eyes sparkled above the curve of her lips, which had been painted with the barest touch of red. The healthy glow in her cheeks warmed her smile. She was 16, and any traces of the awkward girl had vanished with the promise of womanhood. But she still carried a touch of the wild spirit she had always been. It glimmered in her eyes, and the way her eyebrows tilted teasingly as she looked at him. "Your visit is unexpected, Lord Zario." "I apologize. I should have sent a servant ahead of me. I will not intrude on you. I can return tomorrow, or the day after." Zario suddenly felt foolish for turning up unannounced, but Kasai just laughed. "We are still friends, aren't we? Come in and have some tea." She gestured back to the main room of the house on the right, and Zario followed her up the steps. Despite her weak legs, she seemed to have grown more graceful over time. She floated up the steps, only the slightest lurch giving away her condition. She pushed a second panel of the room open, leaving them open to the front courtyard and the eyes of the servants. Once inside, she indicated a place for Zario to sit on the mats in front of a low table. A simple teapot and cups already waited for them. Kasai fetched a third cup and set it on the table, and at the same time her mother appeared from another room, her cheeks freshly brushed with rouge to cover the pale pallor of her skin. She bowed deeply when she saw Zario. "Young Lord Alex," she exclaimed, "what an honor to have you visit us. I heard that you had returned to Keld. Your father must be pleased to have you back." "Thank you for your hospitality, Lady Suka. I do not know how long I will be staying before duty calls me back to Mizek. I did not want to leave again without a visit to old friends." He glanced at Kasai. Lady Suka looked pleased. "You are welcome in our home whenever you have need of it," she replied, settling down on a cushion between him and Kasai, who pulled her right sleeve away from her hand and carefully poured the tea into each cup. Then she handed the first to Zario. He breathed in the tang of the ginger and the earthy turmeric. He sipped gratefully. Kasai and her mother waited until he had finished his first cup before refilling it and taking small sips of their own. He was being treated as an honored guest, the way his father would be. It was a strange thing to be suddenly viewed as a man when he had only memories of boyhood in this house. "Is your father in good health?" Lady Suka asked. "He is." There was a long, strange pause during which Zario waited for either of the women to speak about something else. But suddenly he realized that they were waiting for him. He sipped. And your husband, is he in good health? My father relies on him. He is an invaluable overseer. Our fields would not yield half without his managing them. Lady Suka inclined her head. You honor us. My husband is strong and well. He says that the barley fields will have low yield this year, though not as low as the year before. There were no more words spoken after that for a long time. Zario grew frustrated with himself. He had never been good at discussing small matters. The floor was hard beneath his knees, and he smelled the faint, musty scent of the room's wooden beams. He should have gone home. He was Telhai now, and he'd been with the rough company of soldiers for too long. Kasai watched him across the table, and he was uncomfortable under her gaze. He did not know why. What is it like? Kasai asked gently. Tell me about the Black Legion. Zario smoothed his thumb over the glazed teacup, and let his mind sift through the things he could tell her. We train every day. In that, it is much the same as when we were children. I have learned to use knives and swords, and Lord Jakar makes us spar without weapons. He says a man must know how to use his fists as well as a blade, because either one could save his life. The third hand is a man who has earned much respect in Katesh, breathed Lady Suka. He is a great warrior. Zario nodded, imagining his father asking Lady Suka if that was all she had learned about the man. He has taught me a great deal in my time there. The king offered him a comfortable retirement, and he refused. He requested that the king allow him to continue training the Black Legion, for he knew no other task he would be fit for. What of your soldiers? Asked Kasai. You command 100 Telhai and Gerhai, do you not? Zario knew each one of the 100 by name. He knew which of them had left families behind in their cities, which of them had the vices of drink or gambling, and which he would trust with his life if they ever saw battle. He knew which of them were fathers and mothers, and which of them spent their pay in the pleasure houses of Mizak, and which of them came from other lands, leaving behind their birth country to fight for the warlords' army. Riley, Zario realized that he would have had much more to tell his father if Counselor Halex had asked about the men under him instead of those above. They are strong and train well. Lord Jakar does not suffer laziness among his soldiers. And neither do you, I would think, replied Kasai, fixing him with a curious look. You were always destined to be a leader in your father's estimation. He must be proud. A show of pride was a frivolity Counselor Halex would not have had time to spare on his eldest son. Zario knew what his father expected of him. He always had, ever since he first gripped the small practice spear at the age of 4. Each son had a role to play. Even Gehrin's death had served to prove their father's resilience to the other counselors. As Zario finished the last sip of his tea, he noticed Lady Suka watching him closely. He set the cup down in front of him to inquire if something was wrong, but she spoke before he had even managed to open his mouth. Forgive me, Master Zario. Would you mind if I read your tea leaves? She reached for his cup, and he hesitantly handed it to her. She set it down and peered into the saturated bits of leaf at the bottom. Zario glanced at Kasai, whose mouth quirked ever so slightly in a barely concealed smile. Waving her hand over the cup, Lady Suka handed it back to Zario. Do you often observe a Hijo rune in your daily life, Master Zario? Zario swallowed carefully. I can't say that I have. The runes of prosperity are a sign of good health and favor from Shirai. There is a Hijo rune in the leaves, a sign, perhaps, to seek a beneficial union. I am only a simple student of such things, but perhaps the priests can give you greater insight. Color rose in Zario's cheeks, and he realized he was crushing the cup in his hand. He placed it down gently and rose, unfolding his legs from the cushion. My gratitude for your wise words. I thank you for opening your home and your table, Lady Suka. He bowed, and Lady Suka quickly shook her head. You honor us with your presence, Lord Zario. I will continue to entreat Shirai and his oath sworn for your good health. Kasai walked with him to the gate, her steps delicate on the sandy ground. The servant opened the worn wooden door and bowed. Zario turned to Kasai, unsure what it was he wanted to say, only that he wanted to say something before leaving her. I'm glad you came, she said. It is good to see you. And you. Don't mind Mother. Sometimes I think she has spent too long squinting at teacups and only sees what she wishes to, she said, her voice tinged with amusement. Zario chuckled. Her smile drew out some part of him that longed for the days of boyhood. The memory of small feet running through the streets of Keld, hurrying to Master Loe's classes with flushed faces and bundles of brushes and paper and rune squares. His heart ached for those days, when he and his brothers had just been simple boys. He also knew it was not something he could ever return to. Even if he could, he had come this far, and now it was time to forge ahead on the path that had been laid out for him. He looked away from her and studied the worn wood frame over the gate. A small spider's web glimmered faintly at the top right corner. "I saw fresh stone lilies on Gehrin's shrine this morning. Was it you?" She nodded silently. Her expression of compassion and sympathy tugged at his heart. He had no words to express his gratitude at her simple way of honoring his brother's memory. Impulsively, he reached into the fold of his tunic and withdrew the comb. He took her hand and pressed the jewel into her palm. She stared down at it, and then looked up at him with some faint confusion on her face. "Please accept it. Zario paused. The words didn't seem right on his tongue, only in his mind. "I would like to know that you are wearing it when I am gone." The thought of the bright silver gracing her smooth hair, gathered perfectly at the top of her head in a soft circle, brought him somehow closer to those warm memories of days past. She smiled and gently touched the little gemstone beads. "Thank you." She tucked it into the coil at the top of her head, and the dove's wings spread vibrantly against the black of her hair. Zario swallowed the desire to stay, to ask if he could take one more cup of ginger tea beneath the creaking eaves of the old house. But instead he bowed his head once more and left. He did not look back, but imagined her standing at the gate watching him, the silver comb shining in her hair. Chapter 15. A child born with a closed fist is full of fire many waters will not put out. Maleki sang. Syndri dragged the headless body behind her horse. The head knocked against Brig's shoulder, the strings of long hair loose over the sightless eyes, blood dripping over the stallion's leg. The brown of the Telotter tribe on the forehead had begun to show through the white paste that had once hidden it cracked and flaked. Brig had seen plenty of bloodshed in his years, but the big war-horse still snorted and sidestepped as if he could somehow run away from the mangled flesh hanging from Syndri's saddle. Syndri drove him on with her heels, one hand on the reins of her own mount, the other leading the skittish chestnut filly behind. Ita was wild-eyed, kicking out at the body dragging behind her. Baya's body was carefully tied to her back, his arms wrapped around her neck. Death hovered over them all like a grim cloud, the smell of blood and urine and shit strong enough that it cut through the fresh winter air. The body of the young Telotter warrior tumbled over the ground, covered in mud and dirt. It was a slow ride back to the village. Syndri's eyes never wavered from the blurry line between earth and sky in front of her. Ita resisted, pulling at the reins in an attempt to flee. The little horse was still young, her rider's youth mirrored in her own skittish fear near the smell of death. Numbness crept through Syndri's limbs, and her hands clenched around reins she could not feel. The air was neither warm nor cold. Finding no cracks in the armor of grief Syndri wore around her like a cloak. The thickness in her throat threatened to choke her, but she embraced the comfort. Her hands still held the sensation of her blade punching through the young warrior's chest. Muscle, sinew, and bone had given way beneath the force of her killing blow, draining his life so quickly that his eyes had stayed open in shock as he fell, already dead as the blade pierced his heart. She'd stared at the two bodies lying side by side. The Telotter warrior looked nearly as boyish as her brother, lying crumpled on the ground, limbs splayed at strange angles. After the trembling in her hands had lessened, Syndri had reached out and yanked the carved totem from around his neck. She'd chased his horse away toward the border. Let the Telotter weep and wail for a son as the Garrus tribe would weep for theirs. As the village slowly came into view over the last small hill, the weight of the Telotter totem was heavy against Syndri's neck. She'd placed it there next to her own, so that the Sky Clans would have no trouble finding the face of the young warrior's killer. And when she reached the village, she would crush it into the dust. She circled wide around the herds. The bodies might disturb the Caroxen, and she would allow this Telotter no further chance to cause harm. When the tribesmen and women guarding the herds saw the strange little traveling party, several of them shouted in confusion or alarm. In front of the gate, Syndri dismounted from Brig and untied the rope, dragging the Telotter from around her belly. She fastened the severed head to her belt. Uhuri came running up to her, his shocked face filling with horror as he quickly looked at the bodies. "Syndri, what in the sky and stars?" "Take Brig." "What is this?" "Take Brig." He did not press her again.
but took the black stallion away toward the herds, glancing over his shoulder. Syndri pulled Ita along behind her with one hand, the other dragging the mangled body of the Teladar. She brought her brother home through the gate of the village. She did not look to the right or left. She walked through the gate of the village and into the crowds of Garrus still drinking, dancing, and singing. As she strode through, the sounds changed. Joy and revelry gave way to the first wails of grief and despair as Baya's body was recognized. Syndri pushed on, her body exhausted, the muscles in her arms and legs beginning to ache beneath the strain. The crowd opened to let her through as she reached the center of the village. She stopped as she caught sight of Nargaris and Etlin. Dropping Ita's reins, she untied her brother from his horse and caught his body as it fell to the side. Her eyes stung as she lifted Baya in her arms, realizing how much heavier he'd grown in the past few seasons. She took him to his mother, and nearly lost the strength in her knees as she saw Etlin's face turn toward them. The open hand of the Garrus tribe reached out for him, her face draining of its color. She pulled him from Syndri's arms and sank to the dirt, holding her son in her arms. She touched his face, felt his chest for the heartbeat that had long since fled into darkness. The world around them grew still and silent. Senna appeared, dropped to her knees beside Etlin, and gripped the shoulder of her mother's cloak. Etlin turned tear-filled eyes to Syndri, her lips open in a silent question that could not be uttered. Syndri found her own voice, caught behind the grief lodged in her throat. "He was killed by Teladar." Gasps of shock and anger erupted from the rows of Garrus who were close enough to hear her quiet words. Syndri went back to Ita, who skittered sideways as Syndri grabbed the rope by the filly's hooves. Hefting it over her shoulder, she dragged the Teladar's body into the center of the Garrus village. It was the first time anyone from the enemy tribe had entered the gates of the city. She untied the head from her belt and tossed it with a heavy thump near the body. "I brought you the body of the man who killed him." Etlin did not look at the Teladar. She continued stroking her son's face, her tears running through the blood and dirt on his cheeks. A low keening sound came from her lips, trembling in the air. The grassy crown in her hair shivered. Nargaris strode forward, his huge frame shadowing his wife and son on the ground. "A Teladar on our lands." His voice was dark, the rumble of a great bear. Syndri had no words to answer him. Not yet. She would tell the story in the quiet of her father and mother's gat.
"Are there others?"
her father asked, his eyes searching the western wall of the village as if expecting his enemies to appear over the stacked stones. Syndri shook her head. "No." Nargaris crouched next to the body, pulling at the shredded armor that still clung to the torso. The man's belt and small pouches that were tied to it had only partially survived. Most of the leather had been scraped away over the grassland. Nargaris gripped the head by its torn and tangled hair, lifting up the face of the man who had killed his son, as if seeking answers within the sagging mouth and eyes. The wails that had broken out when Syndri had first walked through the village had tapered away, into the mournful silence required to respect the dead. The death songs would be sung. But in this moment the low, broken hum stumbling from Etlin's lips was the only voice allowed. Those closest to the dead must mourn first, and Syndri was not ready to add her voice to her mother's. Senna's tears were flowing freely down her face into the back of her mother's cloak as she gripped Etlin's shoulders. Nargaris tossed the head aside and turned to Syndri, his dark eyes flashing in anger.
"This man bears the white face of a messenger."
Anger boiled in the pit of Syndri's stomach. If the Sky Clans protected such a man, they were fools and cowards. He killed Baya.
"Did he wear the messenger's face?"
demanded her father. "He killed Sabayar." Her father's face contorted, and he reached out and pulled Syndri to him, dragging her by the front of her tunic.
"Did you kill a man wearing the messenger's face?"
"He killed Sabayar." Nargaris growled in fury and threw Syndri aside as if she weighed less than a child. She hit the ground, a flash of pain through her hip and elbow. Hands gripped her shoulders and arms as she pushed herself to her feet. Sochi and Akayo, two of her fellow warriors, held her firmly to face Nargaris' judgment. Syndri stood steady. The weight of what she had done was nothing beneath the weight of her brother's still body, cradled in her mother's arms. Etlin's guttural moan of agony sent fresh stabs of pain through Syndri's chest.
her own grief locked away before the faces of her tribe. Her father could not be merciful. Messengers were protected by the Sky Clans. To cover a tribal tattoo was a decision the Tellader warriors would not have made lightly. She had invoked the ancient protection of the Sky Clans to bring her brother back to his people, and she had driven a blade through his heart, and she would do it again. Nargaras lifted 2 closed fists up into the air.
A warrior of our tribe has broken the ancient laws of Malak and drawn the anger of the Sky Clans on her brothers and sisters. Take her outside the village to the post. She will draw the anger of our ancestors away from our tribe. She is silent and bladeless.
The 2 warriors at her sides pulled Syndri roughly away from the village center, brushing through the crowd as they began to murmur against themselves. Shock and horror coloring every face. Some of them dared a sympathetic glance toward Syndri, but many were already pressing closer to Nar's Gat and the anguished scene, sharing in the grief pouring from Etlin. Several mothers clutched boys of Baya's age tightly against them. Then, Syndri was led out the village gate into the frosted plains beyond. The grass bent under her boots, and she looked up at the gray sky. The clouds were dark and loomed low over the hills, as if the Sky Clans were already turning toward her in displeasure. A lone wooden post stood at a distance from the village, a crossbeam across the top. It had been years since Syndri had seen it used. Her back pressed against the hard wood as Sochi and Akayo tied rough ropes around her wrists and arms and strapped them tightly to the crossbeam. Neither of them looked at her, and she did not acknowledge them. She would adhere to the Meleki laws, in that, at least. She saw Sochi's eyes flicker toward her briefly, and then he disappeared behind her. The 2 warriors' footsteps were silent in the long grass, so she could not listen to them retreat. Syndri lifted her face to the looming clouds. She imagined the faces of her ancestors, turning toward her in anger, striking her with the elements until she hung from the posts, like the Tellader warriors that Yuga had left behind at the crossing in the border raid a season ago. And suddenly she realized how tired she was. The cold broke past the numbness of grief and curled icy fingers around her limbs. Strength drained from her, and she sagged against the wood, letting the tight ropes hold her up. She searched every corner of her soul for some shred of remorse, some acknowledgement that the death of the Tellader warrior had been done with regret. The sight of her brother's small, lifeless body drowned her, stole a breath from her lungs, and crushed it against her chest like a hammer. "Forgive me, Baya," she whispered, the tears finally breaking past the edges of her burning eyes, to fall unimpeded down her cheeks. Night fell. Morning followed, and the second day passed at a slow crawl. Syndri had long since lost feeling in her arms, and despite the warmth of her hide cloak and heavy winter tunic, the chill had seeped so far into her bones that they felt brittle. The dried trails of snot and tears had frozen on her face as the wind mercilessly flogged her skin. Her lips were numb, and her hands had turned a purplish shade, had threatened to steal the blood from her fingers forever. The sun had just begun to set when they came for her again. This time it wasn't Sochi and Ikayo's face that greeted her, but Yuga's. Her father's war sword wore the same stoic expression that often darkened his features. He yanked the ropes free from her arms and caught her when she fell forward from the beam. He waited until she had her feet under her again. The first pang of shame found her then. Yuga should be in his gat, surrounded by the warmth of a fire and caring for his wife and newborn child. She did not even know if it was a son or a daughter. No duty should be enough to call him away from them. "Forgive me." She could not speak to him. The silence imposed on her by her father had not been lifted. He would not meet her eyes, but he kept his hand on her shoulder as they moved slowly toward the village. The joy of the winter songs had seeped out of the village. Here and there a grass crown lay trampled into the dirt, but all other traces of the celebration had disappeared. Not one person looked up when Syndri and Yuga walked past, going about their tasks with a dull familiarity, as if the events of the day before had sucked away the tribe's life and left behind husks. Her father's gat was warm, with the fire cracking in the fire pit. Yuga opened the flap and followed Syndri inside. Nargaras sat in a chair covered in hides, propping up his head in one hand, his face troubled. Etlin sat on her bed, her eyes trained on some distant place beyond the walls of the gat. deep red splotches betraying the tears she had shed. Behind her, laid in a peaceful repose as if only asleep, Baya was cradled in the furs. His hair had been carefully rebraided and laid over one shoulder, and his face and body had been washed. Near his feet sat Senna. When Syndri walked through the door, the two sisters met each other's gaze briefly. Senna did not look away. Syndri lowered herself stiffly to her knees. She was silent and bladeless, her warrior's pride stripped from her until her father gave it back to her, if he chose to. Yuga remained behind her, his presence somehow comforting, despite the knowledge that he would draw his sword and cleave her head from her neck if her father ordered him to do it. Nargaris drew in a deep breath and settled himself straighter in his chair.
Do you understand the laws you have broken?
I have shed the blood of a man under the protection of the Sky Clans.
And do you take responsibility for the blood in your hands?
Yes, the huge man sighed, a flicker of his age showing through the hard lines of his face.
So be it. You have used your blades without honor. Your actions were for yourself, not for the tribe.
Syndri looked at her mother, but Etlin still stared at the hide wall, her hands resting limply on her lap. Perhaps she'd been right. A closed fist needed an open hand for balance and honor, but no matter how hard she tried to feel remorse for what she'd done, she could find nothing but the hollow emptiness of her brother's death.
A closed fist demands your death to appease the Sky Clans, but your mother brings the balance of an open hand. You will be exiled to a place outside the village, where you will live and serve as a guardian of the herds. You will leave your armor and your blades behind, for you are not worthy to wield them. You will learn to find balance, and when you have, we will discuss whether you are welcome in the tribe.
I will obey, Syndri whispered. Her father may as well have ordered her death. Syndri closed her eyes and felt Yuga's presence behind her. Could she reach for his sword and fall on the blade before she was stopped? The promise of darkness, her face, bladeless, seemed to lose its edge of horror as she knelt on the floor of her father's ghat. Her body felt numb and weightless, as if that darkness was already pulling her away from her bruised body and into the ground beneath. She could fade away, become nothing. Soft hands cupped Syndri's face. Etlin knelt in front of her, eyes shimmering in the red, puffy flesh of her face. I will not lose two of my children. You will live, and you will honor us. The warmth of her mother's hand on her cheeks stayed with Syndri even as Yuga led her out of the ghat and toward her new life of exile. The pyre they built for Sabayar was taller than a man's height. His body was wrapped in white hides to show the Sky Clans his innocence, that despite his manner of death he was still a child. The flames rose twice as high as the pyre, eagerly consuming the dried wood and roaring into the overcast sky. The gray clouds had not cleared since Baya's death. A light sprinkle of rain fell, but did nothing to discourage the pyre's rage. Syndri stood beside her small travel ghat, hastily erected close enough to the village that she could bear witness to her brother's final journey to the sky, but far enough away that she could not make out more than the blurry forms of the tribe surrounding the pyre. She felt naked in her simple trousers and tunic, an old hide cloak wrapped around her shoulders. The weight of her armor and the leather straps of her sword sheaths had become a second skin, as natural to her as drawing breath. She stood watching until the fire had reduced the pyre to a great pile of ash. One lone figure walked toward her, her hair pulled free from its usual braids and flowing around her shoulders. The women of the village would not braid their hair for 12 days, one for each year of Sabayar's life. Senna carried a small bundle with her, her face drawn and lacking its usual inquisitive brightness. Syndri said nothing as her sister disappeared into the ghat and returned a moment later without the bundle. I brought you an extra blanket and some food. Father knew, but he did not say anything to stop me. He does not show it to the others, but his heart aches. Our laws cannot be broken. He had no choice. Senna shook her head and looked out to the smoking remnants of the pyre. Would any of us have the strength to see what you saw and keep our blades sheathed? Our mother would have. Our mother is blessed with a heart of peace. It was she who stayed our father's hand against you. He believed the Sky Clans would demand your life in payment. Etlin reminded him that there are more ways to pay with a life than by death. Syndri folded her arms beneath her cloak. The Sky Clans may rot in their own cloudy ghats if they refuse Sabayar. Even your tongue is a blade, Tete. Senna put her hand on Syndri's shoulder. You already have the death of our brother's killer at your feet. You seek vengeance, but you will find none. Syndri faced her. I am outcast, and our brother's bones cool in a pile of ash, she said, pointing toward the pyre. And yet with a few fingers of white paste, this Tellatar dog is protected by the Sky Clans, and Baya's death is worth less than his. The Sky Clans have seen far more of this world than we have in our years, Tete. The laws we have help us keep balance, and— Stop, snapped Syndri. It is easy to speak words that mean nothing. Senna reached out and gripped her shoulders, fingers digging into flesh. I believe that our brother is riding through the clouds with our ancestors. I have to believe it. I have to trust that the Sky Clans would not turn my little brother away because of a mistake. And I will continue to believe it until I am dead. And if you're wrong? Syndri's question hung in the air between them, darker than the smoke of Baya's pyre. Senna's fingers loosened and fell away. Whatever answers she considered behind her worried brow did not reach her lips, but her eyes filled with a thin line of tears. I don't know, Syndri. Today I don't know. The anger that coiled through Syndri withdrew at the sight of her broken sister. She was not angry at Senna. She was not even angry at her father. It burned so fiercely in the pit of her stomach, deep and raw, with nowhere to go. Even if she held her blades in her hands, whose blood would satiate the desire for vengeance now? The Tellatar warrior's body would be returned to his own tribe. Her father had left his totem unbroken as a truce, and so the cycle repeated itself. A dead son returned to his mother, killed without honor. Even if she were given her swords and raged through the Tellatar villages until every last one of them lay unblinking at the sky, their blood would not be sacrifice enough. When she reached the day of her own death, her sins would be weighed against theirs, and the Sky Clans would judge the worthiness of her choice. She reached out to draw her sister close and gently rested her forehead against Senna's. Forgive me. What I have done has brought you more pain, and for that, at least, I am sorry. The blade could have been mine as easily as it was yours, replied Senna softly. As you feel my pain, so I share your anger. The sky must witness. I will rise or fall with you, and I with you.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 16. Master Lowy once told me that the runes connected us to the earth's blood, veins pulsing through the dirt beneath our feet. But what he did not know, I knew. The runes connected me to the earth's pain and memories as countless as the stars. Sonho. The forest was quiet. The presence of the Telhai and the line of silent boys was enough of a disturbance that the birds had retreated to their safe treetops. It was the second time that Master Temujin had allowed them outside the walls of the fortress and down into the trees below. The sight of the wide world beyond the stone had filled Gehrin with a fearful thrill. It had been nearly 4 years since he had seen anything outside the courtyard and surrounding rooms. The trees rose like wooden spears up into the sky. Endless rows of them, clutching their last remaining leaves above the light cover of snow that hid the forest floor from view. Gehrin nearly collided with Saba's massive back as he tried to take in every sight and sound. Even the air was fresher and lighter here, free from the oppressive staleness of Blackvale. Nin shuffled behind him, shivering. He was still the smallest of the boys, his wider eyes and scrawny frame giving him the appearance that he was much younger than his 14 years. To Gehrin, the air was not cold enough to bother him, but Nin had worn a cloak over his tunic and trousers, and was pulling the edges close around his shoulders. When they stopped, he huddled close behind Gehrin for warmth. Master Temujin brought them to a place at the foot of the mountain, where a small shrine was carved into the rocks, its red triangular roof a sharp contrast to the thin layer of snow clinging to the scalloped ridges. Inside, a stone face with a circlet of stars stared out over the forest. Shrines were less common in the rest of Katesh, but here, the ancient founders of Katesh had worshipped stone reliefs like this one, their own crude imitation of the face of Shirai and his Oathsworn. Gehrin had never seen one this old before, but as Saba shifted to his side, Gehrin caught sight of what lay beyond the shrine. 20 lengths ahead huddled a small group of people dressed in rags and a layer of grime. Iron chains bound their wrists together, and their feet were bound with rope. Gehrin stared at them, his shock at seeing anyone outside of the usual inhabitants of the fortress overtaking him. He searched their faces, momentarily fearful that he would recognize the features. But he did not know any of them. One man spat in their direction, his wild hair matted and gnarled around his shoulders. A thickly muscled Telhai with a broken nose kicked him sprawling into the snow, the chains clanking and pulling at the wrists of the others. One of the prisoners was a woman, her ragged dress torn so badly that she was clinging to the last shreds of it to cover herself. Gehrin's stomach twisted at the sight of her left hand. All her fingers were broken. A thief. Several of the Telhai guards walked away from the boys into the trees, their boots crunching soft until they faded from earshot. Master Temujin stepped over to the prisoners and reached down, unlocking one of them from the others. The man he dragged out to the edge of the trees was young, perhaps a few years older than Gehrin. The Telhai warrior gripped the prisoner by the back of his hair, lifting his chin up.
"This man is a criminal. Our king has given us the task of executing him and the others who have broken his laws and lost their honor. Nivith, Saba."
The two boys stepped forward without hesitation at his command. Master Temujin pulled 2 short knives from his belt and handed them each one of the sharp weapons. It was the first time either of them had been given anything beyond a wooden staff. Gehrin watched as Nivith gripped the bone handle and flipped the blade around in his hand. Saba took his with a steady calm, his eyes never wavering from the prisoner at Master Temujin's feet. A sinking feeling crept over Gehrin's gut, but he pushed it away. Master Temujin had told them many times that they were being trained as Bruhai, a blood-sworn warrior to protect the throne. This would not be the last time they killed in the king's name, and yet Gehrin struggled to swallow around his suddenly dry mouth. Master Temujin pulled the rope away from the young man's feet and shoved him forward toward the trees. The prisoner tripped and painfully pushed himself up from the snow, festering wounds visible around his bared ankles.
"He will be given 50 lengths to flee. Then you will follow him and you will kill him. If you fail in this task, you will take his place. Am I understood?"
Yes, master. There was no hesitation. Nivith and Saba spoke in unison. Nivith's eyes trailed after the prisoner, a nearly feral look entering his eyes as if he were a wolf hunting its prey. The prisoner fell to his knees, hands clasped together, babbling pleas for mercy, that he could not feed his family, that he would serve the king as a slave for the rest of his days if only he could be spared. There was no honor in his words. Gehrin frowned, willing the man to be silent in the face of his death. Dying without honor was worse than any pain or suffering. Master Temujin kicked the man aside with a curse. Seeing that his plight was in vain, the prisoner scrambled to his feet and began to limp away into the forest. Nivith stood coiled like a serpent, every muscle taut for the inevitable spring. Saba stood strong and silent, the knife too small in his huge hand. Gehrin wondered which of them would reach the man first. He prayed it would be Saba, because he knew the Damian boy would send the prisoner quickly to his end. Nivith, like a cat, would no doubt choose to play with his prey before death. There was no honor in that, either. The limping man disappeared into the endless line of trees. At a word from Master Temujin, the two boys leapt forward, running after him. Nivith was fast, one of the fastest runners of any of them, but Saba's long strides kept pace. Then they too disappeared. The thought of running to freedom flickered and died in the back of Gehrin's thoughts. The Telhai hidden amongst the trees would not hesitate to kill either prisoner or Bruhai boy. He settled into the heels of his feet, relaxing his body, and breathed out little clouds through his nose. It was not long before the other two boys reappeared. Nivith looked angry, his face mottled red from more than just colder air. Gehrin felt a slight twinge of relief. It was not long before the other two boys reappeared. Nivith looked angry, his face mottled red from more than just the colder air. Gehrin felt a slight twinge of relief. Saba's knife was still in his hand, blood darkening the blade. Temujin took the knives and wiped the blood clean on a cloth. Saba returned to stand quietly next to Gehrin, hands limp at his sides. His chest heaved slightly from the exertion of chasing down his quarry, but the irregularity was something more. He stared down at the ground. The man who had spat at them was dragged forward, fighting and scratching at the Telhai like a wild animal. The Telhai with the broken nose pummeled him across the head and neck with his fists until he sullenly gave up.
"Ru, Nin."
The white-haired Tecken boy stepped forward, but Nin hesitated. Gehrin could feel the other boy's fear seeping through his cloak. He gave Nin a nudge forward from behind. "Follow Rue," he muttered under his breath. The thought of a blade in the Tecken's hand was more than enough to suppress his fear for Nin's ability to fight and kill a man like that. Small and trembling, Nin stepped forward next to Rue, his head of dark hair next to Rue's white. Temujin eyed him with open disapproval before untying the man's feet. With a curse, the prisoner took off, running into the snow. Rue turned his blade, testing the grip. Nin looked as if the hilt of his knife was burning into his hand, twisting his expression into some form of dread. At the signal from Master Temujin, Rue grabbed the back of Nin's cloak and pulled him along into the trees, and the two of them sped through the snow together, knives flashing. One or two of the other prisoners had begun pleading with the Telhai guards. One offered to pay in coppers that Gehrin doubted he even had. As Gehrin watched them, he began to study each gaunt face, wondering which of them he would be told to kill. He wondered how fast they would run, if they would fight back, or if he would even have to kill them at all. If the other boy Temujin chose reached them first, he might still end the day, not knowing what it felt like to kill. He'd butchered pigs and chickens before. Kirti saw to it that each of the boys took turns helping prepare their own meals. 3 days ago, Kajin had burned the meat nearly to char, and Kirti had made them all eat it. Gehrin could still taste the ash on his tongue. Pigs and chickens blood red, the same as the blood that coated the knives Rue and Nin now carried through the trees. And yet somehow the thought of human eyes staring up at him in fear broke any fragile belief he could muster that it would be the same. Something stirred in the trees, and Gehrin saw Rue's white hair bob into view amongst the dark red-brown wood. 3 heartbeats later, Nin followed. As they grew closer, Gehrin realized that both of their blades were red. If Temujin was surprised by Nin's blade, he did not show it. He wiped them clean and sent the boys back to their places. Sweat beads lined Nin's forehead, and the odor of exertion wafted from him, and he shivered as if the cold was still seeping through his cloak. He clasped his hands together, trying to stop the shaking. He looked up at Gehrin, eyes red-rimmed. "Leave, Haveth." In a daze, Gehrin responded, his feet carrying him forward over the snow to stand before Master Temujin. The prisoner, thrown to the ground, gave a soft gasp as she landed. The woman held her injured hand against her chest, the fingers grossly misshapen and purpled. "Please don't make me do this." The smooth handle of the knife pressed against Gehrin's palm. He didn't remember stretching out his hand. Haveth's tall, thin form next to him felt threatening, the shining blade in his hand strange after the years of wooden practice weapons. Temujin kicked the woman away, and she struggled to her feet, stumbling away along the path that the others had left before her, a path that led to her death somewhere in the trees, and a blood-covered blade. The heartbeats slowed. Gehrin fixed his eyes on the woman's back until she was gone. He heard Master Temujin's command faintly, as if there was a great rushing waterfall roaring in his ears. His feet moved, and he was running, the wind whipping past his cheeks like tiny blades. Haveth was taller, but his lankier legs did not keep pace with Gehrin's. Pushing himself faster, Gehrin hurtled toward the inevitable horror ahead. He saw a dark flash behind a tree to his left, the telltale black of a Telhai's cloak in the snow. The trees flew past him, and he followed the tracks away from the main path. They were smaller, lighter than the ones before. She could not have gotten far. He crested a small rise near a stream, trickling down and away from the mountain. The tracks slid over the rocks to the other side, and he saw movement about 20 lengths ahead of him, where the tree trunks disappeared into a copse of tall brush. He jumped the stream, his blood on fire as he controlled his breaths with each stride. The familiar tension of adrenaline tightened his arms, and his grip on the dagger would have taken the strength of Master Temujin himself to break. He came upon her in the brush. She'd given up, pulled herself and the remnants of her clothing against the thorns, curling in on herself as if she could disappear into the dried leaves. Gehrin reached forward and took hold of her good arm, dragging her away from the thorns. His master's voice echoed through his ears. "Between the ribs, into the heart. Back of the neck, into the spinal cord, in the throat, across the jugular, up into the armpit, near the heart." It was a monotony of killing, the fastest way to ensure death. An assassin needed nothing but a sharp blade and a sure sense of the deadliest mark. He could end it with one blow. She looked at him then, her dull eyes fixing on his face. He saw his mother. He saw her gaunt cheeks and her drooping eyes and lip, the way she had tried to smile at him in those last moments before her death. He saw Kasai, staring up at him with disappointment and fear. This woman was evil. She had broken the laws of the king. Gehrin held her life in his hands, a fragile thing that could be crushed like glass in an instant. It was a kind of power he had never known, and it spread, icy and nauseous, through his gut. He stood over her, staring into eyes that had already accepted the death he held. Haveth appeared over the stream, dirt and snow covering the front of his tunic, knife in hand. Gehrin heard a step behind him and turned to see a Telhai, step from behind a tree, waiting. Gehrin's own death was written on the head of the spear he carried. The woman touched his hand with her mangled fingers. Her cracked and bleeding lips moved, but the words were too quiet for Gehrin to hear. Behind them, the Telhai took another step. Haveth slowed to a walk as he approached. The air was thick with waiting. Gehrin dropped to his knees and stabbed. She gasped, and the horrible sound from her mouth that followed soon faded as she went limp against him. The chains around her wrist were cold fire against Gehrin's arms as he carefully let her fall to the snow. Her black hair tumbled around her, blood spreading from the wound below her breast. The Telhai did not move. Haveth did not move. Gehrin gagged and staggered over to the brush and vomited, heaving until there was nothing left in his belly. Gehrin took his bowl of rice and soup to the edge of the courtyard, pressing his back against the post where he'd spent the night, tethered, as punishment soon after arriving at Blackvale. The food tasted like water, the flavors lost on his tongue. The atmosphere in the courtyard had been bleak, most of the boys still walking under a hovering cloud of the death they'd left behind in the forest. Niveth had expressed his anger that Saba had stolen the kill from him, but no one listened. It was another test that Gehrin had passed. One more step toward whatever end he was pursuing at Master Loi's hand. He ground the rice between his teeth and thought of the elderly scholar driving a sharp twist through his chest. He felt broken inside, as if the pieces of him had been removed, picked apart, and put back inside in the wrong place. Sometimes he tried to understand, tried to force his mind to work through what happened and what was coming, but he was in a world where his life belonged to someone else. Whatever he understood didn't matter as long as he obeyed. If he obeyed, he would survive. Gehrin swallowed the tasteless rice, a sticky lump catching in his thick throat. He blinked down at his bowl, tears running down his cheeks that he could not feel. They dropped into his hand as he watched them run down the side of his thumb. They were so clear.
"Yeah, leave."
Kajin dropped down cross-legged beside him, a bowl in each hand. He always managed to swindle more food than he was supposed to from Kirti. How he ate as much as he did without growing a great belly that hung over his trousers was a mystery to Gehrin. The boy was still a wildcat, unpredictable and sharp, but he had settled into his role in Blackvale with ease once he'd accepted it. Gehrin envied him in a way, having no family to return to, nothing that beckoned to him outside the stone walls.
"You missed the figs?"
Kajin dropped one of the purple fruits into Gehrin's bowl of soupy rice. A few drops splattered onto Gehrin's hand over the fading tear trails. Kajin bit into his own, his cheeky grin completely out of place in the somber courtyard. "Thank you."
"Aisha, your face'll stay that ugly if you scowl that hard," Kajin said. "Then the girls won't think you're pretty, guess so?"
A faint memory of Kasai rose to Gehrin's mind. Her carefree smile as she turned back to look at him. He let it stay, sinking into the warmth of the days when he had walked with her to their classes with Master Loi. He wondered if he would ever see her again. "The only girl here is Kirti," he answered. The old woman was practically their grandmother, her sharp words and thin switch softened by the occasional extra bowl of rice. Kajin shook his head around a full bite.
"Nah, Master Temujin has a red woman here, an Ordrath."
"What?"
"I seen her leave when I took a piss a few nights ago. Pulled up my trousers real quick. Wouldn't want to offend an Ordrath woman. He even gave her a bow, and she smiled at me."
"Don't they wear veils?" Kajin's smile disappeared.
"Yeah, she smiled at me, all right."
"All right." "You're an empty bucket, Kajin," said Tiram as he sat down across from them. "There was no red woman here in Blackvale. You're dreaming with your little spear again." Kajin scoffed.
10 kinds of fool. You're just jealous."
Letting them bicker over the red woman, Gehrin scooped another bit of rice into his mouth with the flat spoon. Tyrim knew he didn't want to talk, and Gehrin was grateful that he was just keeping Kajin busy. Several of the boys sat listless with their bowls around the courtyard, stirring the food without eating. Saba ate heartily, but the usual jovial light had not returned to his eyes. Chaya sat near him, sneaking bites behind his mask. He still wore it like a second skin, but Gehrin had seen the horrible scars that lay beneath, and he had not soon forgotten the sight. The boy Yule had once remarked that Chaya's face looked like a fish that had gotten a hook through its lip. Rue had punched him in the mouth when the Telhai weren't looking, and Yule had sullenly nursed a split lip of his own for several days. Rue was not in his usual place near Saba now, and it took Gehrin a moment to find him. At the far end of the courtyard, Rue sat under the tiled overhang on a stone corridor with Nin. While Rue held a bowl, Nin had none. Gehrin stood up and walked toward them, leaving Kajin and Tyrim still exchanging insults behind him. He sat down on the cold stone, a shiver running through him as he settled in. Nin's face was a strange pale shade of its usual brown, and he looked as if he might throw up what little food remained in his stomach. Gehrin exchanged a glance with Rue, who shrugged and grinned like he always did. Whatever the Tecken boy felt, he always pasted that smile on his face, broken by the gap between his two front teeth. The feral eyes above it made it disconcerting, but Gehrin was used to it now. Nin? The smaller boy blinked as if he was coming out of some kind of trance and pulled at the shred of skin on the edge of his fingernail. I'm all right. Gehrin set his own bowl on the floor. Did you kill him? Rue did it, mostly. Rue swallowed a large bite of soup. I made him do the end. I know what it feels like, but he didn't. Gehrin wasn't sure he would ever get used to Rue's blunt way of speaking. It was different than Kajin's jeering bravado. It was a simple acceptance of everything they did, as if stabbing a person to death was the same as eating a bowl of soup. Nin's hands trembled, tucked against his chest behind his drawn-up knees. I tried to tell them, Leave. I tried to tell Master Temujin that I wasn't going to be good at killing people and fighting. My Ami was a cook in the king's kitchen. That's how I know about herbs. She always knew what to do if someone had a burn or a boil. All the palace slaves came to her for healing. What would she say if she had seen me kill that man today? He tucked his head in and sobbed quietly, hiding his face from the courtyard. Rue continued to eat his soup, his sharp eyes darting around as he ate. He slurped the last bit and tipped the bowl against his lips to drink the dark, meaty broth. He wasn't going to do it, but I made him. Made it so the Akka couldn't crawl away from him. It's not easy to kill a man that big, but he did it when I made him, Rue said, his words running together like a soothing rhythm. Akka. Master Temujin hadn't given the criminals that name. They were not traitors. They were common thieves, murderers and debtors. They were worth less than the grains of sand in the courtyard. Gehrin did not want to remember the face of the woman staring up at him from the snow. Better to do it now, Gehrin said, pushing a quavering confidence into his voice for Nin's sake. We are Bruhai. Your Ami will be proud that you are serving the king. It is better than being a cook in a kitchen. Nin lifted his tear-stained face and rubbed the snot away from his nose with a grimy forearm. I want to go back. I want to be a cook instead. I want to feed people. I don't want to kill them. Hush up before you get a beating, said Rue. If it wasn't him, it would have been you lying out there in the trees. He stood up and walked briskly away, holding his spoon with the same grip he'd held the knife in the woods. Fresh tears leaked down Nin's cheeks. He blinked hard and tried to wipe them away with his hand. Gehrin picked up his bowl and scooped out a spoonful of broth, rice, and a sliver of radish. He held it up to Nin's mouth, the way he had when Irie was little and didn't want to eat. At first he thought Nin would refuse it, but finally he opened his mouth and ate, chewing the food slowly as if he were afraid that it might come back up onto the stones. When it didn't, Gehrin patiently offered him another small bite. Soon, Nin was holding the bowl himself and eating the last of Gehrin's soup. He still had a peaked hue to his cheeks, but the tears had stopped. He gazed out over the courtyard with a glazed numbness that Gehrin recognized. Sometimes it was easier to let your mind go quiet, to let the sound of voices, the cold air, and the ache of the bruises overpower the feelings within. To eat a bowl of rice and leave the bodies of the dead where they lay. If there was a way to forget them completely, Gehrin had not found it. There was a small room in his mind, shut tightly behind a panel door, where his mother and the Akka on the bloodstones haunted the walls. The prisoner woman would join them there. Sometimes the door would slide open of its own accord, but he could always close it up again. Once he hadn't known how, but he was learning. Nin would learn how to close the door someday too. "Come, get up," Gehrin said, taking the bowl back. "Master Temujin is bringing out the staves. If you don't pull yourself together, you're going to get your head cracked like an egg. I don't think any of us want to clean you up off the sand." He reached down his hand, and Nin's calloused palm appeared against his own. He pulled the smaller boy up to his feet and clapped him on the shoulder, the way Zario had so often done when Gehrin had sprawled in the dirt while sparring. Nin rubbed at his eyes one last time, and the only traces of the tears he'd shed was the slight puffiness around them. He drew in a shuddering breath and tried to square his slim shoulders. "Thanks." Gehrin shrugged. "Kirti gave me too much soup." A cautious smile crept over Nin's mouth. "That's because you're her favorite." "Fool, I'm not any such thing." "You are." Gehrin shoved Nin just enough to totter him off balance, and the two of them rejoined the others in line, waiting for Master Temujin to bellow a command. Gehrin accepted the wooden staff, the familiar weight in his hand, bringing a sudden chill despite the calm he forced into his face. The thought of the woman's dead eyes watching him from the forest made the hairs on the back of his neck prickle and sent a chill down his spine. "The staff. There's nothing else." Gehrin settled his breathing into a steadier rhythm as Master Temujin roared at them. "Form 1! Chapter 17. To the revered Master Lowy. Our noble king carries a heavy burden as he decides the fate of our great nation, and upon whose shoulders that burden will next come to rest. There are many who would seek to use this hour of reflection for his own gain. Of course you must know that I am, forever, the king's most humble servant and vassal. In that humility I beg only a small favor from you, for I know that the king rightly gives your counsel great value. My son, Itaki, has been raised with the utmost care and education, overseen by your own self. If a recommendation of him would come from your own mouth, I am sure that the king would find it helpful in his decision. You may be assured of my continued prayer for your good health and prosperity. Shirai's blessings upon your head, heart, and feet. High Counselor Barry Ujo. High Counselor Barry Ujo was a snake, fanged with schemes and a lust for power. Zario did not need his father's opinion of the man to arrive at the conclusion himself. Even now, as he sat on his cushion at Counselor Ujo's long table, sipping his rice wine, he felt ill at ease. A beautiful servant girl in sky-blue skirts played soft, soothing chords on her three-stringed yanbei on a cushioned step in the corner. Her fingers plucked at the strings while a boy played a small flute next to her. At the head of the table sat Counselor Ujo, his white silk sari and domed black counselor's hat giving him a strangely simple visage amongst the lavish apartments of his house. He sucked at a quail's egg from the plate in front of him. At the opposite end sat Zario's father, calmly eating as if sitting at an enemy's table gave him no reason for discomfort. The smooth wood of the table was glossy with fresh wax, the swirling grains frozen like ripples in a stream. The spoons, bowls, and trays were all made of a handcrafted silver, presenting a feast of the finest fare in Katesh and the surrounding regions. A bowl of deep purple Damian grapes rose from the center of the offerings, spilling over the sides of the silver. The simple clothing worn by their host was a thinly veiled facade of humility. However, where his father had chosen modesty, his son had chosen extravagance. Itaki lounged on his cushions in a black sari, with red clouds embroidered onto the silk. White silk lined the sleeves and neckline that crossed over his chest and tucked into a wide black sash. He wore most of his hair down, the front pulled back into a small silver clip at the top of his head. A carved pin held it in place, a string of tiny golden beads dangling from the circular end. Several rings glittered on his fingers, one of them holding a blue stone as large as a fingernail. Dark kohl lined his eyes, accenting the fox-like disdain with which he viewed the room. Zario reached for another decadent spoonful of yogurt, the red stain of berries swirling through the smooth, milky white cream. Eating gave him something to do, but he had to pace himself. He would not lose his composure in front of Itaki. "I hear you are to be commended for your promotion to 10th leader." young Zario. Ujo's voice rasped from the far end of the table as he bit into a plump tomato. I am fortunate to have the honor. Zario made a show of selecting a piece of smoked fish from the tray nearest to him. I serve where my skills are most useful. There was a soft snap as Ataki opened a painted fan, looking bored. Katesh is fortunate that there are men whose skills are useful out in the fields. Who better to protect us while greater minds look to the demands of government? I will not rise to your bait, Fox. Zario let the tender flesh of the fish morsel flake apart in his mouth, citrus and pepper flaring against his tongue. A worthy occupation, added Councillor Ujo, and far more likely to grant you favor with the people. Heroes of battle have often become much beloved kings. King Canarian was a warlord, unmatched in his day, and still remains so. Councillor Hallex raised his cup. May Shirai's oathsworn strike down any who would say otherwise. Zario hid his smirk behind his own cup as he lifted it in response. Ataki was the last to do so, pulling his silken sleeve past his wrist to reach over his food. They all drank to the king's health. The servant girl played her gentle melody, the notes shivering from the strings into the air. Zario waited, knowing that soon his father would make the first move on the game board. It was a match play between two men whose influence shaped the future of Katesh and the sons they hoped to see on a throne. Zario tried to imagine Ataki taking up the mantle of warlord, riding into battle, robed in his flowing finery. It was a comical thought. It was far different to learn weaponry and forms as a child than it was to prove yourself among warriors. Councillor Hallex set his cup down on the table. It was an unexpected honor, Councillor Ujo, to receive your invitation. Although I must admit my curiosity, surely there was some matter of business you wish to discuss this evening? One peg moved forward on the game board. Councillor Ujo feigned surprise. Is it business if it is between friends? Let's not waste time with false niceties, replied Councillor Hallex easily. We may be allies from time to time for the sake of our nation, but we are not friends. That would require a greater trust than the one that exists between us. Councillor Ujo laughed and snapped his fingers in the air. Immediately the musicians stopped and left the room, shutting the door behind them. Zario refilled his cup, eager to let the alcohol relieve the tension in his shoulders. He would ask his father's servant, Saishu, to work the knots from his back when they returned home. The Maleki man's strong hands were worth their weight in silver when it came to sore muscles. Once the servants had disappeared, Councillor Ujo clapped his hands together. Your honesty cuts deeper than a blade, but you are right. Pleasantries between friends are of little use to us here. Although I do not know if we are allies today, time will reveal the answer, or perhaps time will prove that alliance, replied Councillor Hallex. Queen Zen has reason to regret her ancestor's oath to Katesh. She is restless, but not careless, and she also has cautious advisers, both here and in Rook. It is difficult for you, I think, to be so divided in your loyalties. The knife blade slid into Councillor Ujo's pride and twisted. His expression darkened for the briefest moment with disgust, or was it fear? Zario could not read him as well as his father did. His own arena was on the sparring field, but Councillor Hallex wielded subtle blades of a different kind. Ujo settled his hand on the table, his smile more courtesy than genuine. A few advisers in caution may be of help to you, Councillor Hallex. Ujo's tone had lost much of its earlier levity. My loyalty will not be questioned in my own house. I was not questioning it in the slightest, only confirming it. Councillor Ujo's face flushed red, and his thin lips pressed inward behind his carefully groomed mustache. Tread carefully, my Lord Hallex. You hide behind the king's favor, but your power is less than you believe. The hilts of Zario's two hidden knives pressed against his chest beneath the inner fold of his sari. He had left his spear behind, but did not trust their host enough to enter his house completely unarmed. It would be madness to make an attempt on the life of the king's most trusted counselor, but Zario did not put Ujo's schemes beyond such absurdity. And although Itaki lounged in his cushions with the posture of a sleeping panther, Zario knew the danger there as well. Itaki reached out for the wine pitcher, and the sound of the liquid pouring into his cup broke the deadly silence. You would not have agreed to come tonight if you did not also see some benefit to an alliance with my father's house. I am curious what benefit you have in mind. Shocked, Zario could do nothing but blink at the open subversion of authority. But Councillor Halex took it in stride and even accepted another refill of his wine when Ataki offered it.
Your affection for your mother's native land is well known, Ujo, replied Halex. He held up a hand to placate his host. And I do not believe there is any harm in it. The tribute offered to Katesh is a long-standing oath between our two nations, and we must not forget that our ancestors helped establish the foundation of Rook. The tribute is warranted, but perhaps it could be adjusted. You have already adjusted the tribute with your whispers in the king's ear, and now he discusses raising it again, and our relations with Rook will strain until they break, and the wealth of Katesh will collapse. Ujo smacked his palm against the table. Despite the warnings of the rest of the council, which may as well be the chittering of birds, for the credit you give them, I do not disagree that our relationship with Queen Zen is more strained than necessary. Councillor Halex appeared to consider, tapping his fingers against his knee. The king carries the burdens of a nation. I worry for his health above all things. The council exists to help him carry those burdens, but it is weak. It is weak because its power has been drained into nothing. Perhaps that can change. Bari Ujo's eyes narrowed. If you are trying to trap me with treason, you will dishonor yourself first. I did not come here to trap you. I came to discuss how the council might be empowered to better serve this nation. It was an intricate game that his father played with Ujo. The king's counselors were all bloated with their power, only a handful of truly good men and women among them. Councillor Halex had expected Zario to learn the history of each of them, their family lineages and holdings, their vices and their weaknesses. It had been drudgery for a young boy who cared only for the strength in his arm when he held a spear. Zario was far more comfortable on the battlefield, outside the palace walls, not the one within. And now, watching his father once again carefully maneuver Ujo where he wanted him, Zario felt painfully inadequate, wishing he had taken those lessons more seriously. Let us say Rook did gain independence, as Queen Zen wishes. What would she offer Katesh in return for such a bounty? Would she keep peace between us? She seems to turn her attention to Malak more and more as the seasons pass. One might even imagine she was scheming against us with the Nars of Malak. Another short barking laugh erupted from Councillor Ujo. A lost cause. The tribes are a lot of bickering children. They're too busy killing each other to take any notice of Katesh. And surely the splendid warriors of the Black Legion would put any insurrection to rest with ease if they are as capable as your son. Of course, but even children can be dangerous when knives are put in their hands. Ataki smiled behind his fan. It is easy to see why the king places so much trust in you, Councillor Halex. The silk-swathed princeling spoke to the two older men in the room as if they were his equals, as if the table they sat beside were not his inheritance, but his possession. An ache grew behind Zario's temple. It was little wonder that the king was short-tempered whenever he sat in council. Councillor Halex turned his cup upside down. I believe the time has come for the council to ask itself how we may best serve Katesh and our people. The king has placed a measure of trust in us, and we are little different than those bickering children, as you call them. The council was formed long ago by our great king's forefathers to carry out the will of the king and protect this nation. But we have grown soft and lazy in our luxury, he said, giving a pointed look in Ataki's direction. We have left the king to shoulder the weight of his crown alone, and I would see that burden eased. Eased? Ujo leaned forward. Or removed. That would be treason, my lord Ujo. You are no stranger to treason, despite your worthy platitudes, replied Ujo. You simply make sure your hands are clean, and this is no different. You want me to put my neck in a noose while you reap the rewards. If your neck is in a noose, it is one of your own making, Councillor Halex said easily, for continuing to treat your allies as enemies. Come, put aside whatever grudge you hold against me. Councillor Ujo sat quietly, weighing the scales in his mind. Trust between men of power was a fickle thing, but Zario could feel the shift, see the wealthy man greedy enough to recognize what Councillor Halex was suggesting.
to imagine a future in which the council of the king might have more power than the pittance it held now. It was a tempting thought to a man who did not have the benefit of the king's particular favor. Had he been in Councillor Ujo's position, Zario himself might have even given in to such a prize. A council with equal power to the king. The throne that cradled a figurehead, not a true king. Zario could not abide the thought of becoming the council's puppet. But when he had declared this to his father, Councillor Hallex had chided him for being short-sighted. There was more than one game being played, and his father's hands were on both boards. Councillor Hallex did not intend for him to become a puppet king. Ujo's rigid posture relaxed, and he leaned back with the same jovial mood he had donned when his guests first arrived. "Very well. You arouse my curiosity. If such a thing can be achieved, I will hear more of it." Zario reached for the grapes. Councillor Ujo did not know it yet, but his father had already won. The players moved across the board, and Councillor Ilba Hallex was the game master. He crushed the grape between his molars, the sweet juice tempering the lingering taste of the fish. He felt Ataki's eyes on him before he looked up. The younger Ujo's smile was cold as ice. Perhaps it was not Barry Ujo that needed to be played. The warm water of the bathhouse soothed Zario's tired muscles, his shoulders still aching from Sishu's thorough fingers. The old man had even used hot stones to loosen the painful knots, and had remarked that Zario was far too young for such heavy burdens of the mind to be carried in the body. Irit had brought him a foul-tasting mixture of herbs and wine to restore his spirit. She had drawn the Ely rune on his hand with her finger, her crone nails digging into his skin, and told him that dark spirits would surely be drawn to his melancholy if he did not restore himself. Finally, they had left him be when he had escaped to the bathhouse to wash. The amount of wine he had drunk at Councillor Ujo's house had left him with a throbbing in his temples. He closed his eyes and let himself sink beneath the water. As it closed over his head, he lay back, suspended, weightless and carried by the pool's warmth. The world above him disappeared, the quiet of the water wrapping him in comforting arms. He let short bursts of air out through his nostrils, each exhale constricting his lungs a little further. He wondered what it would feel like to let the water in, to sink into eternal weightlessness. He broke the surface, shaking his head with a gasp. He rubbed a hand over his eyes to clear them and blinked. A servant stood at the edge of the pool with her head bowed, hands folded modestly in front of her. "Forgive me for intruding, young master. Apologies. There is a messenger here who bears the seal of the king." "Tell him I will speak with him as soon as I have dressed." She bowed lower and disappeared from the room. His father's servants were like wraiths, quiet, slipping from room to fulfill their duties, obedient without question. His father rewarded his servants when they served well, but they knew to fear punishment sharply dealt by his hand. Zario pulled himself from the water, reaching for his clothing. He tied his simple legion tunic at his right side, the wide white sash wrapping around his stomach. He tucked his long knife into the sash and wound his hair into a bun at the top of his head, holding it firmly with a copper pin. When he stepped out of the bathhouse, he slid his sandals onto his feet and approached the cloaked messenger, who waited for him in the courtyard. His father was there and eyed him with a small measure of disapproval. "You will appear before the king in such simple clothes? Go back to your room and put on your ceremonial sari." Zario inclined his head slightly. "Please accept my apologies, my lord. Our great king is also our warlord, and I am a soldier of his legion. I prefer to approach him as a loyal soldier than as a perfumed noble." Councillor Hallex's brow furrowed in displeasure, but he said nothing more. The messenger bowed deeply. "I am Yi Zhou, first messenger for the king. His Majesty requests your presence immediately. May I send for a palanquin to bear you to the palace, my lord?" "Thank you. No, I will walk." "Very good, my lord," replied Yi Zhou. He was an older man than Councillor Hallex, his grayed beard giving a respectable nobility to his weathered face. A gold ring glowed on his right hand, and several small rings threaded through his long earlobes. His eyes glittered with intelligence beneath the hood of his cloak. He turned and led Zario away, and Councillor Hallex walked back into the house, his shoulders rigid. Zario was surprised that his father had not insisted on accompanying him. Lanterns lit the streets of Keld at night, their warm glow casting shadows against the walls of the closed shops. The worn gravel of the streets was packed down into a dusty powder, smooth from hundreds of feet, hooves and the wheels coming and going through the city. Yizhou led them on the most direct route, through the merchant district and into the grand, sprawling palace grounds. The massive gates opened the stone walls that surrounded the many buildings inside. The main palace hall, housing the rooms of the king's family and the council chamber, rose above the rest, the golden peak of the central roof, curving up into the black sky. The expanse of the outer court led Zario's eyes to the carved arches of the central palace building. Statues of the wolf and fox spaced alternatingly across the massive terrace, silent guardians of the king. Looming on either side of the wide path were statues of Shirai's Oathsworn, warriors from the stars, their spears and swords drawn to protect the great lords of Katesh. Their stone faces glared down at Zario fiercely as he passed them, feeling small beneath their gaze. They were 3 times the height of any man, sandaled feet set squarely on massive stone pedestals, and in front of the wide arched expanse of the palace's inner wall, his great stone arm drawn back to throw a spear to the heavens, stood Shirai's statue, his simple robe flaring around his body as if it were real cloth, the noble eyes set toward the stars. Instead of leading Zario into the council hall, Yizhou continued his brisk pace around the side of the central palace building, entering a small door on the left side near the king's rooms. Zario felt that his footsteps defiled such a sacred place. Even with his father, he had never come this far into the king's private rooms. Only King Canarian's closest advisors, guards, and servants were allowed inside. They continued down several long hallways, weaving through what seemed like a maze until they reached an open terrace that led into a garden, hidden within the outer walls of the palace. It was a small paradise, wide stones meandering alongside a clear pool of dark water. Flashes of orange and white fish flickered beneath the surface. Brightly colored purple bushes and small green trees spilled up to the path but did not cross it. They had the appearance of a wild forest of bright colors, yet each branch and leaf was carefully trimmed into place. White stones covered the ground to either side of the path, disappearing beneath the lowest branches of the flora. Zario followed Yizhou across the bright red bridge, over the stream that emptied into the pool. A small pavilion rose from the green up ahead. The red roof tapered to upward points above a little platform. The stone path and the stairs leading up to the carved railings were lined on either side by small round bushes with star-shaped leaves. Benches lined the outer circle of the pavilion, and on one of those benches sat the king of Katesh. As soon as Zario came to the edge of the pavilion's lowest step, he stopped short and dropped to his knees, touching his forehead to the ground. He heard the soft step as the king approached him.
You are well received, young Alex. Rise. I did not request your presence here to speak to the back of your head.
Zario stood, keeping his head sufficiently lowered. Nielhi Garhai, I am honored beyond measure by your summons, my king.
Yizhou, leave us.
The elderly servant bowed and walked away with the same brisk pace he had kept the entire journey from Councillor Halix's estate. The garden was blissfully quiet, and the rich aroma of flowers and green leaves enveloped them. Zario stood silent and still, fully aware that he was standing alone in the garden with the most powerful man in the world. He did not know why the king had called for him, but it was not his place to ask any questions.
Come, sit in the pavilion with me.
The king returned to his place on one of the benches, and Zario slipped his sandals off on the step and chose a bench across from him. He placed his sweating hands carefully on his knees, trying to seem relaxed but attentive. The king was looking at him with great scrutiny, and the silence that passed between them tested Zario's composure. Finally, the king released him.
You are dressed as a soldier, not as a lord.
Forgive me if I have offended you. I will return at once.
Nonsense. I respect your devotion to your brothers in the Legion, and if you had come to see me dressed in finery, I would have trusted you less.
The king replied, a smile twitching beneath his dark mustache.
Tell me how things are with the Legion. How are the men? Are my commanders competent?
Zario chose his words carefully. The commanders are competent leaders, warlord. I serve under Third Hand Jakar, and he has the respect of the soldiers. He is a strict taskmaster, but he is fair. The men do their duties well. I think they are sometimes restless, training for battles when there are none to fight. The king laughed, a jovial, almost fatherly sound.
As it should be. They are soldiers, as are you. I have watched you grow up from a small boy, and you were a soldier from the first moment your father put a wooden spear in your hand.
Pride washed over Zario, and he bowed his head. Thank you, Great One.
You are the kind of man who would be happiest as a soldier for his whole life, I think.
King Canarian nodded thoughtfully.
I recognize much of myself in you.
I will serve wherever you need me, warlord. The king stood, his silken night robes spilling down around his feet in a smooth river of black and red silk. Gold medallions were embroidered on the long train. He still wore his bone-hilted knives in his sash, despite the presence of the guards dotted throughout the garden. Canarian was one of the greatest warriors Katesh had ever seen, capable of defending himself against any assailant. And now, as he stood at the railing looking out over the dark pool beneath the pavilion, the fine silks seemed an ill fit for the man beneath.
Your father said those same words to me when I took the throne. He has been a loyal friend and advisor since we were boys. But the weight of a kingdom has jaded him, as it has me. There are many voices clamoring for me to make decisions, and those same voices will whisper foul things to me when I do. A king must let go of the man he was, to shepherd a people who worship him for their prosperity, and damn him for their trials.
Zario stood, rising to his feet as soon as the king had done the same. The king's words made his stomach roil. More than anything, he wished that he was someone else, that he wasn't the son of Councillor Hallex, and that the king would choose another. He wished he could go back to his room in Mizak, the simple life of a soldier. He didn't realize that the king had turned and was watching him, lost in his thoughts. He quickly softened the expression on his face, but the king had seen the truth in his face.
Tell me, Zario Hallex, do you want to be a king?
Lie, his father's voice in his head whispered, a threatening promise if he should fail to answer for his family's honor. Sweat gathered beneath his palms. It is my honor to serve you wherever you see fit, Great One.
A loyal answer, but an empty one,
replied the king.
I have no use for subjects who tell me what they think I want to hear.
Zario curled his fists. Forgive me, my lord. That was not my intent. I do wish to be of service to you, and I will do as you command, but I do not want to be a king. Something in the king's countenance relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted from him. He smiled.
Your honesty is a great service to me. Come.
He put his hand on Zario's shoulder, his grip strong.
Someday I will ask a great service of you. I must know that I have your loyalty, not to your father, but to me. There are many people who would see our country fall to its knees. I cannot let that happen, but I cannot do it alone. There is a strength in you that Katesh will need.
Zario knew that he should bow, should touch his forehead to the ground at the king's feet. He should thank the king profusely for the honor of his trust, his summons, his generosity. When he looked into Canarian's eyes, he saw a man that he might become, a man who was worshipped nearly as a god. But beneath the crown was a man who still needed to know who he could trust. He met the king's eyes and pulled the sheathed knife from his belt. I swear to you on my life that my sword and my spirit are yours. However I may serve, speak a word and I will do it. And may Shirai and his oath-sworn strike me dead into the dust if I betray you. The grip on his shoulder loosened.
I will hold you to that oath. Leave me now. The night is growing long, and I will not keep you from your bed.
Zario bowed low, arms at his side. Your eternal health, my king. As he descended the stairs from the pavilion, Yi Zhou materialized out of the darkness to walk beside him, the man's slippered footsteps silent against the smooth stone path. Zario's heart was still racing as they backtracked through the maze of corridors to the vast outer court at the front of the palace grounds. Chapter 18. The Maleki tribes have no written language. Their stories and legends are passed down from the elders to the young. Their culture and history held close to their heart. The name of their greatest warriors are spoken with utmost reverence, for those are now among the Sky clans, the ancestors they look to as gods. Emissary Otai, Observations on the Tribes of Malek. The stone was firmly lodged against the frog of the gray mare's hoof. Syndri coaxed it gently away from the tender tissue with a small knife and tucked it away into a pouch at her waist. She would toss it back into the river later. She set the hoof back down on the ground and clicked her tongue, urging the mare to take a few cautious steps forward. The limp was less noticeable now that the culprit had been removed. Syndri ran a hand down the foreleg again and smiled when the mare's shoulder quivered. Ike, what a baby you are. Such a little stone, she chided, patting the mare and running her palm over the light sway in the horse's back. The mare's belly was not nearly as large as it would be when spring warmed the frozen ground, but already the foal within was changing her shape. The mare carried her fifth foal, and it would be her last. She let out a low woof as Syndri found her favorite scratching place at the base of her withers, her tongue slobbering in and out of her mouth. She yawned up at the sky. Syndri gave her one last pat. She would check the mare again next morning, but already she was standing stronger on the leg. The bruising left behind by the stone would fade soon. Straightening, Syndri placed her hands at the small of her back and stretched backwards, releasing the stiffness from her shoulders. The herd was in good condition despite the winter. The rounded storehouses were packed with threshing hay, and the heavy hides layered over her tunic kept out the chill. Finally finished checking over the herd, Syndri made the trek back to her gat. The lone building was small against the tree line by the river. She had not stepped 1 foot inside the village in at least 2 months, and the only face she had seen of her family was Senna's. Snow covered the circle of ash where Baya's pyre had been. Syndri gave it a wide berth whenever she walked to the herds, sealing it away in a place deep within, just as seared as the earth beneath the snow. She lifted the flap of her gat and tossed off the top layer of hides from her shoulders. The little room was simply furnished, a small cooking pit in the center, a bed, and one small stump to sit on, which she rarely used. She ran her thumb over the faint calluses on her palms. Her swords were safely stored in Senna's gat, inside the village, and her sister had promised to look after them until Syndri's return to favor. The only weapon she had at her side was the slim hunting knife, the same one she had used to pry the stone from the mare's hoof. She kept it honed to a razor-sharp edge, pouring all the care into the smaller weapon that she once had for her warrior's blades. She should hunt, and she needed to check her traps farther along the riverbank. But hunger was nothing more than a dull echo in the pit of her stomach. Syndri forced herself to eat a handful of dried berries and nuts from the pouch that Senna had brought her yesterday. Her sister had given her a scolding, poking at Syndri's arms and saying she was going to get thin and weak without feeding herself. Resigned, Syndri sat down on her bed and took another handful, crunching the smooth almonds between her molars. She caught a glint of silver out of the corner of her eye, and pointedly ignored the curved silver dagger tucked behind her bed. Emissary Otai had given it to her before he returned to Rook. A full moon passed. He had ridden out to say goodbye to her after paying his respects to his hosts. Syndri had ignored him until he had pulled the dagger from his belt and pressed it into her hands. "This is not a Gar's blade, so it does not go against your father's orders. I will see you again, daughter of Malik," he had said, giving her a light bow before mounting his horse and riding off to join his caravan, leaving for the north. Syndri had considered throwing the dagger into the river, but it was a fine blade, and the gesture pleased her more than she cared to admit. She had not drawn it from its tooled sheath since. Despite the truth of Otai's words, she dared not draw a killing blade while she was bladeless. She had taunted the Sky Clans enough. After eating as much of the fruit and nuts as she could manage, she returned to the task of surviving the winter, armed with her hunting knife and a leather bag to carry whatever game she might find. It was scarce and would become even more so as the cold season continued. The first few crudely constructed traps were empty. She'd never been as deft with them as Senna. She had always insisted that her hands were built for holding swords, not tying delicate knots. She plodded through the snow, listening to the comforting babble of the river as it flowed over the rocks and the ice chunks gathered at the bank. She'd walked a long distance from the village by the time she'd reached her final snare, and it too was empty, but something had tripped it. She grumbled and tried to reset it, her fingers numb and unhelpful. After 2 unsuccessful tries, she threw the string down in the snow. The bright call of a war horn broke the stillness, one sharp blast from the village, a war horn in the dead of winter, then another blast. Syndri spun on her heel. 1 horn blast would have signaled a raid at the border, but 2 was a warning. Her snares forgotten, Syndri ran along the riverbank, back toward the village. When she came within sight of it, she saw nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that would have caused an alarm. A figure hurried toward her gat, bundled in furs and hides. Etlin. Syndri dropped her bag at the doorway of the gat and ran to meet her mother. Etlin reached out and gripped her arm. "The Tlader have amassed near the border. They are riding toward us now." A simple raiding party would not cause the trembling in her mother's hands. How many? Sochi said he believed there were 500 or 600. The full might of the Teladar tribe. It was the boldest show of force any of the tribes had dared in decades. Yet, if the Garis tribe met them horse for horse, they would be outnumbered. Nargaris commanded 800 blooded warriors when they were all mounted and armed, and another 70 young warriors who had just come of age. The Teladar would be crushed, but many would die. Only a few would stay behind to guard the village. Syndri searched her mother's face. Father, we'll not live to exile for this. I came to tell you so that when you heard the horns you would know what comes. Yuga will lead them. We will guard the village while the warriors fight. Anger crept through Syndri's gut, spreading its fiery tendrils through her blood. Mother, she began, but the words faded into the air. She should ride with them. Give me my blades, let me spill blood for you this day. She said nothing. Etlin reached up and touched her face gently. I know, daughter. This is your test. The Sky Clans have put a choice before you, and you must bend to your father's will. I must return to our people. Be safe. The warmth of her fingers left Syndri's cheek, and she hurried back into the faint path through the snow. Syndri rooted herself to the ground, her spirit raging against the invisible cage she had been cursed with. Her blades would stay in their sheaths, and Yuga, Senna, and the others would bring a great victory to the tribe. And she would wait and feed their war horses when they returned. She saw the warriors running to the herds, reaching their mounts and swinging up with practiced ease. Scale armor and blade hilts gave little glints in the overcast light, but Syndri saw them and yearned for their familiar weight. She stayed and watched until every last warrior had mounted and ridden toward the west. Among the remaining horses, a black stallion snorted and stamped, angry. His piercing whinny reached her ears, bellowing his fury at being restrained, the overwhelming desire to charge after the others. Like her swords, her warhorse was beyond her reach now. She was not a warrior. She had no need of a warrior's mount. Her father's resolve ran deep. Syndri stalked back to her gat and paced around the small room like a bear. She reached up and pulled at her braids, every muscle in her body taut. The dagger beside her bed whispered to her, Go to brig. Ride. Fight. Picking up the Rukian weapon, she slid the shining blade free of its sheath. The hilt was strange, lighter and smoother than the bone hilts of her swords. It was made of some kind of dark wood, the grain running in dancing patterns down to where it met the blade at the hilt. A red stone was set into the pommel. The blade was curved, masterfully forged and deadly, and yet its deadly edge was no use to her. She slid the blade home and tossed it to the side. Closing her eyes, she let her mind drift across the grasslands to follow her sister. She saw Senna bent low over Roe's red roan neck, the mare's ears pinned flat against her head as they galloped to meet the Teladar. Senna's sword raised high with the others, her teeth bared as she screamed their bone-chilling war cry. Syndri wondered if her sister had chosen that clan-forsaken shield instead of a second sword. She was stubborn enough. The might of the Garis tribe was far beyond that of the Teladar. They were fools for coming en masse to threaten the mighty Garis. Yuga would lead the warriors, and the only enemy left alive would crawl home like dogs over the bloodied snow, their horses and their blades left behind in disgrace. It was the largest battle between Teladar and Garis that had been fought in Syndri's lifetime, and she was sitting in a gat, pulling at her braids like a child. The adrenaline that accompanied a good fight was surging through her, building and climbing with nowhere to go. She slammed her fist against the side of the cot. Sky Clans be damned. Syndri reached for the dagger. She lunged out of the gat, telling herself that she would only be running to the hill to see if the battle was visible. Anything was better than simmering like a pot of her mother's poultice herbs and waiting for the news. The dagger was comforting, pressed against her side, beneath the outer cloak she hastily threw over her shoulders. She was halfway to the herd when she heard them. To her left, the sound of hooves, many hooves, pounding against the earth, approaching fast from the south. The Garis tribe was far to the west with the Teladar. Syndri slowed her rush toward the hill and turned, shading her eyes against the blinding white of the snow, sweeping away across the grasslands. Mounted riders, hundreds of them, the glint of spearheads and swords flashing in the sun over galloping horses rushing headlong for the village. The first war cry split the air, a wild shriek that chilled Syndri down to her bones as she caught a glimpse of tribal color. Dark blue foreheads bobbed above the war horses' necks. Uratar. There is no one left to fight them. A war horn blew from the village. One of the herdsmen had seen them, too, and raised the alarm, but there were only a handful of warriors in the village. Syndri didn't have time to think. In moments, the Uratar warriors would descend on them. It would be a slaughter. She ran for Brig. The black stallion saw her coming. He'd been tied to an iron stake in the ground to keep him from running after the warriors, but his jerking and pulling at it had loosened it from the earth. The moment he caught sight of Syndri, he reared, pulling the stake free from the dirt and trotting toward her. She reached up as he approached her, grabbing a fistful of his mane and pulling herself onto his broad back with ease. Behind her, Uhuri found a mount, as did the other few warriors left behind to guard the herds. There were only 9 of them. 9 against the horde of Uratar descending on the village. Syndri felt naked without her swords, but there was no time. If she went back for them, the Uratar would be among the villagers before she could do anything to stop them. She slowed Brig once they were about 100 lengths from the village gate. The others spread out to either side of her, forming a line against the coming tide. Uhuri offered her one of his swords, and she gratefully accepted the familiar weight, comforting. Sky, give me your breath for strength. Give me your cold wind to sharpen my blade. Gift your speed to my mount. Let his hooves fly over the ground like a falcon amongst crows. Syndri's chest tightened. Let my death settle the balance. Let my people free from the curse I have brought upon them. The Uratar were close now. She could see their faces, the dark blue of their foreheads, the lather on their horses' necks. She looked to the right and left and marked the faces of the warriors beside her. Uhuri, stoic Maj Jaqen, the twins, Zenri and Renuri, old Jensai with his wrinkled face, totem unbroken after 40 years of battle. Kesrit, the youngest of them at 17, her face pale beneath the tribal forehead tattoo, brighter red than the others. Malin, a veteran warrior who had lost her right arm in a raid against the Uratar years ago. She rode without reins, her warhorse responding to the pressure of her knees and thighs. And finally, Durz Ekai, his handsome face the delight of every unwed girl in the village, his black hair looped through with silver beads. The dark cloud of death hovered over them all. A great bellow shattered the monotony of thundering hooves. Syndri glanced back and saw the hulking figure of Hishir, his dark hide covered by leather armor, the massive bone club raised high above his horns. He bellowed again, standing in the gap of the village gate. "We will make them bleed a river for every life they take," Syndri shouted. She lifted her sword and roared her own war cry, her voice high and sharp against the earthy tone of the Keral warrior at her back. The others lifted their weapons, and as one they screamed their challenge to the Uratar. Syndri steadied her sword hand, leaned over Brig's neck, and breathed one final prayer. "Senna, live." She touched her heels to Brig's side, and he leapt forward, 5 lunging strides sending them crashing into the front line of the Uratar. The impact of Brig's shoulder against the gray mare that crashed into them nearly sent Syndri flying from his back. Her grip on his mane and years of practice balancing on his broad back with her thighs was the only thing that saved her from being thrown beneath the hooves of the warband. A sharp line of fire cut across her arm. The tip of the sword glanced over the side of her neck, inches away from cutting into her throat. She swung wildly, and her blade connected with a rider passing by on her right side, slicing across his chest and arm. The tide of horses split around Brig, who was holding his own, biting and snapping, digging his hooves into the ground. The Uratar slowed as they reached the village wall, but Hishir could not keep them all back. His bone club swung in great arcs, breaking the bones of horses and riders alike. Syndri whirled Brig, charging into the back line of the Uratar warband. Brig leapt over a body. It was Kesrit, her wide eyes staring up the sky, bones crushed. 2 sections of the Uratar warband had broken off to circle around the village, headed for the other gate. There was no way to stop them. Screaming in anger, Syndri pulled her feet up to Brig's back and threw herself at one of the Uratar riders, grabbing around his waist as they both tumbled over his horse and onto the ground. Her fingers were slick with the blood running from the cut on her left arm, but she drove her blade through the Uratar's skull and wrenched it free. Charging for the gate, she reached up for the next warrior, closest to her, and wrapped her hands around his knee, pulling with all her might. The spear in his hand was too unwieldy in such close quarters, and he only managed to catch her on the side of her head with the wooden haft. Her ear rang with the blow, but she dragged him down off the horse, pulling the Rookian dagger from her belt and stabbing up under his chin. Blood sprayed, and the man gurgled as he went limp. A pained scream reached her, and she whirled to see Durzeki pinned against a wall by 2 mounted Uratar. His horse was gone, and blood poured from a wound in his side, running down over the leg of his trousers. One of the Uratar raised her spear for the killing blow. Syndri drew her dagger. The blade struck the Uratar in the back, and she jerked, the spear falling from her grasp as she tumbled to the side. Her companion turned his horse in time to block Sindri's first sword strike, but she ducked beneath the Uratar's arm and punched hard against the back of his ribs, grabbing for the man's belt as he gasped. Syndri unseated him. The man slashed wildly with his sword as he fell, nicking Sindri's chin. Wrapping her fists in front of the man's tunic, Syndri pulled him up off the ground and headbutted him. His nose crunched beneath her forehead. She wiped his blood away from her eyes and turned to see Durzeki sliding down the stacked stones to the dirt, his face already cast with death's approaching shadow. He pressed weak fingers against the fatal wound in his side. "The gate!" he rasped. Syndri left him. Her left arm was growing numb. The wound was clearly worse than she had thought, but she could not let it stop her now. The sounds of screaming and the clash of blades from within the village called her through the haze of her own bloodlust. She could taste the blood against her lips, and the feral fury that writhed within her gut was no longer bound to the little gat beside the river. The space where Hashir had stood to defend the gate was gruesomely blocked by a pile of broken Uratar, 2 horses among them. He had disappeared, no doubt, to rush to the aid of the villagers fighting for their lives within the walls. The sound of screams from within and the wild war cries of the Uratar clashed, discordant and deafening. Syndri stumbled across the bodies and reached down for a second sword. She'd managed to retrieve the dagger she'd thrown and hastily wiped the grime off on the thigh of her trousers. Smoke began to rise above the tops of the gats beyond the wall, and Syndri felt a stab of fear through the haze of fury that enveloped her. They were setting fire to the village. This was no raid. This was meant to be a massacre. Gripping the stones was difficult with her swords, but Syndri managed to pull herself up and over the wall. The Uratar at the gate made no move to follow her. One more warrior inside the wall surely would not stop their destruction. She heard scrabbling against the rocks behind her, and turned just in time to bring her sword up, ready to hack a head from its shoulder. But the head that appeared above the wall was Malin's, her blade gripped in her teeth as she climbed. Next to her was Uhuri, his youthful face splattered with blood. Whether it was his own or another's, Syndri did not know. "Go, go!" urged Malin, straddling the wall and returning her sword to her hand. "The others are dead, go!" Syndri bolted into the first path between the gats. Fires had begun spreading, the flames licking across flattened hides and devouring the long carox and hair. Garrus men, women, and children ran from them through the walking paths. Several gats had already become round infernos. The wooden frames inside, engulfed bodies lay on the ground, some half-burned, others lying in pools of blood. A young child crawled across the ground, dying. Smoke and ash and the acrid smell of burning hides filled Syndri's nose. Her eyes watered and stung as she headed for the gat, where a pair of Uratar soldiers were dragging a woman out into the beaten path. By the time they heard her and turned, Syndri's swords had cut the hamstring of one and cut through the neck of the other. They both dropped, and the scream of the man clutching his leg was swiftly silenced by Syndri's second stroke. Dragging the woman up by her arm, Syndri recognized her face. Ira, younger sister of Tilis. She also realized she did not know where to send the woman for safety. The Uratar were everywhere. "Come!" Syndri yelled over the din, dragging the young woman behind her as she ran for the center of the village. The woman picked up a sword from one of the fallen Uratar. There were no cowards among the Garrus people. Warrior or no, every man, woman, and child would fight. Horse hooves thundered ahead of them, and Syndri pushed herself and Ira into the side of a gat as a group of Uratar thundered past them, chasing a group of fleeing Garrus. A child ran screaming behind them, and Ira ran out into the path after him. Syndri screamed after her, but her voice was hoarse. A rider appeared from the thick swirl of smoke along the path, and his spear caught Ira in the chest, lifting her from the ground and dropping her again 2 horse lengths later, as her body slid to the ground. Ignoring the fleeing child, The rider turned his horse in a tight circle and came back for Syndri. "Come then, you rootless dog. Bring me your spear." More Orotar were running amongst the Gats, leaving the Garrus inhabitants dead or dying. Syndri forced her attention back to the horse trotting back toward her. Despite the reach of the spear, she could see that Orotar was not yet comfortable with the northern weapon. She curled her lips in a feral grin. He would die holding a coward's weapon. She shifted the hilts of the swords in her blood-slicked hands and heard a step behind her. Dropping to her knee and spinning to the left, a blade whistled past her ear. Stabbing up and back behind her off-hand arm, she felt the blade bite into skin. Regaining her feet, she stumbled back several steps to give herself space from this new opponent. The horse and spear trotted away down the path, no doubt leaving her to her fate. The mountain of a warrior who faced her held no spear. His twin swords mirrored hers, yet he bested her in height, by at least a head, his broad shoulders hulking forward as if he were going to fall on her and crush her to death. Scars laced his forearms. Syndri's blind stab had caught the side of his knee, but it was not a deep enough wound to cause real harm. He spat in the dirt, his face marred by ugly features and uglier hate, leering at her with the assurance of his victory. Blood and dirt clung to the black bristles along his thick jaw. Without giving her a chance to settle herself into any stable footing, the big warrior dropped his shoulder and barreled into her like a warhorse. He drove the breath from her as she folded around his shoulder, giving no resistance. If she had, he would have broken ribs. He drove her backwards against the wall of a smoking gat, only just beginning to catch fire from the one beside it. If he pinned her, she was dead. As he wrestled her to the dirt, Syndri managed to flip the sword in her wound-weakened left hand. She plunged the blade into his side, but the power she'd had hours earlier was gone. The wound was shallow, and barely pierced through his armor. He growled and grabbed the hilt of the sword, ripping it from her hands and tossing it to the side. Somewhere beyond the wall, an Orotar warhorn blasted once, twice.
"Die with the rest of your forsaken kin."
The Orotar's voice was half stolen by the thick smoke, but for the first time Syndri felt death brush against her throat. The man lifted his sword for the killing blow. For the briefest heartbeat, fear consumed her. She struggled against him and snaked her hand down to her belt for the Rukian blade, her fingers sticky with her own blood. This time her strength did not fail her, driven by the half-mad panic launching her away from death's grasp. She found the gap in his scale armor where it tied beneath his arm, and the blade drove deep. New warmth slicked her fingers, and the Orotar roared in pain and pulled away, hand pressing against his armpit to staunch the flow. Syndri scrambled away, her breath still labored. From the haze behind, a figure appeared and drove a sword deep into the back of the Orotar's neck. The man fell forward, dead. Malon tucked her sword beneath her arm and reached out to pull Syndri to her feet. The woman was covered in blood, a gash seeping red above one of her eyebrows. Her eyes were hard, empty, as if she were a walking corpse. Horses galloped past them. The Orotar horn blasted twice again, calling the warriors away. The cowards were leaving. They weren't even going to stay to finish their killing. Syndri hated them for it. Malon dragged her through the smoke. The heat from the burning gats was suffocating, crackling through the air and sharpening its fiery blades against Syndri's skin. It was impossible to see through the smoke, and Syndri headed for the center of the village, by sense more than sight. She tripped and fell, sprawling over a body. A familiar face stared up at her, spiritless. Ganzakba's leathery wrinkles framed wide eyes that were glazed over in death. The old man's fingers still clutched a tanning knife, blood coating the blade. Stains covered the front of his tunic from stab wounds. A muffled wailing reached Syndri's ears. She crawled forward, barely regaining her feet on shaking legs. Everything was bathed in a wash of smoke, flickers of fire jumping through everywhere she looked. She was close now. Garrus bodies lay everywhere, strangely empty in death. The smoke was clearer up ahead, to her right. One gat stood against the wall, untouched. It was Yuga's. A pair of Orotar bodies lay strewn on the ground like broken dolls. A great dark figure knelt in their midst, guarding the gat behind. Hishir's massive shoulders were hunched forward, his four-fingered hands gripping the hilt of his bone club to keep himself upright. Blood ran from dozens of wounds in his massive arms, sides, and thighs. glistening in the thick brown hair. His wide nostrils flared with the effort of breathing, and yet he did not move from his place in front of the door. The last steps to her parents' ghat held the weight of miles. The Garrus tribe had rushed to the defense of their fist in hand, even amid the chaos. Everywhere, villagers lay broken, bleeding, dying, and long dead like a carpet over the same ground they had danced upon for winter songs. Syndri's eyes burned, and she dragged her sleeve across her eyes and blinked dumbly at the carnage at her feet. A few feet away, a child lay over his mother's breast, both lifeless. The warriors who had remained behind to protect the village had been too few. Only 1 or 2 of them had been wearing armor, and some of them had fought with wooden staves and tanning knives. One lay face down in a pool of blood, fingers chilling around the haft of a wood axe. The great black Carrock's hide covered much of her father's body. Nargaris lay on his side, his face a great ruin of blood and bone, as if he'd been struck with a club. One of his eyes was gone. His body had been opened with a great blade, and the broken shaft of a long spear lay beside him, its head buried deep in his chest. His carved totem was crushed into the dirt beside his head. A few feet away from him lay Etlin, her arms outstretched over the ground, dark hair splayed around her shoulders. Even in death her palms were open, a plea for peace. The crackling of flames, the groan of the dying, and the far-away thunder of hooves were not enough to drown the silence of the dead. Syndri's legs gave way, and she sank down to the blood-soaked earth as her fingers loosened around the hilt of the sword in her hand. The blade dropped. A soft sound passed through Syndri's lips, a moan that broke from somewhere deep in her chest like the crack of ice on the river. Reaching out, her fingers trembled as she touched her father's face, his blood coating her hands. She drew her hands over her cheek, and then tore the leather ties free from her braids. There was no space for anything in her chest but grief, a vast emptiness of self, as if her spirit had been cast from her body into the air. All that remained was the sight of her father's face and her mother's outstretched hands. The smoking husk of Nargaris's ghat rose, blackened, behind them, as if the hellish dark of the nameless lands had clawed its way through the earth, to hover over their bodies like a charred skull. "The warriors are returning," Malin said dully, standing guard behind Syndri. The world was too thick and slow for Syndri to hear the sound. She felt the rumble in the ground, but it was deafened by the roaring in her ears and the blood on her hands. The horn of the approaching warband sounded like a faint cry across the plains. Her left arm was completely numb and useless. "Syndri!" Her sister's scream cut through the fog, and Syndri turned just as Senna fell to her knees, nearly crushing Syndri. The warband flooded into the central square, warriors running to find their families. There were so few of them left. Syndri saw his shear struggle up from his place in front of the untouched ghat, and Tillis appeared in the doorway, clutching her newborn son to her breast. Her other children gathered around her skirts. Several other faces peered out around her. Syndri touched her sister's face. "They're dead, Senna. They're all dead." Etlin's fingers fluttered near their knees.
This concludes part 1 of this story. You've been listening to the Golden Griffin Press channel. We hope you are enjoying this production. If you are, before continuing on to part 2, please like and leave a comment to let us know what you enjoyed the most about part 1. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.